So if the Earth was a ball with the radius of 3959, then every distance to the horizon cannot, right? It cannot be further than 1.225 times the square root of the observed height in feet. Yet we see it 10 times further than this in this observation alone, right? We can present you hundreds of observations where the geometric horizon is beyond the limitation of the globe,
I think
the radius of 3959, right?
I'm not claiming, I believe this, but I think I've seen like a Glober mention something about personal perspective.
Perspective.
Involving, perspective involving this picture. Potentially, I mean refraction. I don't remember what the argument was that the Glober brought up, but I remember someone brought something up about perspective based on this image.
Perspective makes you look around a hill.
What do you mean?
Well, if the Earth was a ball with the radius of 39, right? If the Earth was a ball with the radius of 3959, then there has to be curvature, right? And when we look at this observation, the horizon, right, the leading edge of a sphere, the point where boats and buildings should get blocked by on the ball with the radius of 3959 should be at 1.225 miles, okay? And now we are seeing the horizon 10 times further than this. So if the Earth was a ball, then this physical location, right, the geometric limitations would be at 1.225 miles. And it is not. It is 10 times further.
What was someone brought up refraction. Is there anything to be mentioned about that?
Refraction? What is refraction?
I honestly don't know, but I'm assuming that it's when light,
light
hits an atom.
Splitting into colors.
But yes.
So,
I was gonna say something totally different.
How
but
does that
I was
help you
off.
see behind the corner?
So, Mamba, I actually have a question for you. Did you know that the man who actually invented this form of refraction that you're invoking, he modeled it on a flat plane? Did you know that?
I did not.
Yeah, he did. And when you talk about refraction, you must know that there are types of refraction. And you have to be specific which kind you mean. Which kind of refraction?
Oh, what's going on?
Mirroring, towering.
What's going on? Flat Earth shit.
Answer the man's question. Beget was addressing.
It wasn't a question. I don't think he said I need to, specify what types of refraction.
Yeah,
I don't know.
That's not a fucking question. Then come on, man.
Yeah.
No, I think he was just saying I need to specify what type, but I don't think he was asking a question.
Okay,
Yeah,
man.
I was
He's asking you what type of refraction. That's
Don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Specify type of refraction. I mean, yeah, you can follow that with a question mark, maybe. I don't know. Up to you, man. I have a band hammer too. It's like for that type of like stupid shit. It's like, all right, that's not funny. If you don't know, you can say I don't know.
So, do you have any counter arguments?
I already said I don't know like 3 times.
Oh, okay. Right,
that's
cool.
honest.
So do you have any counter arguments to the fact that your refraction that you're invoking was modeled on a flat plane?
I'm not invoking any types of refraction. I literally only mentioned that a Glober mentioned something about refraction. I don't even claim that position at all.
Okay, so you admit that there's not refraction, or I'm trying to understand.
Well, I admit that I'm clueless on the subject, really.
All right. Okay. So can I ask you something? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sasha. I was just gonna ask this. And
No, you can
Sasha
go ahead. I
keep
was just
talking.
gonna ask him if he's
No,
on.
It's just I'm being silly, like logically silly. Whereas, like, how can you invoke something or comment about that which you do not know? It's
Yeah,
just a
exactly.
very interesting.
I was
concept.
simply bringing it up to ask if there was anything worth mentioning about refraction on the image. If anyone could bring up a point about that, because I'm basically just here to learn, really, and I heard something about
Fair enough.
refraction at one point and want to see if that had
Well,
any play.
if that's what you want, then that's cool then, and that can be broken down to you, like how you cannot apply that, but okay. Cool. Sasha, go ahead. I cut you off, man.
Oh, I was just gonna ask if he's on the fence because he seems like he's a glober, but he doesn't actually know enough about his own globe model.
Precisely, yeah. I've been on the fence, then I leaned more towards globe, and I'm basically on that point. I'm leaning it towards globe, but still somewhat on the fence and willing to willing to listen, basically.
So, all right.
Okay,
For
in this
terrestrial
case,
refraction.
yeah. In your case, I would like to suggest you something. When you will go to read about refraction, if you see the term bending of light, then you should be aware that that is a fallacious term because light cannot be bent.
What's path? Not?
I'm sorry?
The path light is going on, can it not be changed?
Well, that's a trajectory. So light is moving, propagating. And it's not the same thing like when you throw a piece of steel, yeah? When you take the steel in your hand, you can bend it. And when you throw it, it will go ballistic. If you throw it very, very hard, for a short distance, it will go in a straight line.
Right, until gravity affects it.
No, that's not gravity that affects it, but yeah, we can get there too.
All force pushes it down.
So I just wanted you to know the meaning of the bending of light, because light will be, if you take it as a particle, like that piece of steel you just throw, then how can you bend its trajectory? It will change its trajectory according to its kinetic energy, you know? And it's not gravity, it's not any magic of the air doing that. And when you take light as a wave, like in water or a very long string, yeah, and you create a wave in that string, yeah, that bending of the string will be propagating itself through the string. But the string itself is not the light, nor the water is not the wave, you know?
Yeah, I'm following.
Yeah. And about gravity, I would suggest to search why they do not teach gravity at MIT University in USA at physics classes. They do teach it at astronomy class, astrophysics and astronomy, but they do not teach it in physics classes. At physics, they teach incoherent electrostatic acceleration instead of gravity. And I think
you mentioned that light doesn't bend. We've observed light bend due to gravity.
That's true.
as well as
dude, you're gonna have to attain the radius of a photon now. Don't you play with that gravity word, man.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, you play with that like I will squeeze you into like, yeah, go ahead. You're gonna go Newtonian, gravity is pulling it, mass attracting mass.
Yeah.
How about photons are fucking massless? We know this. So okay,
Yeah.
cool, awesome. How could you attract a massless thing? And it's based on mass. Boom. So you can't. It falls. Your argument falls apart like from the get go. Like you know what I mean? Because it's a
Yeah.
massless,
I
particle.
get what you're saying. I get what you're
Go
saying
ahead.
completely.
Go ahead, get. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was-
And about gravity, it's not a force. It's not anything. It's nothing that exists. It's just a nice story and concept because when you look at the formula equation of calculating the big G, uh, in fact, the force F equals G m1 times m2 by the radius square. When you look at that equation, you will see that formula equation is not a vectorial equation. And that's because in the theory of gravity, they say that mass attracting mass. And you don't have repulsion force like anti-gravity. It doesn't exist. You can go to any physicist and ask them about anti-gravity and they will tell you it doesn't exist. Like they will confirm to you and they will explain to you why it doesn't exist. This thing makes gravity force non-existent. It cannot be a force because it doesn't have a repulsion force. It has only attraction. So it's univectorial. It's only one vector.
Well, I agree gravity is not a
And
force. I
because
don't
of
think it's
this,
not air, but I agree gravity is not a force.
um, gravity cannot establish a field. When we talk, for example, about magnetism, magnetism is real. You know it. You have experienced it. You have played with magnets in your lifetime. You know that they either attract or they repel each other according to which poles you point to each other. Correct? And you felt that force.
I believe what you said was correct from my understanding of
Yeah.
magnets. Yeah.
I mean, when you take two magnets and you put them together, you feel that they either attract each other or they repel each other,
Right.
according to which poles you are pointing at themselves. So, with gravity, you don't have this.
The equal and opposite is what he's saying.
Yeah, yeah.
Where's your equal and opposite to gravity? You know, if it's attracting, what's this is right? So
Yeah.
this is actually an argument. It was an argument for like Einstein's bendy spacetime too, where if mass is causing like the spacetime to bend, wouldn't spacetime then that must have like an internal stress that's reacting to it and trying to straighten itself out?
Right, I see
Of
what
course,
you're saying.
mathematical nonsense at this point. It's arguing deep Narnia nonsense, which
You know, the only way to have a field is to have binary charges or poles. You know, north, south, plus and minus, positive, negative charge.
Right, so you're saying there should be repellent from gravity. Something should be pushing back.
Yeah, anti-gravity, it doesn't exist. You know, because for example, I can point you to make a simple test like dropping a couple of objects, and you will see that gravity is not there. You can take two magnets and glue them together the way they repel each other. And you take another two magnets and you put them together the way they attract each other. And when you drop them from a building, you will see that those two magnets which actually repel each other, they will always fall the last. So
air friction.
using
air friction.
forcing opposing magnetic fields together directly affects the down vector. So this attraction is a manifestation of electricity, magnetism, and electrostatic forces.
Would that still be accurate in a vacuum, though?
Yeah, it will work in a vacuum also. The opposing magnets will always fall at a slower rate than any other element.
With air friction completely taking out the fraction.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I know, it's very interesting.
I'm gonna do more research on that. Do you have a site for that?
This actually is a US patent. It has been discovered by Boyd Bushman, which was in the 1970s, and he was a Martin Lockheed engineer. So this discovery about these opposing pole magnets, it's his discovery. And it is a US patent on this.
Say that name one more time. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Sorry?
Say that name one more time. Sorry.
Boyd Bushman. Then also like Foucault's pendulum, where when you make a pendulum and you swing it, but if you use lead weight, lead is a very funny, weird metal, because as a single atom is diamagnetic, and as a metal it is paramagnetic properties. And because of these two magnetic properties opposite, it has this property to be very, very slightly attracted to each other. So it tends to conglomerates. You know, if you have two balls of metal, of lead, there is an attraction force between them because of these magnetic properties.
So with the go on.
Sorry. Yeah. So, and this is why they use lead as the weight in Foucault's pendulum, because there is the ground is a negative Gaussian plane in our existence, and vast majority of the elements of nature, they belong to the negative plane. They are attracted towards the negative. And there are elements which are attracted to the positive, like helium. And helium always rises, you know. And even if you create like liquid helium and stuff like that, and you keep it in a container, you will see that helium is climbing the walls of its container, and it will be leaking out, you know. And it's always absorbing energy, any kind of energy, and to evaporate.
So I want to ask mention about magnets.
Yeah.
So the two, which one goes slower? Which one goes faster?
The magnets which you glue them together, the way they repel each other.
Slower or faster? Go slower or faster than the ones that
They fall slower. They don't fall with 9.81 meters per second square acceleration.
So
They fall
what
at a
I'm reading is
slower
that
rate.
there's no real peer-reviewed evidence on that. Can you link me another citation? No, it's linked is not peer-reviewed. It's I wouldn't really say it's a solid citation. Also, if magnets fell slower, wouldn't people use it like airplanes, like spacecraft, rockets, etc.? Wouldn't that be used everywhere? Like if they had the ability to go slower than gravity's rate?
You should try
right. Like Martin Lockheed will reveal their secrets just like that, right? You know, they have this special kind of paint, which is stealth technology. Do you think they will just sell it to you like that?
Okay, but is there any actual peer-reviewed evidence on that claim that two magnets that are glued together that repel each other will go slower? I have not been able to find any peer-reviewed claim, and it's a very easy thing to test.
There is a video on YouTube with this experiment. It's not a very good video. It's quite very old.
Oh no, I want some peer-reviewed evidence.
You can do it yourself.
Is there any evidence on the claim? Because that would be that's a huge claim, and there would be a lot of peer-reviewed evidence.
And I said, this is a U.S. patent, so you can find the patent.
Which is more important? Which is held at a higher standard, peer review or experimentation?
Yeah.
Which is more valid?
I have to go work.
Experimentation is more valuable than peer review.
Understandable, and I may at the end of the day test it if I think it's huge. I still don't think it would hold.
More than consensus, and consensus is in science. I will take demonstration over consensus every day.
Okay. Yeah, I hear you. I completely get that. Let me just say my point though. That claims a huge claim. That would be something that would have evidence backed up if it were possible. It is a very easy thing to test.
Well,
I agree that testing and experimenting is much better than peer review data.
Have you seen any of the tests they do with the neodymium magnets and the tubes and copper tubes? And it's a known fact how magnetics work. A lot of people are experimenting more with them right now. So everything we think.
I'm just saying that the claim that two magnets repelling each other glued together go slower than a magnet that is not repelling each other.
Under what circumstances?
It would have some evidence behind it. Someone would have tested it by now, and it would have a lot of peer-reviewed evidence behind that. And if not, it would be something easy to test. Well, yeah, I agree.
You know what? It's
way better.
Listen,
I don't think it would work personally.
That's a whole lot of assumption there. You know, they got 1,000,001 patents for great ideals that people research the patents all day long, and they got all these new ideals and concepts, but nobody's tested them, nobody's used them, nobody's reviewed them.
Has anyone here tested that? The two magnets repelled glued? Has anyone here tested that?
Under what circumstance? I tried to ask that twice.
Maybe a vacuum? That would be even better.
Listen. Two magnets together fall slower in the air.
Well, I would say the experiment would. I would say the experiment would be better without air friction, and in a vacuum, it would be a lot more.
No, that's not what I'm asking. Is that the claim that if you just tape magnets?
Yes, that is what he's claiming. That he's claiming that if you take two magnets that repel each other and glue them together and drop them, it would go slower than the magnets that.
But isn't that through a copper tube, Gemsy?
They never mentioned copper
It
tube.
could be through an aluminum tube as well.
Yeah, you can. That's eddy currents, the copper tube, and that. So it's a known phenomenon called eddy currents, which is actually induction.
Are you
As
talking
the
about a copper
magnet.
tube? Did I miss that? Is he talking about like just general airdrop?
I don't know. Honestly, I wasn't.
get
I
the
just
name?
tuned in right now. So
We'd
Do you
have to
remember
let
that
him
guy's name that came up with
answer.
the patent?
He said, yes, I have the name. Boyd Bushman. And people say there's evidence to claim it other than this one patent. No peer-reviewed evidence.
You don't need
No
peer-reviewed evidence.
proper experiments being done.
peer
I mean,
review doesn't
what I'm
mean
just
shit
trying to
me.
say is that if there's something that huge, someone in society would have tested it, would have noticed it, and would have released some information on it publicly.
Well, that's
Someone
a
would
large
have. We have
assumption.
fucking 7 billion people, 10 billion
Brown
people.
claw.
I could test it at my house right now, and I'm probably
Listen,
sure it
dude,
wouldn't work.
Hey, we got 100 different patents on the effects of acoustic sounds on the human body. Have you tested any of them? Do you look at the patents and just see what any patent is that's been registered and just test them? I mean, that's a large assumption to make that people are just sitting there reading.
No. It's not about testing a patent. It's about testing something that is absolutely huge to our universe. I mean, that's huge. If something like that was possible, it would be
patents
huge.
always precede science, man. Like the scientific world always tries to reverse engineer these patents. This is where they come in. How the
Fair
fuck
enough,
is this?
fair enough. But this is something that would have been this is something that would have been absolute like leap.
Give me that. If people knew it existed, they'd test it, right? Give me that first. Before you can test something, you have to be aware of it.
Even if you weren't aware of something like that, that would have been tested by someone in some type of way.
Well, that's
a super easy experiment.
And I'm not saying right now. I'm not. Listen, dude. Awareness is the biggest thing. So you assume there's a committee there just sitting there looking at every patent that goes through and testing everything. Instead of
that's not what I'm saying, man. I'm saying, look, if I were to drop 2 magnets right here, right now.
I didn't claim that, man. Mike, are you claiming the magnet thing?
No, I'm not.
I'm not claiming that.
I'm actually trying to reiterate on it, but I can't get a word in.
I'm listening to you, man.
Go ahead, man.
Well, my only point is even if it's a patent statement, that doesn't mean that the right people are going to be aware of it at the right time, so it's going to be tested. You're making the assumption that anything that pops out on Earth is known to everybody and somebody would have tested. That's just kind of asinine to me, to believe that way.
That's not what I think. I think this is something that is huge. If you were able to slower gravity, it would be an absolute leap.
Well, I agree with that, and I don't think it was slowed gravity. I think it's just a phenomenon. For it to slow gravity, then gravity would absolutely have to be electromagnetic in nature, but whatever. But people
maybe he was talking about a copper tube, though. To be honest, he could be.
I'm pretty sure he was. I'm pretty sure he was, but it's eddy currents, and people are already aware of these.
Yep. I was saying, yep. That's what eddy currents is what they're called.
Yeah, no. People are aware of these, but they're not out there doing that testing.
He did mention Boyd Bushman. I wanted to see what the patent was that Boyd Bushman. Because maybe he's not talking about a copper tube, because he did bring up a patent. Boyd B. Bushman.
I do not know.
Bushman, Boeing. Or no, Lockheed Martin.
Boyd. What's that? Say that name
again.
Lockheed.
Martin Lockheed would be the owner. Boyd Bushman would be the submitter.
Isn't it Lockheed Martin?
Yeah. It's interesting what you can find on the patents page.
It is. The fact, the oddity of shit that you get on there is why I always thought myself, man, how come somebody hasn't tested this? How come that hasn't been tested? So that's just where I come from, the point of view that, well, that's a large assumption to make, that people would already tested that. We got patents that have been around for 200 years that nobody's done shit with. Or then again, maybe they have, and they just got crushed by big industry that would fall on their ass if you came out with this technology. Like, you know, the minute you come out with a hovercraft, anti-gravity aircraft, you just put Boeing out of business, right?
Boeing, Ford, everybody. You put everyone, all of them.
Yeah, you're absolutely
so,
run into a vehicle off of nitrogen out of thin air.
In an instant, every Mach 10, Mach 15 fucking jet on the planet is insufficient, and every fucking military force on Earth is no longer up to par. And in the moment that you just start to produce this shit, or design it, or even try to design your process, the minute engineering starts, all the world is fucked. Everything's about to change, and I mean everything. Just with one large advancement like that. From the ecosystem, you guarantee Wall Street's going to fucking collapse, because they're all going to want to take their money and put it in your shit. And the motherfucker with the most money, well, guess what? He's going to build the first airships out of that shit. And there's going to be a new world order again.
Yep. It happened with the railways, man.
Went from Zeppelins to airplanes.
It all happens to a degree, though. It all happens to a degree. If you were just to take that hovercraft and send it out to 500 people.
Listen, bro. Video killed the radio star. What the fuck do you think anti-gravity will do to fucking air flight?
It's all due to gravity. Not gravity. It's all due to greed. It's all due to greed.
No more bicycles. I want a hover bike. No more roller skates. I want fucking hover skates, bitch. Don't fuck around with that Tyco racetrack. Give me that hover track, bitch. I want that real shit, mama. Santa Claus bitch ass better not be petty. I don't want a dirt bike no more. I want one of them anti-gravity plane. I'm gonna ride the motherfucking jet stream.
Who wouldn't, dude? Who wouldn't?
You ever heard of a phenomenon called ion leakage? I just posted an article I think you'd be interested in. It's how to propel a very light craft with just the ion wind from the breakdown of the air that surrounds it.
Is that like an asymmetrical capacitor? Yeah, same thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yep. Yeah, those are fucking badass, man. The patent on that with what's his name? Townsend Brown.
Yeah, ion propulsion.
Yep.
Brown's phenomenon.
Yeah, it's legit.
And I don't think that's been peer reviewed.
Yeah, I don't think it will be for reasons. Yeah. You peer review that shit at home with your aluminum foil.
Aluminum foil balls, some Corona wire, and there you go.
I just want to point out that there's a reason a lot of things, some of the best things in the world don't come to light. The same reason why, that's the same reason why we wouldn't want you to live in reality. Because when we let everybody, live in reality, every day you wake up, reality can change and surpass the people who live in it. All technology can be outdated in a day when all men are intelligent. There'd be no limit. No limit to anything we do. If we explored every technological avenue we have, all roads would no longer lead to Rome, and Rome can't have that.
And the largest the largest issue is communication.
Yeah.
Talking between countries?
Yeah.
Between everyone.
No, communication between us and the motherfuckers with the best ideals, the best technologies, those things that could actually allow humanity to live in a free state. Natural freedom. Not free to do as I say. You guys don't miss it. You don't know what freedom is.
I remember the days before 9/11.
Freedom.
Right now, I feel like the '80s were more free than we are now.
Be able to
And it
just come
probably-
and go on the train as you please. Bus
Yeah,
tickets,
it's
plane
fucked up,
tickets,
man.
no worries.
It's all gravy.
Getting
Mm.
sexually molested at the airport.
Yeah, that's what happens now. That's like,
Yeah.
I used to always hope for the girl pat down.
yeah, what
You
if
know
you
what I
get
do? Hey, you know what I'd say when they got down on their knees and they start going down the leg? I tell them, hey, while you're down there, why don't you tell me how long it is?
They say, let me see. They go, sir, you need to take off your shoes. And I go, are you sure you want that?
Yeah. That was my dad.
In my work boots.
You don't want me to take them shoes off, woman. Let me tell you. Okay, I fucking warned you. That was my dad.
Work boots.
Yeah, good. You can. Red Wings are the best boots there are, but they also hold the sink in while they keep the moisture out.
Yeah, that's what you get for lifetime warranty.
Yeah.
You get lifetime fucking stink with that.
Yeah, the first sweat that you ever sweated in them bitches is in there when you you're throwing them out. If they keep your feet dry, they don't keep your feet dry because they hold the sweat in.
Yeah, if you drown from your own sweat.
Yeah.
Fungus, yep.
You get athlete's foot or wrinkle foot.
Wrinkle foot.
Yeah, soggy toe, you know.
Yeah. It still like hurts.
Yeah.
I guess athlete's foot like burns or something like that.
Yeah, athlete's foot burns like a motherfucker. You never had athlete's foot? Oh, that
No,
shit
not that I can
fucking
remember.
itches and burns. Poison ivy, poison oak ain't got shit on athlete's foot, man. Shit. And I feel
You got some more of that tenactin?
right. Hey, I feel like those dudes that get gout, you know, that's from drinking. Heavy drinkers usually get gout. My foot was itching from athlete's foot one day, and my cousin was crying about gout and limping his ass off. I thought, damn, there is something worse than athlete's foot, you know? I put cream on my shit, and I'm all right. He's fucked. He walking like his heels bruised, and I was like, what the fuck's wrong with you? He's like, I got gout. I drink too much. I had to quit beer. I said, well, how the hell are you making it? He's like, lime vodka. I was like, man, how about you just go sober for a minute, bro? I got some distilled water in the fridge.
Water tastes good and sweet if you haven't had it in a while.
Right, that should be like refreshing to your body, motherfucker.
You probably dilute the gout.
I can tell them city folks that don't do nothing but drink, man. They come out here and get that good filtered fucking well water, run through a softener, and they're like, man, your water's the bomb, motherfucker. I'm like, you need it then. Drink 3 glasses.
Yourself a couple gallons too.
Right, take something home with you, shit. If it tastes that good, dude, to me it's just normal water, you know what I mean?
Coffee tastes like.
I do taste the difference. I go in town and have coffee with my sister, and I don't like it. So if she says, hey, why don't you come in for coffee? I'm like, yeah, but I'm bringing a couple gallons of well water, you know? Don't make this shit till I get there.
Yeah, but with cherries, you can fart and think it's a fart, and it's not really a fart.
Dude, when I go in the city, and I'm a country folk, right, I got allergies and all, my nose is stuffed up. My sister turns the sink on, and I smell the chlorine bleach from the dining room. From the fucking dining room, I'm like, how the fuck
Dude,
do you drink? How do you
I
drink
drink reverse osmosis, and I can fucking smell the fucking chlorine in tap water all the time. It's like, what the fuck, man? It smells like bleach, dude.
Yeah, I
Why
told
drinking
my sister,
bleach?
fuck. I got this old 2,000-gallon reservoir container from a Winnebago, man. You want me to hook you up a just drinking water system? Because I can do that, you know. put a little electrical pump in this reservoir, put a water softener in the basement, run one pipe up, here's your drinking water. No fucks with nothing but this. When it's empty, give me a holler. Put that bitch I'll make a pop-up trailer for it. When it's empty, I'll just unhook everything, drag it home, and fill it up. Drink that fucking city water. That shit,
Fuck that shit. Never, man.
I
Me and my
couldn't
RO filter go everywhere I go.
I couldn't bathe in it, so I got a question for you city people. When you get in the shower, can you just let that bleach water shit run over your eyes without it burning your eyes?
No.
You know, my softened well water,
Hell
I can sit there with my eyes open and just let it blow all over my face and it doesn't even burn. I can keep my eyes open and stare into the spigot.
You can see if it's clogged.
Stare into the spigot.
I'm serious.
It's just funny, right? You know.
The first time I went to my brother's house, I thought, yeah, I'll get a glass of water. I'll get it from the tap. You know, he's like, don't do that, bro. You won't drink that shit. I turned it on. I was like, what the fuck is this shit? You serious?
Yeah, like if you're in a swimming pool, if you go underwater and open your eyes, they'll burn.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're in the river out here, in the Colorado River, and you dive underwater and you open your eyes, you can see the fish and everything, and your eyes don't burn.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's how I'm living out here.
And
in
that's
the
got
bathtub.
like fish pee in it.
Yeah.
That's good for your eyes, probably, man.
Frog eggs
Fish
and fish pee.
Yeah,
that's the good stuff, I would say.
I can't imagine what that bleach does to your guys' skin and shit, man. No wonder I don't have.
It dries your skin out, man. That's why lotion pills are so big in the city.
Yeah, that's probably why so many kids got acne problems too. When you're drying out all your skin, you get puddles of oil. Instead of it being evenly distributed like it's supposed to be throughout your skin, it's puddles up in spots, and then spots become boils.
Yeah, I had bad acne back then when I was a teenager.
Can I relish my water? If I do go to a restaurant in this city and they ask me, do I want a glass of water? I'm like, nope. Coffee, nope.
Nice.
Yeah, restaurants, like, they get it straight from the tap, bro.
Yep.
Also, the ice in restaurants is like
Ice
dirtier than the toilet.
tastes like plastic.
Oh, it's dirtier than the toilet. I'm serious. They don't clean out those filters or those ice machines. They just keep letting it run.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah, I don't think the one place we went, I don't think they even know their ice machines got filters.
Right.
Yeah, those big blue things right next to it with the pipes. There's 3 of them. Yeah, you got to change those things out like every 3 months, man.
What?
Yeah.
What is that?
Fuck, I got 3 Culligan inline filters that come off my pump, and then it goes through a water softener. And I change my filters yearly.
I got a 7-stage.
Yeah.
7-stage RO. I got.
Yep. And then normally, for the day, I distill water and then I'll drink tap water. So I try to get reverse osmosis.
Tastes the same as distilled to me. I can't tell the difference. Neither can my ppm meter. You know,
if you're gonna use it to grow, best to use like a continuous RO. That way you can get up to like 50 gallons a day instead of like gallon.
Yeah. No, that's what I got. Yeah, I can get. My filter is rated. It depends on the pressure of the water. So I can get 100 gallons a day if I just double up the pressure coming in.
When you get in them, when you get in them hydroponics and orgoponics and you're worried about pH levels, doesn't it make you wonder about the pH level of your body?
Yeah, man. For sure.
Well, that's why I go soil, and I like eating the skin on the vegetables.
Yeah, I mean we're essentially a battery, right? When the energy,
I love the skin.
When the signals stop flowing, when the electrical signals stop flowing, the heart quits and we die.
Yeah.
So wouldn't you want longevity for a battery? Battery life longevity?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what's a pacemaker? That's an absolute proof that your dielectric energized battery full of electrolytes.
Yep, that's why you need salt.
It is.
Yep. That's how you live long. You just
And
consume
you know if you're
a lot of
losing
salt per
salt,
day.
you know if you're losing salt, 'cause if you've ever been in the desert out here and you start sweating, by the end of the day, you go to wipe your forehead and you just feel like this sandy crust.
Yep.
Green crystals, salt crystals. Yep.
And it's not just salt; it's like all the other like electrolytes that your body uses.
Soup. Yeah, soup of minerals. Yep. Mineral soup that you lost.
Kind of disgusting.
Well, you got to replenish that.
Yeah.
Who's this mod ain't never scared? Who the hell's that? What's up, Neva? Ain't Neva scared? I got a sister named Neva. That don't spell Neva. It spells Neva. Her name's Neva Jean. She hates it when I Jean her. But she Michael Johns me. What's up, Brad? Fuck you doing? I ain't heard you talking to Coon's age. Cafe Mocha. What's with all these names changed? Look, we're gonna put a board up, man. Before you can change your name, you gotta add it to the board. I don't like not knowing who people are, damn it. I serve wifey. Is that your wife, Ham? I serve Diane. Is that your old lady?
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's okay. Cool.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that. I couldn't remember her name.
Oh, what are you guys talking about me?
Yeah.
I just
I
know
did.
her.
I said, "Is that your wife?" But I couldn't remember what your name was. Your last name. Yes, I'm
Yeah.
high.
Hope everyone's doing well.
Oh yeah.
I'm alive. I can't complain. I never complain when I'm alive. You won't hear me complain dead either. So I
Kind
hope
of
anyway.
upset because that windstorm that came by like ripped 4 branches off my plant. It's starting to look like a Charlie Brown Christmas tree. I'm pissed.
Hey, maybe it'll root out and bush out, man.
Nah, it's this
Me and
thing's like 8 foot tall.
Sirius got a rage quit here, man. Good night. I ain't had nobody get pissed off like that since DJ Come Too Quick.
Who was it that rage quit?
Jerry.
Yeah, that was pretty good, man.
He said, "Fuck you guys. I'll see you in 6 years when I'm live streaming Discord from space."
Hold your breath, dude.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna get me a screenshot of that.
Yeah, that's a Golden Globey, man. That's a Golden Globey award. Yeah, man, how I get that shit.
Hell, that's 1,000 points. This server is cringe and blue pilled. I'm out. I'll return in 6 years when I'm streaming Discord in space. Woohoo!
Got him.
Yeah, got him. Yep.
Got him.
The hydrology fucked him. He still didn't give me the flux rate. What the fuck? I let him go without.
Nah, man, he didn't answer any of that shit.
He didn't give any like citations at all.
Well, if the atmosphere is like he says it is, it absolutely has to have a flux rate. There you go. You better get you a copy of that, Cyrus.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, I got an idea. I got an idea. Probably a bad idea. But I got an idea.
I know they always go to the macroscopic container. You mean atoms? Where's the container for atoms? Well, atoms would fluctuate and go continuously through materials, so there would be an exchange. Yes, you have to contain atoms. And even then, you can't contain them perfectly. So there's no perfectly closed system, right, in nature. We couldn't cite one, could we? A perfectly contained
closed
system. Right.
Shit.
No.
I don't know. Yeah.
I thought a contained system was a ideal thought.
Well, a closed system? Or isolated. Well, closed is, there's no mass transfer.
Yeah,
Isolated
perfectly
system is
isolated.
really, isolated is fictitious.
Yeah.
Isolated system. Where there's no transfer of anything. It's like, okay, sure. Theoretical.
Yeah, but
Thanks,
even
he's
in
gonna be an astronaut.
even in a closed system, there'd be energy leakage. That's the flux rate. It'd go through the walls of the container.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, he didn't even. He tried to get it right off that. He's like, I'm not going to define that. He asked me to define a couple things. I'm like, man, I asked for that definition and never got it. Okay, boom, right to the next topic. Yeah, okay. We had him cornered there, and people were trying so hard to give him that door obfuscation. I was like, hell no, you ain't getting out of this punk.
You mean Bong? Yeah, I think that was Bong. Bong Sao.
Yeah, I need his address so I can send him a bag of weed. Here, smoke this, be quiet while I crush Jerry. Merry Christmas. Happy Hallelujah or whatever. Honolulu. What do they celebrate in Hawaii?
Mahakaliki Maka.
Yeah. That. Is that Samoan? Is that a Samoan holiday?
I think it's Hawaiian.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I know that's how they say, like, Merry Christmas over there is Mahakaliki Maka, because I paid attention and watched too many times that stupid Chevy Chase movie. You know that one, National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation? Stupid.
I thought the funniest part was when he said, you never answered my question, and I made him repeat it, and I was like, oh no, we answered all that thoroughly, you just disagreed. You tried to give one vector to some shit when you created the vector it escapes out of. So it doesn't have one vector, it's just going to go to the weakest point. The weakest point is lowest pressure through the orifice or the missing surface area, which is what you created. I knew you was going to get him with the hose, though. He didn't get the ideal steady flow. He didn't know that.
Yeah, exactly.
You change the orifice, you just change the velocity. You didn't change the pressure or the flow. It's still steady flow.
It's counterintuitive, though, right? Because you would think that, like, oh yeah, right. No, it's that when you put your finger like on the nozzle, like, yeah, you feel that momentum. Try to push your finger away. You're right. But and the idea is if you create enough resistance to impede the flow, then you'll get a pressure increase. But if you did not impede the flow, exactly.
What he doesn't get is when the spigot shut off, then you have an increased pressure and it maintains the solid pressure. But once it's open, it has a steady flow, not a steady pressure.
Just like it's the gap in the bearings of your engine that determines the engine's oil pressure.
It is. A lot of people don't know that.
I know.
You know you can perfectly match all those air gaps, right?
Oh yeah. Blueprint everything out.
Yeah.
Plastic gauge it all.
Bore it all. Plastic gauge. That's one I haven't heard.
The squeezy plastic thing.
For a long time. That company is right here in Jackson, Michigan. Plastic gauge. Yeah, they
used that stuff back in high school, man.
It's now Han Elastomer Plastic Gauge. My buddy owned Plastic Gauge. His dad owned Plastic Gauge. He was my dad's buddy. And we used to get them bearing gauges where you just press them in there, they flatten them out, and then you calibrate them, with the caliper.
Yeah.
Gauge them. And then you can get the air gap perfect on every bearing for every crank set.
Dude, they had us measure, mic everything down to the fourth digit. Like, they said there's no reason to have that precision, but why not when the tool's reading it for you? Learn how to read the tool,
Yeah.
And I was like, well, yeah, that makes sense.
I've seen people do that with whack. instead of a plastic gauge. They'll gauge it with wax and gauge the thickness of the wax. But you can't get that close, Josh.
Oh, I know.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
just to measure the gap. That's it.
yeah, just the air gap.
Then you subtract the bearing, and then
Yeah,
order that bearing, and then set it in.
yeah, and it's for
do the math.
it's for even flow. And you order it if you're not going to machine it. If you're not going to attempt to machine the bearings you bought to fit that dimension. So the ideal is to have an even air gap down every one, so there's no uneven distribution of friction. In other
When
words,
you're making, when your in-laws help you work on their motor, you know, you put the plastic gauge in, you bolt the bearings all down. You're like, all right, now we got to take it off. They're like, what?
yeah.
Come on, man, just keep it in there. Who cares? Just fuck it.
Or
Run it the way
they
it
try
is.
to like move the pistons or something like that. Just rotate the engine a little bit. It's like, well, you just screwed that all up.
Yeah, that's my nephew. How many fucking times do we got to build this, Uncle Mike? I'm like, well, do you want it right, or I mean, do you just want it to rattle them? You'll get a couple good runs out of her. We can just throw her together. Fuck it. Or do you want it to last forever? You know, that's the question. The question is, how much work do we want to do? The question is, what do you want when we're done? That dictates how much we're going to do. I mean, you got to be a dumbass to buy all new parts and just throw it together, right?
How come? I mean, they do realize that there is some variance from the manufacturer to manufacturer. I
Well,
don't know if they realize it.
Guys that are familiar with it, yeah, they do, but not the guy you're just trying to teach. The kid that said, I want a car like yours, and then 8 months later, when he still hasn't figured out to do this one part right, the one part, and I keep pushing him to do it, he's like, damn, this is a lot of work. I'm like, well, damn, you don't even write it down. I've told you to get this shit right for 6 fucking months. Write it down. What do you think I gave you the notepad for? I told you when we're done, you should have 50 of these. You still got 2. You should have 50 notepads full. Never a question, because you can go to the corpus of the knowledge I gave you right there in your notepads. I got notepads. Oh, do you? I was like, yeah, I broke a whole toolbox out of them. There you go. You go back 30 years, you can read shit that I got from your grandpa. You go back a little farther, and you can read shit your grandpa wrote in my notepads. Because he said, look, this motherfucker ain't getting it. Let me write it down for him. My dad was a stickler about taking notes. You should write something about every problem you ever come across. If you're in performance automotive, if you're just change a part when it goes junk, then hey, just live by the wind. Fuck it. I'm not into that. I'm into. It took me 3 weeks to figure this problem out. The next time, I'll know it when I see it. I don't like to do the same shit over and over again. Then try to call myself an intelligent person. No, that.
So what is talking to Globies all the time? Is that not doing the same thing over and over again?
It's my approach I change. And how I kick my fellow members out the way so I can do that approach. I change that too. I get a little style for a blocking elbow, a shoving forearm, a shifting palm, a gentle please. All the way to, hey, I ain't fucking in the mood for it today, or shut up or I'll demote you. It's all in the technique, bro. I fine-tune the technique. It hasn't worked yet, though, so you are technically right. It's lunacy, bro. Now I just pick my battles. Fuck it. No, I want this one. Fuck it. I'm kicking everybody out of the way. This one's mine. I mean, we built this platform because we enjoy to argue with these motherfuckers, and then we argued with these motherfuckers until they come in here. We went on their own platforms and kicked their ass on YouTube and Google Hangouts until They were so pissed off that we mopped the floor with them. They had to come to our place and try to do it to us. They'd come in here and call us by name. We got bored and we passed it along. And now when we get the itch, like, oh yeah, this is one of my flavor here, we just got to muscle our way in there. Because, I mean, everybody's used to just not having to yield the floor to us because we've given them that. So I don't get mad about it no more. That's what we wanted. I can't do this forever. I'm not going to be here forever to take it to the next level. So I got to sit back and motivate other people, right? Like the next generation. But I'm not over yet, you know. I got one more good one in me, if not 1,000. I don't know. But I ain't passed yet, but I'm in the mode of passing, if you're with me. And there are some new people who I thoroughly enjoy the fact that I help teach them stuff. When they come in here, I'll mute my damn self. Because not only can they handle this well, they still got the patience to handle the group mentality that we all deal with, you know. And I know none of these guys mean, you know, bad. They mean well. They just don't know they're not helping. That's all. But for the guy that can give me the floor, I have no problem shutting up when he's got a good debate going on too. So.
Yep, same here. Same here, man.
Right, and people notice that, and that's why they respect you. There's certain people that I don't have to fight with when I'm trying to get the floor, and I make sure they don't have to do the same when they're doing the same. I try to help them be heard. I just know it works much better when we work together as a team. You know, all together we control the flow of the voice chat. When it was me, Indio, Jose, me, Morvet, and Cass, and Anna Catherium, and Ace Mick Super Loud. Now, Ace, he was a dickhead. He threw a wrench in it all the time. But the rest of us, we were never tripping over each other to make a point. One of us was commanding, and the rest of us were muting or warning people in text lobby so that we could keep it civil. And then when the one that was running it came to a topic that they weren't best at and somebody else was real good at, we just passed it. And it worked fluid like that. And it worked out good, and it was a more thorough ass whooping. Because you didn't have one guy that felt like the burden was entirely on him.
Dude, that's exactly how I feel. And this is my testimony, right? Like, I witnessed that, like, when I first came to the server, right, where I was just chilling, man, you know, and you guys gave me, like, you guys gave us, like, time to shine, where you will get your time. Like, just chill and do whatever you like to argue, and you will have time to shine. And, like, eventually one day I was like, oh, shit, like, oh, hey, you know, your mod's like, oh, okay, cool. I was like, all right, phenomenal. You know?
Yeah, people start calling on you, and dude, that's like right now with me and you just flow together perfect. We come to a point where I know you're ready to open your mouth because we're off in your area. I'm like, no, you go ahead. I already feel you itching, and you're like,
yeah, exactly, man, exactly, right. You can, and I love that, right? Where exactly, man. Where, like, I don't know, like, shit about stars and observations. Like, I pass it on right away. Like, hey, Jose, hey, Mike, hey, there you go, dude. Like, I don't, all you, man. Like, I don't, you know, anyone else. I don't go fuck. I'm stepping back.
And you know how well that worked on him, because when it's a 1v1, one person loses intensity. But when you're at the height of your intensity and you pass it on to another motherfucker, he just jumps right up to the height of his intensity, and the intensity level on this side stays high. While the other side is the side getting worn down. So I like to cloud motherfuckers in here, and by cloud I mean overshadow. Fuck up their game plan, you understand? There's only one way to do that. It's keep them on the ropes. Keep them fully knowing that they don't have the full capacity on the topic they pick. He already knew that. When he stepped up in that shit, he's like, oh, fuck. These two just opened up 10 pathways. I don't even know what the fuck they're talking about, but I got the feeling that they're so confident that these things somehow apply to what we're talking about. He's talking about one unanswered question. I had 5 different variables that go along with it. Well, you were being hyper specific about one. I was like, yeah, there's still 6.
Yeah, right. Dude, that's what's up, man. That's that synergistic flow. I love it, man. That's why, like, I mute myself unless I find a conversation like this where I could hop in, you know what I'm saying, and play this game at this, like, not like academic level, like this semi-academic level. It's like, all right,
yeah,
let's play this. Let's do this, man. Let's define shit. Hold on, get over here.
Yeah, because we really wasn't proving anything. We were defining everything.
No, exactly. Like, we
That's
never
all
really.
we were doing.
Yeah.
We were defining every premise in his statement so that he knew he really didn't even know what he was talking about. Just like when he wanted to call the Newtonian force attraction for mass to mass, and you went to centers and you were like, no, I'll give you to the edge, and I'm like, no, it's proportionate to the centers, bro, inversely squared. It's right here in the remedial. I gave him the remedial one. And he's like, but it's not a perfect, it's got a center of mass, bitch. You define it. It's your statement.
He's like, oh, can you prove that it's a sphere? I was like, whoa, dude, hold on now.
Why would I
That's how he's
prove
gonna
gas particles a sphere, motherfucker?
What the fuck? Yeah, right.
Yeah, he kept going, can you prove that? Could you get a site for that? And I go, yeah, where's the site for anything that you're perplexing on or your thought, like, criming on, or, you know, all of these experiments that you have in your brain that you even said are concrete because thoughts are concrete. What?
I was going to ask him if we're talking about a compressed or free-flowing particle of gas. Which one? I wouldn't assume that the compressed one would be a sphere. I wouldn't assume either one would be a sphere, but that's just me. But
they have to answer that shit when they invoke like gravitational attraction. Like, okay, come on, man.
I wish they did understand that. You know, I've looked for a way to equate that a long time, and we just walked right into it. But saying that gas is attracted to the Earth, that we can't do a three body n body equation, but you're now into a million body equation, and you want to act like we can easily equate it when there would be no absolution for it. You couldn't give me an absolute anything for it. Not vector, not scale, not anything.
I don't think they know what a 3-body equation would be, man. So it's like, all right, we have to make sure they know that first. Like, do you know what a 3-body equation is? Like,
right.
Yeah.
I wonder what would happen if you were to put a gram of sulfur hexafluoride in a balloon and a gram of helium in a balloon and release them at the same time. I wonder how they would, you know, explain that. Yeah, they weigh the same, but yet one floats and the other one sinks like a stone.
Yeah, and that one vector shit. It's like, dude. Can't invoke kinetic energy and then say one vector.
Right.
There's no way in hell you can do that.
Yeah, I don't know. He's imagining like a red hot piece of steel just chilling there or something. I was like, yeah, that's not what yeah, sorry, but that's not how gases behave. It's not what we know.
Right,
Sorry,
and
dude.
he said net force. Like, dude, the sum of this shit ain't gonna save you. What the hell?
It's like almost the same thing when somebody brought up a leaf blower, you know, that can change the pressure without a container. And I go, no, the pressure remains the same. All you're doing is you're speeding up the air that's coming out of it. You're not changing the pressure in the room.
Yeah, that kind of boils down to velocity too.
Yep.
The breeze.
The delta.
Yeah, you've increased the velocity, but you haven't increased pressure. It's
He and I mentioned like that's the first like when he said some stupid shit about compressibility, I was like, dude, hold on, man. Like gases are compressible, liquids are not. You know, like do you know the difference? Like, did you even fucking know that? That's when I noticed like he's doesn't really know what he's talking about. Like he's got some basic physics knowledge, but nothing. Just like he read the I don't know the table of contents. Yeah, you know.
the foreword.
He might have. He
Yeah.
might be like in the pre 101, like the 99. You know, the 6th grade. You know, these are the elements. They used to think the elements were earth, air, fire, water, and spirit.
Yeah. Right.
You know?
Right.
That kid earlier, Indio just came in and banned him, and then he messaged me on a different account, like, "What's up with that, dude?" And I remember the different account, but I couldn't believe that he actually came in on that other account and got banned, and I didn't even know it was him. I was like, "Wait, what? That was you?" And he's like, "Yeah." I was like, "Damn, how the fuck did I miss that?" I must have got extra high today. I've been working too hard. Damn it.
The guy we were talking to, or someone else?
That Parsi, not Jerry, but the Parsi kid, the 2 kids that were in here.
Okay. Before we hop in, I think.
Yeah. Parsi is a starry, if you've ever heard a starry. And I've argued with a starry quite a few times, and I was arguing with Parsi, and I didn't realize he was a starry. I was like, oh. But he's a polite kid every time, so I don't mind polite kids. I don't get frustrated about the joking around when he's a polite kid and he's making some concessions and actually listens to your rebuttals. That's why I'm just getting a little frustrated about the let's jam pile this dude and be a dickhead or get hyper aggressive and angry and let everybody hear the anger in my voice and then ask 10 minutes later why we don't have a dude to talk to. Well, you just got pissed off at him and threw him out, and he was a kid, and you cursed him out on his way. But hey, far be it from me to point any fingers. That's the hardest part of moderating people you like. How do you tell people to stop being a fucking dickhead without pointing fingers at them?
I don't think you can, man. I try to lead by example. Where what's his name? That Jerry, right? The guy we were talking to. Like he got muted a couple times. I don't give a fuck. Like I'll mute him. Like he was okay. Like he wasn't like we were just kind of like dogpiling him. So you know he had to get on the defensive. But once I stepped up for him, like hey, wait, hold on, let him talk. He just cooled down. He's just like, oh, everything's cool, and we were able to make him like rage quit. That's, you gotta apply tactics like that where like just hold on, just let him fucking settle.
That's the main thing. I know the minute they start talking, we all think we know what they're gonna say, and we want to cut them off and rebuttal it right then and there. But what I've realized is that each one of them says it in a different way. You might have heard it before, but if you let this guy finish, at the end of his sentence, he might add on some dumb shit that gives you the rope to wrap around his neck and hang him to death with. But
exactly, man.
If you don't let this son of a bitch finish, then you just missed an opportunity. They absolutely, with their ego and wanting to compile so much onto what they're saying, to where they think they sealed your coffin and nailed it shut, they usually hang themselves. QE repeats it a lot, and I agree with him. I've seen the same thing. I used to cut people off, but I like to let them finish because I've let people ramble on for 15 minutes that have said the most horrendous, ludicrous, idiotic shit you've ever heard, and then you just take notes, and then you can systematically tear them down through everything they said. I literally got a notepad here. I take notes sometimes of what people are saying. Just jot down
when it gets heated. Yep, man. Paper and pen. Let's go.
Yeah, you write down 5 points. If he's giving you 50 and you don't want to just ream him on 50, just take the 5 you like and ram him up his ass.
Yep.
But if you don't
let him
finish,
give you the rope. Yep.
right. These guys, they give people absolute ways to just run them into the ground, and they go for the simple shit that they can talk about for a fucking hour. It's like, dude, come on, pay attention. The problem, we say, you've been listening enough, you should have heard it. I've tore people apart on that topic 1,000 times. No, they're not listening. They're thinking in their head and waiting for their minute to blurt shit out. That's it. I've realized that a lot of people on both sides don't really pay attention. You know how many?
I'll be honest. Sometimes I don't, man. Sometimes I'll just I know what that guy's gonna say, so I just wander off, and it's not a good habit, you know.
Yeah, I do the same thing. It's just you'll have guys that jump in and try to correct you, and they don't even know where you started from and where you came to. And had they known it, they wouldn't be correcting you.
Yeah.
Hey, can I leave this here?
Triclone. Hell yeah, triclone development. Look, see that one starting
Milky
to get
white.
golden?
Yeah, that one orange one.
Yeah,
that
that
red
one orange one. You see that?
Is that Mars? Yeah, that's Mars, right?
No,
I see it. It's a
no.
sphere. It's globular. It's confirmed.
It's orange.
Earth is a ball.
That's where we want to be now. All these other ones around here, and this really clear one now. You got some foggy ones, but that's not where we want to be. We want to be over here on this brown one.
You want
But
those clear ones cloudy like those ones, and all those cloudy
Yeah.
ones orange, if not starting to turn orange, depending on the effect you want.
Right. I would prefer them starting to turn auburn and getting auburn or orange in the cure process.
Yep.
Milky white.
When it's always in the cure, they're all orange. Yes.
Yeah.
Not over orange, but orange.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to have the right light to look at them. You can't just look at the motherfucker. You can use a magnifying glass, but
because he cuts it when it's all clear. That way, it's all pretty much all cloudy, and I'm just like, dude, why? You should have at least starved it for 3 days just to cause those trichomes to change.
Yep, get them all cloudy, and then when you're curing it, it'll go auburn on its own. Hopefully.
He's about your age, Mike, but he's no, he's older than you. He's 65, but he's blind.
Oh, fuck! You should talk him into letting you be the eyes.
I've told him. He goes, I can't just tell him. I go, hey man. He goes, I just can't tell, but can you check to see? Because I thought I saw something in my plants, and I go, yeah, dude, you got thripes. And he goes, how can you see that? And I go, well, I got good eyes, but you got thripes. You have to get rid of them thripes. He's like, shit, man, I tried to do that, and I go, use neem oil. They're not budding yet, use neem oil. He goes, how did you even know what they are? And I go, let me see your book right here, thripes. They look like
garlic, Tabasco, and mint. I would just grind that up into a hot concentrate and just upkeep. Because I had spider mites, and I did well up until the last 2 weeks. Where it's I'm not gonna spray, and where spider mites, of course, they're gonna take hold, but I'm gonna harvest anyway. So it's okay.
Well, at that point, you can still go in there twice a day when the lights are on, and move your hands up and down the leaves.
Just get them off. Yeah, that's yep. Manual. That's what I was doing. Yep. From the bottom side, I was wiping them. Trying to.
But I'd never had a problem with spider mites.
Oh, that was that one time where I was growing in way suboptimal conditions. And yeah, anyways, that wasn't terrible. So that was a good organic solution. You know, Tabasco, garlic, blend that shit up, mint, you know, and some other, you can look up some cool recipes. Neem oil, of course. Shit works, but if you don't have neem oil, you can, you know, you can do, but you have to apply it frequently. The garlic and Tabasco, it's great. It's great stuff. You gotta keep reapplying it, you know.
Now I heard the way that they found out that neem oil worked really good is because it's the neem tree is the only thing that the locusts wouldn't eat. When locusts would roll through, I can't remember
Cool.
what country it is, but it was the only tree that they didn't mess with. The only green thing left. So they're like, let's try using this. And I guess it like makes it taste bad.
Neem oil is gangster. Works.
Mm-hmm.
Works well. Yeah, Tabasco works well too. It really does. My plants would love it. They would chew up that garlic and Tabasco, like, you know, it's like, we like that, you know. I'll just hose it down pretty much, you know, underneath and all that, where kind of be dripping that solution. I'll apply it, I think, like once a week. Once a week is good.
And see, that's
on the
the
plant
other thing too.
to do well.
You gotta use a soil substrate. You can't go soilless because with soilless, you have to give it all the MISO that it would need, the MISO and the micro.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause the big ones, you know, you can just add that to the water, but then again, you're adding chemicals, so you actually it's just a pain in the neck. Then you have to monitor the acidity level of the soil when you're using soilless because you
Oh
can't
yeah,
really
for sure. Yeah,
your
I was. Yeah, of
mycelium
course.
completely takes everything over.
Deep water culture, my preferred method. I love it. Recirculating deep water culture is cool.
I like doing aqua farm, if that's what you can call it, water farming.
Like with
Where
like with fish,
no,
aquaponics.
uh, where like the soil, a major component of the soil in these pots are it's not fish emulsion, but it's the silt from the bottom of farmed fish
Rivers.
lakes, like tilapia lakes.
Okay.
So
Cool.
it's not rivers, it's just
It's
I can get
mineral rich.
but that smells like
Nice.
really bad. But it's just got
Okay.
like everything it needs, you know, and
No, man, that stuff is gold, man. Like you can grow
throw
some
pot
really
and
good,
soil
and
on
eat,
top of that.
grow
You know,
everything well with that kind of soil too.
Yeah.
Nice. Do you aerate it? Do you add perlite for aeration, or is it pretty
Yeah,
fluffy?
there's perlite and there's bark and peat and all that stuff, but
Yeah, all right, cool.
it's sitting in a basket. I made a giant smart pot. I took you know that sun netting, like you put it up for screening and like it's different colors.
Mm-hmm.
It's made out of a
Yeah.
fabric. Anyways, I put that in the bottom of a crate that watermelons come in, right? Like you would buy watermelons and they would come in this crate or even pumpkins. It's like a half a pallet,
Okay.
half a unit tall,
All right.
or a quarter of a unit tall, or something like that. Anyways, you just like layer that felt shit inside of it, and then just put your dirt in. We put a bunch of silt just straight at the bottom, and then started mixing it so that there's a good like 4 inches of silt for drainage. And then like it air prunes it perfectly. I'm pissed though because this windstorm really fucked it up. Broke like 4 branches off.
Oh dang.
Now it's looking like a Charlie Brown Christmas tree.
You know what I always wanted to try, man? I gotta try this one day. I always wanted to. I want to graft a pot, like, you know, I want to graft it onto a tree branch for a season and see what, you know, how it would be.
I want to try taking like the root system of cannabis, or just cutting the top off and then grafting onto that, like taking a scion of tomato. Because I know it'll grow. I just wonder if the tomato will get you high. I wonder if genetic drift.
Oh, okay. Oh, I don't think so, right? I don't think that would work, right?
I don't think
Because
so
it would just
either.
use the root tree, use the roots just for nutrient transport at that point, yeah.
That'd be neat if I could get it to.
Yeah, it's kind of like I just want to plug it into like a pine tree or some big ass fucking tree where it's got a massive root system where you don't have to water anything. You just boom, graft it onto a branch and just harvest it later
Try
on
a
in the year.
redwood.
Flip,
Try a
whatever.
redwood.
I'll try whatever. One day I have to try that shit. And like I haven't seen someone try it, so.
'Cause I've done something like that. The hard part was watering it when it was young, but it started taking off, and then it ended up dying from wind of all things. But I went up into this like redwood tree in our backyard, and I drilled a little hole in it, put a seed in it, and packed it full of the sawdust, and then took like a little canteen of water because we didn't have water bottles back then, and I would just water the seed. I would climb up there like twice a day and just water it.
Yeah.
And it started growing. I was amazed. But it got so big and it just like fell over from the wind because you know how they get flimsy when they start growing.
They're weak.
Yeah.
Weaklings.
But you need the wind to get them strong.
It's true. Too much wind, though.
What I want to try is what do they call that? Air cutting. You take soil, you take a branch and you take some soil, and you put the wet soil inside of like moist paper towels, and you wrap the paper towels around a branch, and you can use like red ties or something and get it tied around the branch, and then wrap it in plastic wrap.
Ground roots, and then you cut it off.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a cool technique. Yeah. What is it called again? I've
I
read about it.
believe
I
it's
know I've
called
read it,
air
but I
cutting.
forgot the
Air cutting or air rooting, something like that.
Okay, yeah.
It's a cutting, right? But
Yeah, correct.
doing
You cheat. It's pretty badass. It's cool. Yeah, you cheat. Do things backwards, which it's badass actually. It's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, humans, man. Like we've done some cool shit.
You can even do that with fruit trees.
Yeah.
Roses. You
should be
take a
able to do
rose.
with anything, yeah.
After the rose is like starting to wilt, you cut this top up, you cut the flower off, and then you take it and you stick it in the ground. Or stick it in a potato. It'll grow roots. Propagate roses.
Yeah.
Still, I don't understand that one kid's prediction, or not prediction, but his outcome on why you don't need a container.
I didn't understand. The vector is towards space. That's what he said. That's what my brain, that was my final analysis of what I could understand from
Does
it.
he
I was like,
understand
okay.
atmospheric pressure and why it's there?
No, he doesn't understand anything. But it's okay. It was fun though. I must admit, it was nice. I had fun.
What is that? Is that a snow globe with gold dust or some crap? It looks like a bunch of cherries. Don't it?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on in the texture.
Oh, it's supposedly
My
NASA
phone in my pocket.
did a fire in space. And it looks like a bunch of those images of the black hole, like, next to each other.
Fire in space.
Yeah. It looks like a bunch of
Fire
cigarettes.
in space.
Looks like a gang of cigarette cherries just sitting there chilling, and a couple blunts, too.
Those dickheads.
Those arseholes! Hey, there's two types of people in this planet, or on this planet, in this world. Those who like coffee, and the other ones are communists.
I love coffee. Yeah, and I agree.
Not a communist, but coffee's bitter as hell.
Bro, because you haven't had a good cup of coffee, bro. Decent coffee's not bitter. I don't like it bitter either. That's
You like? Can you eat a grapefruit?
no, nope, no thanks. Can't even do it.
Too bitter?
Nah.
Texas grapefruit, yeah.
I don't like whatever that taste is called. I just don't like it. I like oranges. And it's not my go-to
Orange
fruit.
doesn't.
But,
Yeah.
yeah,
An orange
it's
doesn't
not the
taste
same.
anything.
No, grapefruit just kind of makes me puke. Actually, like I really can't do it. Not sure, should I go with the light gray in the bedroom or white? I'm not sure if there's enough white. Fuck. Let me see. Just gotta leave me with. What do you guys think? Super light gray or white?
Stripes. Just joking. That's a lot of work.
No, I love. Trust me. Like I've got orange. I got gray. Like the basement is actually striped. We got orange stripes running across on like a bluish, like a silver blue. Like, I don't know, it looks pretty cool. Yeah, that's me. I love high contrast. However, this is a rental, and I guess this wasn't part of the contractor's agreement that he would paint this bedroom. However, he was cool as fucking. We were talking. I was like, yeah, I used to do the same shit, and he left me paint. He was like, yeah, I'll hook you up with some paint if you want to do it. I was like, fuck yeah, I'll paint it. Because why not? That way I got paint, fresh paint over everything. So, decisions.
Called air layering. Layering.
What's that?
No.
Oh yeah, that's it. When you tie up the bag around the, is that it? That's the air layering. Yep.
I was like, what is it called?
Air layer.
You're like, no, it's not. That's not how the atmosphere works. Oh, sorry.
I don't know. Should I light up a cigar? Not sure. Let's see.
It says ficus, rubber plant.
Hey, Cafe Mocha has a good question. Cyrus, what kind of coffee do you like? Because you were talking about having a good cup of coffee, and what do you consider?
Says something about coffee, and she just comes out the woodwork.
Okay, I'll tell you something that I do not do, right? Well, then you would get the beans and you would roast them yourself, and then you would grind it for a decent cup of coffee. It would be freshly roasted, ground beans. So everything is fresh, especially the roast. So that way you wouldn't give them a chance to oxidize. So if you can't do that, then you would get them like whole bean, right? Then you buy a decent grinder, and I don't know what flavor of whole beans you would like. I don't know. It's kind of subjective at that point if you like the sweet sort of stuff or like, I don't. I like the smoky sort of roasts, and I don't like a sweet like bean. But that's not what I do. I drink it's called Seattle's Best. Right now it's called. I'm drinking organic fair trade one.
My
Dark
favorite
roast.
is the very cherry, but they got rid of it.
I haven't tried that one. What's that?
Or not very cherry, very vanilla.
So I don't know. I drink that for decent. It's not bitter when you make it. Right?
So you don't like the.
You can explore. The instant, it tastes totally different. But I do like it. But it's not like. I do like it, but it's different.
For some reason, it's always
really.
like way
I
too
like
strong whenever I make it.
I love Turkish coffee. Turkish coffee is great. Strong as fuck. Like the caffeine will get you high like by sniffing it. If you just sniff the fucking mug, you're like, oh my god, this thing packs a punch. Yeah, it's stout
Stop
for
the
sure.
coffee talk. I'm craving one and I'm outside.
Dude, Turkish coffee, man. I love it.
Turkish coffee is the best, yes.
Just make sure you do not burn it. So you do not want to reach 100 C with Turkish coffee. You want to cut it at like, I don't know, a little below that.
Yes,
That way.
I was looking up how to make Turkish coffee, and it's like with the grains, you're actually leaving the grains in. So I'm thinking it's soaking continuously in that, so it adds to the flavor as well.
Yeah, and it's really finely ground, super finely ground. And they add something else. It's not just coffee grounds too. They have different types of Turkish coffee. Where they got this other, I don't know what this other bean is called. I forgot. Just look into it. It's cool. I like it. I like Turkish coffee.
From what I understand, Ethiopian coffee is really good. I haven't tried that because, from what I understand, that one's very expensive as well, like $50 a pound or something like that. So I never got that one. Yeah, and then on top of that,
that's cool.
Where it was discovered in Ethiopia?
I don't know. I just know.
Caldi the goat herder.
Hmm.
Yeah, look up the romantic origins of coffee. It was in the Ethiopian mountains, I believe.
All right.
He noticed his goats were acting goofy after eating the berries and the leaves from this bush.
Mm-hmm.
So he went up and he tried the cherries, and they were sweet.
Yes, I like to eat lemons with salt on them, but so I guess I could take the bitterness.
I like that.
Yes, that's good for
Limes
me.
are good too. I can actually do it without salt. I enjoy that. But grapefruit is different. Grapefruit is like, ugh, this is disgusting. Why would I eat this? I don't like it.
I guess it's because of that. Because the difference between a grapefruit and a lemon raw without any flavorings is the grapefruit has like a kind of a different aftertaste. Maybe that's what you don't like.
Yeah, for sure. The flavor profile is not good.
Because lemon is just straight, strong, and bitter. But the grapefruit has a subtle, kind of strange aftertaste to me. I still like them though. Not a problem. But I don't like my coffees bitter. And as for sugar, the sugar's not really something I want to add to the coffee. It's more like honey. Honey and not creamer, because all the creamers are all corrupted, basically. There is no real creamer unless you're going to do something like your own
heavy
milk.
whipping cream. Yeah, well, that's the only creamer that I actually like. However, I stopped doing that because it allows me to like make a really fucking stout coffee and not notice it, and I would end up like consuming way too much caffeine in one day because it would take away the bitterness where it would be disgusting to drink black. So if I add a little bit of creamer, it's like, oh, like a heavy whipping cream, which is like 37% or like 38% fat.
Yeah.
It's good stuff.
That sounds good. Maybe I should change because I was just doing like a regular creamer, and then I found out that it's not even creamer, it's like oil or something like that, palm oil. And I'm like, no, that's not something, not that oil is going to damage my body that I can see of anytime soon. But why have something that's not even milk? If it's, but I don't even know. I kind of put
I
oat milk.
don't like milk. But cream doesn't taste like. I don't like milk, but cream doesn't taste like milk. It's very fatty, so it's like it doesn't have the milk aftertaste. Because I don't drink milk. I actually find it to be disgusting tasting. I don't. Yep.
Right now, I'm doing oat milk. Oatmeal, like
Oh, that's different. That's different. Yeah,
Right.
that tastes good. Yeah, it's not the same. Yeah, cow's milk is not. Doesn't taste great.
Condensed milk. Thank you, Joshua.
Huh?
And thank you, Cyrus. No, Joshua, you said condensed milk.
Sure.
Yeah, they have condensed milk, like regular condensed milk, and then they have sweetened evaporated milk.
Yeah.
Like the condensed milk is a little like thick and sweet, almost like cream.
Coconut cream in coffee. I like it. I enjoy it. I play around.
Yeah, but then you get an aftertaste of coconut.
Yeah, I'm like a tropical dude. I love like tropical stuff. Coconuts, man. I put coconut milk and ground beef and like and anything and everything. Like coconut milk base for my mushroom sauce for my steak. Like, dude, you can play around with coconut milk. It's great stuff. Like coconut cream.
Coffee. I've never had the idea
Try
when
it
I ate
out.
aluminum that it was bitter. I always thought it was tart. Am I just crazy?
Well, tart is which?
That's a yes.
Which fruit is that? Which fruit is tart?
Maybe you
Tart
thought
cherries.
tart cherries, yeah, and maybe you thought they were tart because you were adding a sweetener. Because I kind of associate tartness with sweetness and sweet and sour like cherries. Joshua, the problem with the air root trees, because I didn't do it. I didn't have the talent to do it, but I got a 5 pear trees in one, and they grafted it. And when you're getting that tree when it's very young, my worry was that the winds were going to break the branches off. But I put it I was using like a building and other trees to protect it. But once I put it out in more of an open area, then it might get broken. One of the grafts will probably break off. And I remember you talking about your wind problem.
Yeah, well, we had a pretty good shema earlier today where it was just hot air blowing along, or whatever they call it, haboob. But no, but a haboob, like the sand would be all the way up to like the ceiling, right? But it wasn't all the way up to the ceiling; it was just up to the cloud layer. And then it rained real hard for about 20 minutes afterwards. But it really messed things up. It was like a tornado.
Ooh, yeah.
The tree,
Oh.
the plant was whipping around. I was like, "Oh my goodness, it's gonna snap."
You know, this might sound kind of crazy, but there are actually people out there that think that tree that you were grafting on is actually in motion. They think it's moving.
Oh, I know.
Like not when an earthquake is happening.
Even though the leaves are perfectly still right now. I mean, if you just like move that branch a little bit, the leaves are waving all over the place. But nope, the trees are perfectly still right now. How can it be moving? A little bit of motion, the leaves move. Especially
A
when
little
they
bit of motion, the roots wouldn't take.
right? A little bit of motion, mushrooms would be impossible. Mycelium wouldn't be able to propagate. So yeah, mushrooms, proof of a flat Earth. Yeah, flat stationary plane.
I never heard that one before, man. Can you? I do like growing mushrooms, if you know what I mean. So yes.
Try propagating one of those jars on like a vibrating surface, like a air pump or something.
Never actually tried that. But you do shake them eventually to kind of spread out the mycelium, you know. So yeah, it's a colony.
After it takes
the
hold,
the substrate faster. Yep. Yeah, but I know what you mean. Like during. Yep. I wonder if I put it like in a speaker and just let's say 100 hertz, kind of just buzz it 100 hertz, and
well, you'd have to listen to it
you know
like
what?
for quite a while. Like it, not just
No,
like a little
I
bit of
would.
movement, but like a constant movement. You know.
Yeah. I'll isolate it like in a little closet or something, so I don't have to listen to it. You know.
Do like a
Just gonna
cymatic.
with decent. Yeah, exactly. With like a decent amplitude where like you can visually see the fucking things like shaking. No, I wonder. I don't think it will.
Yeah, I don't think it will either. I'm
I'll
pretty sure
have
it
to
will.
get an All-American again.
Hey, if
I
that's a
gave up on
that's a valid theory, then hey, we
If
got
you
to.
can get it going 900 miles per hour and then, increase the speed, I'm sorry, 66,000 miles per hour and then increase the speed by 900 miles per hour and then
Watch it
subtract
colonize
900
overnight.
miles per hour, subtract another 900 miles per hour. If you can manage to do that with that jar of mushrooms, then we'll truly know.
Or maybe, dude, it might go the other way. Maybe it'll colonize like overnight, man. Right?
I think
Right?
the
You know, it depends on the
exploration would
frequency, I
change.
think. I think there's some kind of magical frequency, I believe, which
Just try
I
it
do
with
not know, of
petri dishes.
course.
Try it with petri dishes. Try doing like cultures. See if you can
Yeah.
get
A little culture. Yep, it's easy to vibrate
Like,
on. Bro, I got potato agar. Dude, I'm telling you, man.
Then you can even
I
like
got
try it with
petri
other
dishes.
microbes. You can even try it with other microbes, like scratch your cat's ear, and it's cat. This is me, and mushroom. So you'd be like, it wasn't just one thing. I did multiple tests.
You know what? I've never. Yeah, that's actually pretty cool shit. Just to kind of try out. Never thought of it. If you smoke weed, sir, it's like this guy. He's got some neat ideas. That's pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, imagine the ideas I come up with when I'm high.
Right. You'd be amplified, man. You're in the stratosphere.
Hey, you ever watched Conan, man? You ever watched Conan on weed?
I'm not. Sorry.
Yeah, that way I don't get a copyright. Because I heard Chappelle's looking for work.
What were you saying earlier? You said some funky words, man. What language was that?
I'm not sure. I think it was Hawaiian. Mahakalika.
I don't know. Well, no. You were talking about storm or something like that.
Oh, the haboob, the
Yeah.
shema, the hot wind that dries out the desert.
Oh, and what's haboob? Is that what?
Haboob's a sandstorm that blots out the sky.
Okay.
It's like darkness in the middle of the day. I mean,
Cool.
we even get monsoons here. But when we get the emergency weather forecast, it just says dust storm. Oh yeah, tomorrow there's going to be a nationwide test for the United States. Emergency response systems, the emergency alert systems that'll be going off in conjunction with an EMP test.
Oh, so there's a test tomorrow, a drill.
Yes.
Bound to.
Or today, actually.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Well then, shit's going down then, right? Everybody, whenever there's a drill, then there's shit going down.
And this is a nationwide EMP test.
EMP test. Wow. How interesting. All right. Oh boy.
And then we know enough, right?
Yeah. Right.
People seem to be freaking out about it, but I'm like, okay.
I'm chilling. I'll just keep my
What are you
eyes
talking about,
peeled.
Philip?
No, I'm not talking about anybody in here. I'm just talking about people posting in other servers. They seem to be acting like it's a big deal. They're like, turn your phone off, take your SIM card out.
Why? That's the best thing to happen.
They're talking about like they're way off out there in left field or right
Yeah, I
field.
know, but like if there is something that goes off, that's the best thing that can happen. Because that means all records are wiped.
No, they're not talking about EMPs. They got some weird theories, man, on like signals and whatnot. Your phone putting off some type of signal. They're playing videos from some movie and just fear porn.
Oh, I think he's talking about 5G.
Well, there's something completely else about the 5G. Not allowed to talk about it.
Are we not allowed to talk about that?
Well, from what I found out about it, yeah, we're not allowed to talk about it.
Oh, okay.
Livestream. You could go to Chill VC or somewhere else.
Yeah.
Anybody seen the movie Kingsman? Where they where they gave
I
out,
like that movie.
yeah, where they gave out free SIM cards for free internet, and then
Yes, sir, Roger. I have not seen that movie, but it's got that famous darker colored skin character. And the guy's in a church arguing with his wife when they turn the signal on. Yes, Roger? Is that the movie?
Samuel L. Jackson. Yes, Chris. That's the
Yes.
movie he's talking about.
Yeah, that's yes. Clips of that is also what people are playing, and what I'm calling fear porn.
I think the government purposely makes some fake conspiracy theories to distract from the real ones.
I think
Trust
that
me, if
there's
your
some people
system
out
is
there that are just pretty out there and they paranoid and don't have nothing to do, so they just like connect all these dots that aren't really there, but to them they add up.
Trust me, if your system is compromised, you would know it.
Because the movies tell us everything.
I think that people are waking up to a lot of things that are not flat Earth. I'll give you an example of this taking, as it would reflect in the world. I was just recently, watching that Alex Jones show, all right? And he's talking to this other guy, and the other guy's basically, they're talking about Project Bluebeam. And they're basically looking right at the camera saying, if something odd shows up in the sky, just a bunch of holograms, somebody's trying to pull one on you, they are lying to you. And we're going to be there to expose it if it ever happens, But all the time they're talking about this, they never mention a word about flat Earth. And I think it's really boiled down to just a lot of people have woken up about a lot of things, and the establishment, the big they, won't have it. And even though they're not waking up to flat Earth, they're just going to do whatever they can to stay in power or save their necks or whatever.
So what I heard, I don't know if it's a friend of mine pointed me to it, and he said that there is a law coming in the criminal.
Are you breaking up, man?
Roger, buddy, we can't understand you. All we heard, there's the law coming. No, sir.
Am I still here?
Still not there. Now you're here.
Okay,
We heard about the criminal law, and that's it.
Yeah, so it will be criminal law.
Every time he says it, he just goes out. He just criminal law. Cut his signal! Cut his signal!
Yeah, I got $10 on it.
Shut it
Same
down.
shit again. Criminal law.
Shut it down. Shut it down.
No. It's the EMP. It's the EMP.
All right, you're back. You're back now. You're back.
So a friend of mine told me that there is a law coming in the US where it will be
See, every time.
You guys
I'll
make
say criminal the next time you try to tell us, Roger.
So there will
Don't
be
say
criminal,
that.
no more.
Don't say that. Say evil or something.
Evil. You will be deep evil when you deny science. By law.
Okay.
And So it'll be criminal to deny so-called science.
Yeah, a friend of mine told me this, but I need to do some research because it was by a Dutch blogger that said something like this. So I need to check it out. But I don't know if you guys heard something like that.
And so science is going to become illegal, right? Because isn't that what you're supposed to do with science? Question everything.
Well, it seems like that law would violate the First Amendment, though.
Well, it kind of is the same when people say it is evil to deny the Holocaust, right? So that would be it's a kind of the same thing. When you deny science, you deny, yeah.
Existence of the scientific body.
Why don't they just come out and just be honest about it and be like, if you deny our narratives,
gonna fuck you up.
And to a certain degree, I think they are at that point. I mean, I guess it's just not obvious to stupid people.
if you don't agree with us, we're going to kick you in the nuts. Make you like it.
Good to see you again, Antifa.
Well, that killed the chat.
Yeah, Antifa does that.
They don't gain too much ground here in Texas.
Oh, this guy's in Portland.
Nor here in Arizona. But I was watching Eddie Bravo lay it down to Alex Jones, and Alex Jones just loses shit.
I used to live in Portland. It was a fucking crazy place.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I remember.
Yeah, but you gotta look at it this way.
Years ago, like back when Burnside was the hot spot. Then you had the Roxy and Vaseline Alley.
If you're amongst a bunch of crazy people, then that just means that there's more targets for you to tear out of the matrix.
Yeah, but they're in like their own like matrix, like, you know.
Well, you can find people like this in every state of the union. You can find people like this all over the flat earth. But the thing is if you're surrounded by a bunch of leftists and you're trying to teach people to not be leftists, you can do a lot more good if you're surrounded by a bunch of leftists.
Dude, Antifa at this point, they're not even leftists. They're just like radical liberals at this point.
Well, I mean, I don't know. We could look up the dictionary definition, but no, I think they fall into the category of leftists. I mean, they're terrible. They're just outright communists. I mean, I've had so many people admit to me face to face they're just outright communists, and I should be arrested for my freedom of speech. It's crazy. They're just like that. People my own age, men and women my own age, they're mid-20s.
Yeah, it's crazy, dude.
In like real life was when I went to go check out the Oca that was happening in Dallas, Texas, and I was like, it was pretty much all it was. Out of everybody there, like hundreds and hundreds of people, I only met 4 other libertarians. Everybody else was claiming to be communist or socialist.
Wait, where was this? Where was this? I serve Islam?
It's I serve the one I am, not
That's funny.
not lamb. Anyway, Dallas, Texas.
Kelly, I can't hear you. Maybe it's mine.
I just had to leave and come back, or like reconnect my Bluetooth. I don't know what happened. It was weird.
Yeah, I couldn't hear you. I saw your light, but I couldn't hear you.
Oh, okay. Sorry. It's just background noise anyway. That was just my children and stuff.
So I think I've figured out something important when it comes to waking people up, whether you're talking to random people on the street, your friends, or your family. It's very easy to get people to realize that the burden of proof is on the Glober side when you point out to them that we observe the sun moving across the sky. And since we see the sun going across the sky, we observe the Earth is stationary. The burden of proof is on the other guy's side to prove to us that the Earth is moving, that the sun is relatively stationary. And I don't know. I've just come to realize that just saying that to people has the potential to just wake up so many other people that would otherwise not be awake if you said other things to them. Like even if you spoke to them about, measuring the curvature and, pointing out that it's on their side, the burden of proof is on their side to measure the curvature and show you that it's curving, or talk about gas pressure without a container. That might be over their head, pun intended. Gas is omnidirectional. It might be over their head. But when you point out the sun moving across the sky and say, yeah, it looks like it's moving across the sky because it is moving across the sky. Prove to me it's not, It's a great way to wake people up.
Over the last many months, I guess, on Reddit primarily, so this is, consider that. But even when I come across as a globe skeptic, people will still come at me and say the burden of proof is on you. Show me that it's flat. And I usually just, cordially respond and say, well, I'm not making any claims here. I first started looking at how is it that there is curvature to the Earth when I can see these distances that, these objects should be obscured by a large amount in many cases. But, how it goes on the Hive Mind site like that, I generally get downvoted and people will just yell at me and insult me. But it is true. The burden of proof is on the globe since that's the claim and it's being taught in the majority of all academia and schoolhouses across the land. I do often take it a notch further though, and I will say, well, certainly looks flat. It's obviously measurably and observably flat over this. So I guess the burden of proof is on me, when I take it in that direction with whatever, thread or conversation is going on there. And I can show my reasons why. And a lot of times the response is gravity, refraction, and sometimes people try to say the curvature formula is wrong. And that's about it.
It's a fascinating thing how it's different from person to person, because I can think of very specific instances where I can tell by someone's reaction that, effectively speaking, they might not be a flat earther, quote unquote, but they sure as hell don't think they live on a globe anymore. And it's either after you get to the first point with them, asking if they know of any direct measurements of curvature, how anyone really solidly proves that it's curving, or the second point, the axial rotation, or the third point, what proof there might be out there, hypothetically, of gas pressure existing without a container. I just think it's a fascinating thing how I've seen it, where it's either the first, second, or third, but they can be like kind of skeptical about one or kind of think one thing about another, but there's just, it's, I don't know, maybe it's just different personality types, different things that people can comprehend. But yeah, there was this one moment where a young woman was on the side of the street on a park bench, and I only went through the first point with her because she was waiting for her friends to pick her up in a car, and so I just handed one of my flyers, and she got into the car. But like, she basically became a flat earther right then and there just by me asking her, "Do you know of any way that anyone's made a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth?" Like, her reaction was basically like, "Wait a second, when did they ever do that? They never did that." And basically the way, I don't remember exactly word for word what you said to me, but basically from that point onward in the conversation, she would not, like, it was like, in order for me to get her to think that she lived on a globe again, I'd have to show her direct measurement. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. I know a certain percentage of individuals I've met over the last 6 or 7 years had questions in their youth about the globe and everything, but for me, I never even thought about it. I figured, oh, somebody else figured that out. And until the question was broached in my mind at the right time or whatever, back when I first heard about this concept, I was like, oh, wait, I never really thought about that. And so it clicked for me then, and everybody's got their moment, I suppose. Some doubted it all along. Like, I've heard, who comes to mind? I guess I've heard like Morgile and Eric Dubé, and many other individuals have said that when they were in school, it never really jived with them, and they had some questions. But for me, like, we never got a globe lesson. I just remember I went to Catholic school, and there were pictures of 1492 Columbus sailed the ocean blue and he figured out it's round. I just never thought of it. I thought, oh, well, somebody else figured it out, like I said before. But au contraire. Regarding the gas pressure without a container, I'd have to dig for a while on my other Reddit account. This was probably 4 or 5 months ago. In the there's a subreddit. It's a pretty small one, but it's called Globe Skepticism. Everything gets infiltrated by a bunch of people just talking crap always. But anyways, the point was, some guy did try to go through a process with me in a series of comments where they were trying to show that you can have gas pressure without a container. I remember that it got into kind of territory that I didn't necessarily agree with, but I told the guy to just continue, and he was trying to get like confirmation from me. He kept asking, so do you accept that you can have it? And I was like, well, I don't really know because I don't comprehend everything that you're saying here, but there is some sort of superfluous kind of series of steps that at least a percentage of these guys are trying to say that you can have it. I want to say that plasma was involved somehow, and
Plasma's
it was
involved.
okay.
Because I know some some tricks up my sleeve too, but I keep them holstered, and they have to do with plasma. You can show some cool stuff with it, but it doesn't really prove because the whole thing is still in a container, right? So it's kind of weird. But yeah, I think I know what they're talking about. I don't know if you're into like the electric universe stuff. There's stuff about that over there.
I think if the Earth was really a globe, there'd be a theme park called Curvature Land, where they'd, have roller coasters powered by the acceleration and deceleration, the orbit and alleged rotation, and they'd have large structures that extend off into the distance so you can see the curvature, see where the Earth is actually deviating from this straight edge that's been created. Such a thing does not exist. They would sell balloons that look like globes. But they probably do that at NASA.
I'm not sure if anybody's been paying attention to any of this, but probably many of you saw the Hibbler Productions Level film. Well, he started up a podcast, and he's been doing it on Rockfin, but he had Eric Dubay on there a week or so ago, and Rockfin actually took down the Eric Dubay thing because they said moderately okay things about Hitler. They weren't even like... I don't know what it is. Like, you must vilify Hitler or otherwise you're evil. I don't really know how that works, but to me, life is a bit more shades of gray than black and white like that. But yeah, that's kind of funny.
What about the grandchildren of the people that financed the Third Reich and Hitler? You allowed to make fun of them? You allowed to criticize them?
No, you have to contact the ADL or something. I really don't know how it works.
That would be George W. Bush.
Ah.
Oh, wait a second. No, that'd be the grandchild. I mean, that would be the child, not the grandchild. So yeah, Prescott Bush, his father. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. I got confused there for a second. No, that would be the grandchild. Yeah. So Prescott Bush, George W. Bush's grandfather, funded the Third Reich, and he owned, I think, 40% of the war factories here in the United States at the time. So when the war kicked off, he was making a lot of money.
It seems to me, in an extremely summarized way of me saying this to you, that the people who have had the chunk of the funding for everything have funded both sides of everything for what, the last 300 years or more. Pretty screwed up.
Yeah, it makes me wonder how some of these space agencies might be in contact with each other, or patting each other on the back, or coordinating with each other. You know, I mean, they might be. You got to keep all their lies in line, right? Stick to the story, man. Stick to the story.
That's generally my response when you'll get somebody saying, "Oh, there's no way the moon landings were faked because the Soviets would have said something about it." Well, it's a little more complex than that, and you know, I have my doubts about any sort of Cold War, you know, and all that too.
I can think of a perfectly logical reason of why it would be against the Soviet rulers' interests to let their people know that the Americans faked the moon landing. Because you see, communism and thinking that you live on a globe, being an atheist and all that sort of stuff, thinking, you know, thinking that there is no direct evidence of a creator, these things all go hand in hand. So if they told, you know, the Russian people, oh yeah, the Americans, they faked the moon landing, then they might be more likely, the Russian people might be more likely to catch on to the fact that the earth is flat and stationary, and you can't have gas pressure without a container, and that these container walls may in fact be direct evidence, direct obvious evidence of a creator. If they came to that realization, they might cease to be atheists. And if they ceased to be atheists, then maybe they would cease to be communists. And if they cease to be communists, then maybe the Soviets in control at the time would lose power.
But what's the difference between the communists and the moderates?
Define moderate.
AOC.
How do you think of? Well, I mean, okay, I guess I can kind of see what you mean by moderate, but I don't know. With the legislation she's been pushing, I don't know. I'd kind of, maybe barely, but yeah, I'd put her in the communist category.
Yeah, radical left, right? I mean, see, I think a lot of people forget to remember that the KKK not only persecuted the blacks from the South, they also persecuted all Republicans from the South. And they pressured everyone to vote Democrat. It's really no difference between what happened back then in Antifa, burning the city down, right?
Wait, I'm sorry. What did you say about Antifa?
Them burning the cities down and harassing people because, you know, they want to support the Republican Party or whatever. They're all for people supporting the leftist ideals or whatever the whole like paradigm is that they're supporting.
Yeah, indeed. It's, you know, the divide and conquer kind of leftist sort of thing. I mean, they're doing their best to get as many police to quit, and then doing their best to make sure they're, you know, underfunded, and I don't know. It's just weird stuff. But Portland's looking not too bad, you know, these days. I actually was just driving through downtown Portland, just a little while ago, and yeah, in fact, actually, it was on my way back from that nude bike ride. Come to think of it, and I was trying to pull over and hand out a few extra flyers to these like people dressed in all black marching down the street, but they were I was kind of tired and I kind of lost track of them. But it's like they weren't Antifa though. I don't think, even though they were dressed in all black, like they were. I don't know what they were, some kind of leftist thing. But the point is, they were few in number, and at least they weren't smashing any windows.
The AFC or whatever they call it, American Football Champs.
See, I like to go right to the leftists sometimes, right to the hardcore leftists, and then try to talk sense to them.
So how does crypto get hacked?
Am I still on here, or did I get booted? Y'all just all quiet. What's going on,
Yeah,
Joshua?
you're still on. Yeah.
Just came back in the room. What's up? I can hear you.
Nobody's talking.
Yeah, it's USA sleeping, so that's why it's a bit quiet.
I was going to ramble about something, but I didn't know quite what direction to go off in, so I decided to stay mute for the moment.
Yeah, when I start rambling, it goes down a dark hole. It kind of
do try to stay on topic and conversate with people, but sometimes, you know, rants happen.
So they're making the flat Earth seem ridiculous, but yet the flat inner Earth is perfectly fine. If you've watched the new Godzilla versus King Kong movie, it's all about the inner Earth and it's flat. In case you didn't notice it.
I had a brief conversation with Cathexis. Some of you guys might know him from years ago. Cathexis thinks that both flat and hollow Earth are true, and I can't deny it. I don't know much about the hollow situation other than stories. We can measure and observe the lack of curvature anywhere, but when it comes to actually going into inside the Earth, I mean, the Earth is definitely hollow-ish. I live in Indiana, just a couple hundred miles south of me, one of the biggest cave systems in the continental United States. There, like, obviously there's huge pockets, and many of us have probably looked into the, you know, the underground military bases and everything, and stories about how you could fly around planes and stuff inside of some of these that weren't even dug out, just natural caverns. But when it comes to the hollow Earth topic, I don't know where to really go other than stories from long ago. It seems like, how could a person do that?
It's a movie. I don't know.
Well, right.
But it's
I'm saying the
thing,
actual topic, yeah.
So, you know, automatically I'm leery about it. So, I mean, there are those YouTubers out there that'll sit there and make like a whole series of videos about movies and try to decode it to figure out, you know, what's going to happen, like they're soothsaying from it or something. I go, you could sit there and watch any movie and go, oh, you know, look at that, because the theme's been used over and over and over again.
Yo, anyone down to play some Fortnite? No? Okay. Just checking.
Hey, didn't they, with the new Battle Pass in Fortnite, isn't there something where this giant smashes the firmament or something like that, smashes the glass ceiling?
That's what I was going to mention. A couple years, this was 2 or 3 years ago, there was a update to where this giant crack in the top of the sky happened. I saw the more recent one was like a UFO came down into the Fortnite thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I remember seeing something about it, and like you guys can like sit there and dance in the lobby, and you're like in the stars or something like that.
I still don't even know what Fortnite is.
Like,
Besides what y'all said about it.
It's a cross.
I don't care.
Like,
It's fine. Thank you.
Builder Bob and Army. Bob the Builder versus the Army.
Sure. Yeah, Bob the Builder.
Well, in Fortnite, the game is actually flat. Same with Minecraft.
All the BRs
yeah.
are.
I can only think of one game where it's not for the most part. That'd be crap. What do they call it? Oh yeah, No Man's Sky.
Super Mario Galaxies. That one too.
Yeah, I think there's
I mean,
also a couple other like real-time strategy games that use a very, very small globe, like it's extremely curved. It would be nowhere near the, alleged dimensions of the hypothetical ball Earth.
yeah, it would take a lot more to animate a
And have you ever
circular
played those
Earth too.
games where you create a rocket and you like make this moon lander and you take off and you try to land on a moon that's spinning?
Yeah, the moon spins.
Kerbal Space Program is one of those. Yeah.
You'll crash like 85 times.
The moon spins at 10 miles per hour in the heliocentric model.
Oh.
Right. I remember seeing that video. I can't remember the creator of that, but I know exactly what you're talking about. And so the situation of Neil Armstrong actually putting down the Eagle, it would have had a whole lot more of a ruckus than that.
First time shot, that's perfect landing. That's inhuman.
Yeah, and the fact that he was sitting next to the rocket engine, right? There was like a few millimeters of aluminum between him and the rocket engine. And you hear him, Eagle has landed, right? It's nothing of it.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Who founded this Discord?
A bunch of people. Why?
This sounds like the doctor. Is the doctor in?
Why?
I'm not the doctor, but
No,
is it
Honey Badger don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Have you guys
Why
seen
would
that
you-
video of the Honey
Yeah.
Badger? Like, Honey Badger don't give a shit.
Why do you give a shit about who founded this server?
it's just interesting. I mean, there's a lot of moderators, but I thought maybe
Yeah,
he
there are a
just
few
never hops
admins,
on.
but it was a collaborative effort, right? So, of course, you need some admins, but a lot of moderators were here when it was first created. So,
Yeah, that's on a need-to-know basis, Honey Badger.
It's just a simple question. I'm not.
yeah, it's really irrelevant. I mean, it's not a one-person effort here. So,
Okay.
admins are really there for the server administrations, right? So they have control and can do it, but it's not that they run it, right? It's all of us.
Interesting.
Now, see, now I'm curious if it's Roger or Rogue R.
Yeah, it's Roger, but at April Fool's Day, we all changed our name, and then I wanted to change it back, and then it wouldn't allow me because there were too many people with that name. So then it's Roger. Yeah. I can change my name.
Well, you're gonna have to change the cell tower.
Oh, daar ben
No,
je.
I was just curious because I was like, Rogue. I wonder if he plays roguelikes.
A follow-up question. I guess I'm just specifying who gives out roles. That's what I'm trying to reach.
Square root of 3.
Huh?
Huh?
What?
Oh, I'm sorry. You said you had a question, and I just
Yeah. Who gives out roles?
I'd be the producer or the director. I don't know. Figure it out.
I am trying to right now.
Did you go through the casting for the role? Are you trying to get
no,
the
just
lead role, the lead heroine, or the lead hero, or perhaps the best supporting actor?
Yeah, if you have a role you're looking for, I can give you a kind word to those who do.
Oh, yeah,
I think the government started giving out roles because they sure are pushing us having to call people certain roles.
Yeah.
I'm all for support. I don't need the lead or anything. Okay.
Is this your first time here, Honey Badger?
No.
Oh, these were like brewing questions in your mind. Okay.
No, I've just been here for a while, so I was wondering, like, what point do I get rolled, you know? That's it.
Yeah, what are you looking for? What are you looking for?
Yeah, like
Looking to
participate, man. Like, are you a flat earther? Are you a globe earther? You on the fence? I mean, what's up?
Do I need to apply or like just say what I am and then I am what I say?
How how do you? What's your opinion on the nature of reality? Like, do you think it's a ball in space or a plane?
I mean, if I say I would just warp my own thinking, so I'd rather listen to the opinions of others and then
Well, no, we're
come
not. We're
to a
not like asking you to warp your own opinion. We want to know, like,
Er,
these roles. They're like, kind of important, but there's other things too, like like for instance, Google Earther. If you're always on Google looking for stuff, you need to figure out, how to use it first of all, and know that Wikipedia is not a valid source.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Wikipedia itself considers itself vandalism.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, anyone can edit it, so it's
Yeah, that's
but
why you can't use it as a
Wait, hold on a second. Does that mean that somebody gave me Google Earther as a role ironically? Because I'm always telling people to go to duckduckgo.com and I haven't used Google in years.
I don't know. I was thinking Google Earther because thinking it's using Google Earth to look things up. I'm not sure. You've been here longer than I have, all right?
I don't know. I was just thinking that'd be really extra strange if they gave me that role. I think they just gave me a whole bunch of them just for like the hell of it at one point in time. So I'm not really taking it that
Space
seriously.
Cookies, you got Space AIDS, Space Criminal.
But
Is
yeah, to answer your
DuckDuckGo giving
question,
you quality results? Oh, sorry to cut you off. Is DuckDuckGo still giving you quality results? I heard a few whispers a couple months ago that it might have been captured in a certain way by people. Use a
feel like
variety of search engines.
Results
I feel like I noticed a difference of some kind, but I can't remember specifically what it was. But I think it just kind of depends on what you're looking for and what you're doing on there. Yeah, it just all depends on what you're looking for.
oh,
Sorry to cut off whoever was just speaking. Sorry about that.
no, that's fine. DuckDuckGo is just like it's Tor run instead of like normal internet websites. Like it's not a .com, it's in the deep web basically. So the claim is that you can't get tracked
It
unless
still
you have
uses
like key logging.
it still uses the same spiders as Google. There's only so many
Well,
robot crawlers out there. Like there was one that got absorbed by Yahoo. So you have Bing, Yahoo, Google, the basic one. Like Jeeves is now Yahoo.
mm-hmm.
I'm not sure about AltaVista. I think AltaVista is Yahoo as well now.
You can still use Google with a proxy. So it's startpage.com. Used to be ixquick.com, but I guess that was not a very catchy name, so they just went with startpage.com, and it's a proxy for Google. So it's like using Google for the first time without the search result algorithm from the past, because Google will give you different results based on what you searched in the past. So it gets rid of that, but it also gets rid of the other part of the algorithm. And so, yeah.
Yeah, it says altavista.com/search. We would like to show you a description here, but the site won't allow us. So you click on it, it takes you to Yahoo homepage. Everything's been taken over. Dang algorithm. Too bad we couldn't on the fly manipulate the logarithm of it. Besides that, the tracking, it doesn't matter because, yeah, the website might not track you, but your IP internet provider is still tracking you and logs all the traffic.
Oh, they
Yeah, I still
offset
think
some of their finances, right? Don't they sell that to
Yep.
the bottom line?
Especially the cable company. Suddenlink is a big one. They cut my internet off because I was playing a game on my phone, and they said, if you want to play that game, maybe you should get a console. And I go, the hell, why'd you cut the internet off? Oh, because we can. I go, turn it back on. They're jerk. And it's not like you have another choice. Where are you going to go with a line of sight Usenet? Limitations. Too expensive. There's no more phone lines out here. It's all cable.
actually I did use Google, I think a few weeks ago, maybe about a month ago, just once, because I was wondering what would come up if I just tried typing in the words flat Earth to Google, you know? It was just page after page of bullshit, man. And DuckDuckGo has got some bullshit, you know, even near the top, you know, like the Flat Earth Society. But, you know, you can go down one or two pages and find some actual Flat Earth information, you know.
Tried to bring this up a couple weeks ago on a different site, but I'm sure many of you have seen this person that runs a website called flatearth.ws.
Yeah.
And they create all these things to where they say that they're clarifying flat earth misconceptions or whatever. But whoever this individual is, or this, I suspect a agency, to be honest with you, but they've got their SEO, their search engine optimization. They come up near the top, and it comes up on multiple search engines, at least a few that I tried. But one of their memes or their link to their website about whatever issue for like dozens of different, you know, points to come up in the low versus flat thing, to put it succinctly. Whoever does that, though, I suspect it's more than just somebody trying to, you know, clarify misconceptions. I think that there's a whole lot more in that basket.
Run a trace on the host IP through the DNS. Find out exactly who is registered to. And the IPs they use to log into the editor.
Yeah, they got a few gems on there where they say, hey, remember when Neil deGrasse Tyson told us that we wouldn't see curvature from the Felix Baumgarten side? And then they made a meme about it and saying, well, Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and I'm sure that he will admit his mistakes. So funny.
Looking at this website, their recommended YouTube channels are Soundly, Wolfie6020, Slice Barkane, Cyman Dan, Red's Rhetoric. So, yeah, we already know what's going on here for those of us who aren't fresh out of the box.
Ooh, I noticed that the live stream didn't have Flat Earth tag today.
Doesn't that website also claim that air under an airplane wing is proof of gas pressure without a container?
Never heard that one. I'll have to look into that.
It's on the website. I was talking to gas pressure with the Glover once, and that dude sent me the meme about that, and it's just ridiculous, man. Because it's another non sequitur. Like an airplane wing has nothing to do with gas pressure. So it's pretty embarrassing that they claimed that on the website.
On top of that, what's bothering me is CO2 is a heavy gas. It wouldn't be up in the atmosphere. It's heavier than oxygen, heavier than nitrogen.
These WS guys are crazy, lads. You know, if you scroll down the server, we've got a whole section. Where is it? I'm sure it's there somewhere. WS near the bottom. Hang on.
Somebody asked for the link to the website, so I gave him the link to join the server. I go, there you go. Some of these globe questions are okay. If this is this and that's that, can you explain cats? It's like, wait, what?
Are there any Globers in the chat, or did our only Glober left already?
I do see him I don't recognise, Callie. Who's Noasis? Can you open your mic, Noasis, and say hi?
Hello.
Hi, how you doing? I see you're VC verified. What brings you to the Flat Earth server?
A friend link sent me the invitation.
Cool.
A person sent me an invitation.
Good. Good.
Just listening.
Well, feel free to ask any questions if you have any curiosities about Flat Earth, or if there's anything that you're not understanding about the globe Earth that they've told you about all your life. Feel free to ask, because we can answer most things about that too.
I have another kind of perception about the Earth.
Sorry, can you say again?
I have another kind of perception about Earth.
Another perception on what Earth is. What do you think Earth is?
Well, the shape of the Earth to me is shapeless. It is not defined.
It's not defined. Is that from ancient text? Is that from religion, or have you tested it to understand that it's not been defined?
Is that from the dictionary?
It's from biocentrism.
Biocentrism.
It's the perception we have from our senses. If you change something, the perception change.
Ah, from a personal perspective, you mean? Then what happens when we measure what we've been told and it doesn't measure out as what we've been told? Surely does that not change your personal perspective when we put things to the test?
Well, measures are like the agreement that everyone can test because their senses.
Yeah. So if I measure flat where I am in Britain, and someone in America measures it flat where they are, and you sound like you're somewhere in Asia, so if you measure it flat there, then where is it curving? If everybody in every different place measures the same thing, then where is it curving? Why is it not showing a curve? I would agree from a personal perspective, from what we are taught as children, we grow up thinking the Earth does curve. We do see things disappearing at a horizon. We do seem to see boats disappearing. Yes, it all does seem to curve from our perspective. But when you learn the mathematics and you learn how to apply that over distance, you understand that with optics, you can see further than we are able to, according to the globe Earth mathematics. And the reality of our perspective, our personal perspective, then becomes hard evidence of the place that we live. That is not what we've been told as children and as a massive society. It actually measures in reality to be in a flat, level, stationary Earth. But I will agree that from personal perspective, if you just look out there, it does kind of look as if it's curving away from you. Yeah.
Um, I born with a syndrome that I can smell colors, I can hear them. So that perception changed all my life, everything. So what you and the majority perceive is not exactly the same I do. To me, the mathematics is different. Everything's different. So I can perceive under your perceptions that it looks flat. But if I change something like the way I see it, it's able, it can be anything. The mathematics doesn't the mathematics are just a model of the reality of the majority. So to me, it's irrelevant.
I think I understand that, yeah, the mathematics is a model, yes, but it does play out, it forms the parameters of the reality that we live in. Did I hear you right? I can't quite hear you. Did you say you were blind by any chance? I heard you say that you said something about color.
I thought my ears were playing tricks on me. Did he say that he can smell colors? We got some like synesthesia going on?
Yeah, I thought I heard that too. That's why I'm thinking he said he was blind.
Yes.
Got you. Okay, that's interesting. So have you been blind all your life, my friend, or did you lose your sight, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, because the majority have another kind of senses, I have like a treatment or something like that to see the things that others do.
Okay, okay, I understand that then. So your other senses will be heightened then?
Yeah, the other senses tell me that everything that we have, like mathematics and every knowledge, is wrong, or this information is not accurate enough.
I think I understand, yeah, I do think I understand. But that's again where, when we apply the mathematics in reality, when we test what we've been told, we find no curvature. And we don't just apply the mathematics in thought, we apply it over distance, we go to laser tests to confirm straight and level. And it's the curve of the Earth that we've been told that we live on is not there. We're not moving, we're not spinning. If your other senses are heightened, you'll be aware that if you move at all, or if you turn in any direction, if you spin, you feel it. This Earth is stationary, not moving.
Yeah, it feels like not moving.
Sorry guys, I've got to jump out for a minute. If anyone else wants to join in, feel free.
Mic check.
What's up, Indio?
What's up? What's up, Raj? You read that?
All good. Sorry?
The DM I sent you? Did you
Yeah,
read it?
I did.
It's brief. It's nothing important.
Yeah, I think you sent it to the wrong one. Because I have another alt here. I don't know if you send it to that one. I'd send you a DM now, Indio.
Ik heb je net gezegd, ik wil dat je eerst even gaat eten en even gaat uitrusten. En daarna kunnen jullie... Nee, maar... Wil je een koekie? Ja, en dan ga ik naar links. Ja, ik kom op. Je gaat eerst even eten. Ja, dan uitrusten, 2 seconden.
Like that child said, don't argue with the policeman.
Mic check again.
Yep.
Okay. My internet went kablooey for some reason. Yeah, anyway, that Charlie dude, man, he was One thing I can't stand is the infinite loop. Going right back to the beginning where you started 2 days ago. I don't got time for that.
Which
Was
order is
Charlie
this?
somebody
Oh,
you
sorry,
were
Hobman.
debating with? Sorry about that. Who was Charlie?
Some ass clown. Some dude that was in here for 2 or 3 days is just full of crap.
Okay.
So we were like everybody for the couple days we're all going back and forth. Eventually he just like looped right back from the beginning to the crap we debunked days ago. Was gonna start that debate all over again. Like, nah, we're good.
Are you going to take him up on the IQ test, Indio?
I thought it was the physics SAT.
Is that where it ended up? He was
Yeah, I think that's what he said.
Aye. He's got plenty of money.
It wouldn't be fair because IQ is chronological age over mental age, or vice versa.
Right, yeah. Right.
So I'm older than him. So I automatically have a disadvantage. So I got to have the mental age of a freaking 100-year-old person. That's why children score high, because if you're 5, you got a 200 IQ if you have the mental age of a 10-year-old.
Yeah, right. Okay, never get it. That's why all the kids are screaming about, oh, my IQ test is so high. Oh, I get it now.
Yeah.
Wow.
Anybody feel like talking about Coriolis?
Here, give me a second. Okay, I'm back.
Right on.
About Coriolis.
Oh, I had watched. I put out a video. Or I posted a video from Kyle Adams talking about he's got a series he's got going on of fictitious forces or whatever. Um, he has it's like an 8-minute video about Coriolis, and he points out that sometimes tornadoes go in the opposite direction of what they normally do in the northern hemisphere sometimes. So it's not like a guarantee that all formations of storms go this one direction. Sometimes they go the opposite direction in either the northern or the southern hemisphere. So I just wanted to ask anyone's opinion who wanted to talk about it. Like, basically, I've been able to convince the naysayers and the zealots and everything who come at me and call me all sorts of names all the time on the internet, that the whole toilets spin one way. They've recognized now that that is a falsehood, that you can get water to spin depending on how you pour the water in and the shape of the container that you're pouring it in. However, then they bring up, well, what is it about storms to where they flow one way in this zone of the earth and the counter direction in the other? I was just wondering people's opinions on that and how you generally answer that question.
Okay, I'll start with the toilet first and the sinks. So there's a video on YouTube called the title is Two Hemispheres, One Sink. So they take the same sink and they go to Australia and they do it in the UK and it doesn't match the predictions of the Coriolis effect. So that's one. Another one, I read a paper where over half the tornadoes, so like 51% of tornadoes in Mexico, spin in the so-called wrong direction. So hold on a second again. I'm going to another store.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, the sync thing is demonstrably like untrue, and people say that it must occur this way, you know, in this southern zone of the earth or whatnot. One of the responses I got was from that Destin guy from that oh, something every day, learn every day or whatever. That Destin guy
Smarter
who
every
ended up
day.
smarter every day. Yeah, he ended up copywriting striking Jaren years ago from his ISS video where he was basically suckling upon the breastises of Don Pettit or whatever. And oh, if there's a leak, we got a leak. He was like, yeah, it's fine. There's
It's
no
funny. I was
engineering
playing
issue
that
there.
last
Yeah.
night in here. I was playing it
Oh,
last
for
night.
real?
That
Right on.
segment, yeah. There's a leak. There. Guy, the best and the brightest. He's got the right stuff for something. or something. And yeah, so there's a paper that says over half the tornadoes in Mexico, this country of Mexico, spin the so-called wrong way. So that ruins that right there. And sometimes they'll say the jet stream, but there's also, hurricanes, but there's anticyclones. So the anticyclone, the pressure is inverted. So it's high pressure in the center and low pressure on the outside, and it just blows in the opposite direction. There's also jet streams in India and in the Azores that spin in the so-called wrong direction. So, they're cherry-picking data is basically it. And as far as the Coriolis goes, just generally, right, it wasn't discovered. You know what I mean? They weren't like shooting rifles at the range and the bullets were deflecting and they were like, oh my God, how is this happening? Oh, let's figure it out. Let's take some data. And they're like, this is exactly matches what we think the spin of the Earth is. That's not what happened. What happened is they have the globe model and they say, we should observe this effect. But to my knowledge, it's never been systematically measured and documented like there's this Coriolis effect thing, right? They didn't take like a gun or something that shoots projectiles and fire it over and over and over again, collect data, and say yes, this matches our prediction. That's never been done. So Coriolis is a joke. It really is a joke.
That's been the extent of my observation and experience with all this information as well.
It's just a what do we call it? It's a consequence of the model, but there's no real world data to support it. It's kind of the deal with that. Sometimes you'll have somebody bring up the Paris gun, right? I don't know if you've heard of that.
Familiar, loosely. Is that the one that was supposed to hit London or whatever?
Yeah, World War I artillery piece. So people say, yes, they accounted for the Coriolis effect to fire this weapon, right? I researched this hard. All of them go back to, like this claim goes back to a single citation in a book about World War I. In like, if you read any other book about it, they all cite that one book. And that one book has it's just something they say, right? There's no actual evidence for it. It's not like they have the firing range tables and and that's what they use. They didn't use anything like that. It's just a claim, another Glover claim without any evidence to support it.
What's a claim? I just got here.
That the Paris gun had to account for Coriolis effect. Paris gun was a large artillery piece.
Pretty obvious it didn't.
But whether they did or didn't, there's no evidence one way or the other. It's just, someone wrote it down in a book, so it's good. They just take it as gospel truth because they want to believe it. I think the one thing I've noticed about Globers is they believe a lot of this stuff because they want to, not because of the evidence. They just want to believe it.
Yeah, I've noticed that too with the years I've been here.
My viewpoint for a long time, but recently I've kind of tried to nail it down in my responses to certain individuals out here across the internet, is that, well, if your worldview is like where it has to be a certain way, then of course any explanation is going to suffice if it fits the glove of what you're trying to say. For me, I'm kind of freeform. I don't know what the Earth is. It blew my mind when I figured out that it's never been like absolutely evidently shown that there's any curvature years and years ago. And this plays into other things other than the shape of the Earth as well. People who
California,
get
you're
into,
hot micing. Yeah, thanks.
There we go. Just as a brief example, people who look at the Mandela phenomenon, right? For me, I have my qualms with that, but it's about people remembering things a certain way. But you'll have a whole bunch of debunker people who come in, and no matter what, since it has to be a false memory, it must be confabulation, then any sort of example will always fit if you're coming in so rigid like that. So, my name is Hoosier Flatty, but that's only because it came to me in the shower, and it's kind of funny because it's like, who's your daddy, right? And I was looking into flat Earth at the time. But for me, I don't know what's going on here. I just know that the Earth has never been scientifically validated to be a globe. I haven't seen it anyways, and I'm out here all the time, in my ins and outs trying to figure it out.
Well, perfect example to me of them wanting to believe there's a ball is when they say they saw curve from an airplane, or that you can see curve from an airplane or a hot air balloon. Now, the math works out that they wouldn't see any curvature from that altitude. And even if you tell them this, they still will go, well, it still shows curvature from an airplane. You say, hey, well, guess what? It shouldn't. If it is, and if that's what you actually saw, curved horizon from an airplane, then you're on a ball that's much smaller. It's something like 400 kilometers in radius. And they're just like happy. At least it's a ball.
Many of the people who have written to me or said to me that they've seen curvature when they're at the top of some mountain. There's some guy a couple years ago told me that he was in a mountain in like western Texas or somewhere at the southern portion of the Rocky Mountain things, and he said that he saw curvature there. And I don't think he's actually lying. It's a measure of his perception and the way that our vision works. I don't think he saw much curvature, but like his own mind was thinking that it was. I don't think if I climbed on that mountain knowing what I know now, I would see any, but that's just how it goes.
Well, there's only the model, and the model says you wouldn't. Especially, I've heard Globers say that they've seen curvature from the top of a building. So they like I said, they want to believe it. That's all there is to it. They want to believe it to the point of delusion.
I don't take any of that seriously just because myself as an individual, I've climbed Mount St. Helens twice, both times before I ever, even thought that the Earth would be flat, And both times when I was at, it's not that high of a mountain, it's 7,800 feet top of it, the top blew off. But still, though, standing on top of Mount St. Helens twice, like, I was very suspicious. Like, I was thinking to myself, well, damn, I don't see it curving at all. Like, this does not look like a planet at all. So when they say they see curvature, I'm like, what are you talking about, man? Even when I thought I lived on a planet, I thought it was strange that I didn't see any curvature.
Well, say we were going to make a 2-scale model of the Earth, right? Except we're going to make this ball 6.5 feet tall, right? An airplane would be 1/100th of an inch above that ball, flying at 47,000 feet. You're not going to see curvature from that altitude. It's just impossible. So when they say this, it's just ridiculous. They believe it. Some of them actually believe it. They believe they saw curvature. Not accounting for, like, maybe they did see something curved, but that curvature isn't the figure of the Earth. It's, the glass, their perception, who knows. Most likely the glass. Because airplane windows are 3 panes of glass. You shouldn't see curvature from the International Space Station.
I wonder why they need all that glass on the plane.
So the pressure equalization.
You don't need a barrier for that.
Oh yeah, of course. They just have to have a vacuum outside. They just make a hole, put a vacuum outside the hole, and the air will just stay inside.
There you go.
Haven't you heard of these new gravity windows? I think Elon Musk is making them for his new cars.
And Musk is busy thinking up a new scam.
Yeah, exactly. Gravity windows.
Well, the government's giving out a whole bunch of money for something. What are they giving out money for? Like infrastructure? I'm sure Elon Musk will be all over that. He never saw a government buck he didn't like.
What happened to his boring company?
Oh, who knows?
It just wasn't exciting enough.
I think he conned Las Vegas and keep funding it. But he changed everything. So there was the initial, it's going to be a vacuum tube like the banker's tubes, right? And you're going to fly around like that, and all that changed. Now it's not going to be evacuated, and it's only going to go 250 miles an hour, and he changed everything. But I got to get up because my phone is going to die. I'm on 1%. So I'll talk to y'all later.
See you, man.
See you later.
Later.
See you, Neo.
Does the Coriolis effect happen on Uranus?
Apparently, they know exactly what all the wandering lights smell like down to the nth degree. So there's probably some sort of hypothesis towards that, I'm sure.
That's so funny. Uranus might actually smell like farts.
Don't they say that Uranus smells like farts? Because of the methane?
The graphic now, it was so dumb. A few years ago, they came out with this ridiculous thing. They say the moon smells like gunpowder or whatever.
No, the best one is when they've got a pumpkin or jack-o'-lantern meteors flying past in Halloween.
Remember last year? They released a turkey nova or something like that.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it was in the shape of a turkey. It was really funny. I think it's called I think they called it a turkey supernova or something. No, I'm sorry.
No,
it was a turkey nebula. Yeah,
Turkey
nebula. Yeah, thank you. The nebula.
I was looking it up.
I like that name better
please.
though. Turkey Nova.
Yeah, for some reason I thought it was a supernova, but no, it was a nebula.
No, and the funny part is that they admit it's fake, because if you read the description, they just say it's fake, it's created, it's imaginary, but it shows you how easy it is, right? Look, we made a turkey nebula for you.
It's really funny too because the Globers actually believe that's real. Even if you show them that, they still believe it's real.
Yeah, I had one blower in the Science versus pseudoscience. He flipped out. He flipped out when he saw it.
Of course, of course, if it comes from a flat earther, they must be lying. Flat earthers are the liars here, not the government. Remember that, guys.
I can't believe there's globers out there that, they've supposedly done tests themselves, and they'll see a boat going out to sea, and then they get binoculars out, and then it goes, it goes behind curvature, supposedly. Then they get binoculars out and bring it back in, and then they say, yeah, but then if I get a more powerful lens out, it does go behind the curvature once it reaches the end of that lens. How can you hash that out?
You just can't. It's just illusion by that point, dude.
It doesn't work. We have groups like PBS or National Geographic coming out with their tests to go ahead and prove globe Earth, and yet they show a ship, and yes, the little line on the bottom, they had a flag with multiple horizontal lines on it, and yes, like the bottom one or two lines do go down, but you can see the horizon well behind the ship, so it's not curvature that's doing that. If you can see the horizon behind the thing by many, many hundreds of feet, or even longer, I mean, it's a preposterous example, but they just said, hey, that's curvature, and they have not retracted. There it is. Good job, Roger. You're on it, man.
Yeah, and the thing is that there was that guy yesterday, Sammy. I think he said exactly what I'm saying. Like, he's done a test, and then it actually does go behind the curvature if he's got a more powerful lens, but it's just ridiculous. And the guy's nice. He's a cordial guy. So you'd think he'd be able to think this through, but man.
Have you ever thought to point out to him that it's not a measurement, from one stationary piece of land to another, if he's just staring at a boat going off into the distance?
I mean, I haven't. I wasn't talking to him, but again. Sorry.
I mean, with the body of evidence that most of us in here currently, I think, I don't think there's been anybody to the contrary, at least at this hour of the day. With all that we've gathered over the last however many years, for me, it's been like 6.5 or something. All the crap that we take from people being like, oh, I caught a flat earther out in the wild. I get that all the time on the internet, people who happen to see a comment from mine and they come out of nowhere, start talking crap with really no, substantiating, weight to it. But anyways, it takes so much crap, even though there's all these examples, but people who talk about zeta reticulans and the Pleiadians and the blue chicken cult and the velociraptor humanoid saviors or whatever, they don't get nearly as much, even though that's based entirely on anecdote and tall tales and not a sliver of anything that we come with. It's really strange, isn't it? That actually encourages me to keep on going. I would anyways, just because I think it's true, but that's an even further kick in the booty of like, oh man, this is something that is really, really hated, even though there's a lot of quality towards it. Utmost quality, I'll even say it. Obviously, coming from me, you'd hear that. I guess I'm a bit biased, but only because of what I see as evidence. I'm not sold to one idea or the other. I'll be Hoosier Globy tomorrow if that's what it is. It'll be a fun adventure because I finally know it, But man, it's just weird how much crap I take out there when I can just, we can get into 55 different topics of the kinds of things you guys talk about in here every single day, I'm sure. But other conspiratorial zones don't get nearly the flack, the absolute writhing hate, the visceral reaction from people that this does. It's amazing.
Yeah, you should just drive them this way. See if they'll join.
I often do recommend to people, especially those who are like coming from a position of zealotry or staunch globe belief, it sounds like, when they start ranting at me and calling me all sorts of names. I do often advise them, and some people will say, "Oh, I don't go in there. They just ganged up on me or something." So I think there's like a bit of a talk amongst at least a certain circle of globularists to where they don't want to come in here and roll. I don't know if they'd go in the arena. I know Miggy was doing that. That was a long time ago, though. I don't know if they would do it in certain positions, but I guess some people don't want to come in and actually freely discuss it.
Yeah, agreed.
Well, people that use that excuse usually it's a sock account. They don't want to expose themselves. All right. So they've been here. They know how they know the arguments. So if they're going to say, "Yo, it's just the gang up," right? Chances are you're dealing with a sock account that doesn't want to expose himself.
Does anyone have any, sensational opinions on the moon map? Been looking at this for a while now, and I think it's a real stretch, but has anybody looked into this? Do you even have any clue what I'm talking about, or do I need to explain it further?
Explain further if you don't mind.
I'm not sure if you're familiar. There's a channel called Vibes of Cosmos, who's been presenting over a while now. Essentially, the darkened portions that we see on the face of the moon are a reflection of continents on Earth, but a lot of continents that we don't actually see.
I've heard of this, but yeah, carry on. I like to hear this.
I'm by no means an expert, and I think it's a real stretch, so I can't even speak very proficiently upon it, and maybe if somebody else is more into it, they would poo-poo me for not getting it right, so I don't know how much further to go. There's some people who have extrapolated this into being in a crater on the moon and it's somehow reflecting. I don't know if Vibes of Cosmos is actually in league with that, but I don't know. It just popped into my mind. It's something I've asked a few of my other closer friends about, and they've looked at it but don't have much of an opinion either. For me, I just don't see it. It seems like a major thing that has no measurable basis. Seems more like a nifty idea, but I can link the channel. I don't know what the best summary of it, but I can put the person's channel just in case anybody's hearing me who has no clue what I'm talking about. Give me a moment.
Yeah, I've heard what you're talking about. It's a really interesting idea that to think that the moon could possibly be like a plasma map of the Earth. And supposedly, according to that guy you're talking about, he thinks that the other craters or supposed craters on the moon could be like hidden land beyond Antarctica.
Necessarily conflate the two people, because there's this Vibes of Cosmos channel, and then there's a different one that's like a German guy, I think. The name escapes the tip of my tongue at the moment, but he's got more extraneous kind of ideas about the crater situation, so I'm not sure how much of that is aligned. To me, these things aren't something that have to me been anything more than sort of fantasy. I'll put it that way. I know maybe the creators of these think it's more so. I'm not really sure. I'd like to talk to these people, actually. Maybe I could do for some education actually hearing it, but watching their videos, sometimes it just seems to me that it's just kind of like a creative session as opposed to actually what's going on here on Earth. Because if you look at the map, this is the reason I say that, if you look at the map that Vibes of Cosmos puts out, I think they've tried to clarify it at times, but a lot of it is very malformed and distorted, and there's like a lot of other land, and then they name it and everything. I don't know. If you feel like going down that direction, go for it. I was just wondering if anybody was like on board with that, who could set me straight, or commiserate or whatever. I remember this idea coming up very early on in like 2016. There was this chick who, talking to like Bob from Globebusters at the time, Flat Earth on YouTube was a very different thing in like late 2015, early 2016 as compared to where we find ourselves now. But this woman at this point was talking about, very without a lot of specific detail, was talking about how perhaps the moon is a reflection of Earth. and I kind of looked at it and I could see it like extremely loosely that like it, you know, Rorschach test sort of way, it kind of looked the same, but and that's still my opinion now. But like I said, I'm open to any and all explanation or information otherwise. I don't mean to poo-poo on anything.
Sorry, Flatty, I'm back, mate. I had a couple of calls come through.
I found the Crater Earth guy. It's some weird name that I don't know how to pronounce, but here's the channel.
Oh yeah, that is a mouthful. Thanks for those.
Yeah, it's quite the thing to look into. I know people who are very intelligent who have this opinion that we are in a crater on the moon. So like yes, it's flat, but we're on like a ball still. And these kind of ideas to me just seem extraneous. And I don't see any like bearing for them other than it being an idea. You know, I don't know if it's true or not, but I don't see the fortitude for it being so.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't looked into that at all, but it sounds insane just by that.
Yeah.
Hey, so in the second channel, what does the guy exactly believe in? Because I see like in his videos he has Crater Earth. Does he think we live on the moon or something like that?
See, I don't want to falsely. I'm not, like I said previously, I'm not an expert on this, so I don't want to say anything falsely. So I don't know if it's even a belief of his or if it's just something he's putting out there. You know, a lot of times people will come at me and say, "You believe in flat Earth," but for me, I don't even have belief. I have opinions and things like that or whatever. But so from all I can tell from the videos that I watched probably 6 months ago, this is a thing that's been going on for a while at least. Essentially, the Earth is inside of a crater on the moon, but and then like I don't know if it's a much larger moon. I've never seen the full view of cosmology. Hopefully that answers your question. I have more questions than like I can even give responses to, and like I said, I don't want to falsely ascribe anything to anybody.
All right. I have a meme, right? Hola. I'm sure you guys seen this meme. But it's like it basically shows like a giant ball, right? Of like a giant ice ball, and there's
the ice ball.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. I have the meme of that somewhere. Maybe somebody could post it for me because I am at work right now. I'm on break right now, so.
Yeah, I'll find it. That one's been around for a while, even well before I heard of this crater thing. Yeah.
Yeah. I thought it was just like a meme at first, so like Globers were just playing on flat earthers, right? I thought it was just a meme, but I guess someone like, maybe that guy you're talking about made the meme. I'm not sure, but it's fascinating though.
Yeah, this meme, I just found it right now. This was a troll meme, obviously, and so I don't know if somebody like extrapolated off of that or what the whole thing is. It's all confusing to me.
Can I ask your opinion about concave Earth?
Sure.
What you think about it?
I've never seen oceans bending upwards.
Me neither. I personally think it's bullshit. It's like it's the same thing. It's exactly the same thing as the globe Earth, right? It's just inverted. Same exact thing, right? But there's no curvature anywhere, especially upwards curvature.
In 2016, I had a Skype conversation with Lord Stephen Christ. I guess he's like, I don't know, probably like the leading, most known figure of the proponent of the concave Earth. He had some interesting elements to it, talking about meteor or whatever those things are, the ice that falls. But anyways, I had a very cordial conversation with him. He thought I was going to come into it being kind of crappy. He had made like a video with John LeBon with like a turd in his mouth or something, and so he called me right away. But I've never seen the legitimacy of it. He, to Stephen's credit, he tried to do the rectilineator test, and he realized that the machine couldn't be built. And that's kind of the same thing that Brian Mullen was proposing as well, to build this long thing to force the line test. That's essentially the same idea as the rectilineator, but nobody's like the actually constructing it accurately is a real doozy.
Lord Stephen Christ, it's been a while since I've heard that guy's name, to be honest. Although from what I know from that guy, he's a lunatic from what I know about him. I'm not sure about your opinions on him, but that's just the conclusion I came to with that guy.
It's really nice to me, but I've seen clips of him when he was like way more in his form of lunacy. He got thrown into jail for like threatening to shoot Obama or something, and there's this clip of him and he's yelling. He's got this crazy like bald mullet thing going on, and he's like, "It's the Jews! It's the Jews!" It's really embarrassing for him, but all I can say is that 45-minute conversation I had with him, he was really nice to me. And other than that, I actually found some of his stuff before I knew that flat Earth was a thing. I didn't even know what this guy was talking about, but I didn't even. It went over my head, I guess. But then, in retrospect, I realized that he's got this idea that I don't know. He's got a very obviously, by calling yourself Lord Stephen Christ, you've got a savior thing going on. But he's got this cosmology artistry that he's done. But I just don't see how things can be on the inside of a ball. It still doesn't make sense to me. I've never heard a rational explanation. It always just goes on to one thing or the other that still doesn't make sense to me. So I gave up on it a long time ago, but it was like interesting at the time, I guess, as like more of an oddity.
Okay. Well, speaking of that, right? Have you ever asked that guy about like his title, Lord, and then Christ?
No, I've never communicated with him other than like a couple of YouTube comments from like 2015, 2016, and then that one Skype conversation. Other than that, I have no clue.
Okay. Well, to be honest, that guy convinced me that concave Earth is just like filled with a bunch of lunatics. He convinced me of that. To be honest, have you been to the Four Corners debate a couple years ago, hosted by Human Sheeple?
No, I'm familiar with that person's name just because I was friends with Karen and a few other people, and like that Human Sheeple person took over a server. That's all I know about that individual.
Okay, well, a couple years ago, he hosted a debate called the Four Corners, right, on a different server, and Stephen Christ was invited to participate in that debate. So I was there, right, and that dude, I'm sure this is recorded somewhere, but this dude went off the rail, man. He, if I remember correctly, because my memory's still kind of spotty, this was a few years ago. But one of his evidences for concave Earth was, I believe, he stated that he's like the Messiah. He's like the return of the Messiah, some shit like that.
Yeah, that's a staple of his entire production. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if you guys seen this, but I think he posted it on the stream too. I think you could probably find it if you look up the Four Corners debate. But anyway, in the stream, he showed me and a couple other people his tattoo. Right, I'm not sure you noticed, but this guy has a tattoo that's on his chest that says Stephen Christ on his chest. Like, this dude's serious about that. But yeah, one of his proofs supposedly for the concave Earth is that he's the Messiah, and that we should believe him. It's ridiculous, dude. And then we had a few concave people here, but I honestly don't really remember the arguments. And
I've never seen any validity from it. I've been active on Reddit the last couple of years, and so I go into the conspiracy and like a lot of other smaller ones. And occasionally I'll get a concave person coming at me and be like, "Hey man, I used to think it was flat, but I've realized that flat doesn't answer all the questions. But guess what, bro? Concave does." And then I ask them for more information, and there's really not any more information. They will reference me to Lord Stephen's work, but I've seen no measurable or observable thing that oceans bend upward and that what we're looking at when we look up is the inside of a giant ball. I see no ball at all.
See, that sounds like a guy that doesn't like it when we say we don't know, when people ask us about the moon or the sun, right? So that it sounds like that person just wants answers, regardless of the evidence.
Like
In that case,
conclusion,
you should have just stuck with a globe at that point.
Pretty much, yeah. Because concave Earth is literally just a globe. It's just inverse, right? Where the curvature bends up, not down. It's the same thing as the globe, literally.
Well, I think the cosmology would differ because it's all enclosed, as contrasted by the infinite universe, where it's always constantly expanding. I don't know what Stephen's thoughts or concaver people, whatever their ideologies might be or opinions are. Is it expanding inward, or I don't know if they have a thought upon that, because I've never gotten that far because it just never made sense to me. And I guess if somebody were to put together a presentation, be like, all right, this is how it goes, watch this for 30 minutes, I would do it. I've never seen anything like that.
Hey, can you guys hear any music in my background, or is it good?
No, it's good.
All right, thank you. I'm at work right now, so if you guys hear any music, please mute me because I don't know if it's copyrighted or not. But anyway, right? Anyway, so from what I remember, they don't believe that the concave Earth expands, or I don't know the other word for it, but yeah, they don't believe like it expands, right? You believe that the concave Earth is fixed, is in a fixed position, right? And supposedly the sky, all the stars and shit. Supposedly the sky is a sphere in the center of this ball that we live in. It's called like the celestial sphere. I'm sure you've heard of it, right?
Right.
Yeah, this is what they call it. But frankly, when I look up into the sky, I don't see a sphere. I'm sure everybody here doesn't see the same thing as well. So are there any Globers in this chat, or is it just us flat earthers? Did the concave Earth talk kill the chat? Actually, Sasha's typing.
It's kind of funny. Maybe if it had any legitimacy, we'd have that flatearth.ws operation. They'd be making concave earth.ws like memes, right? That would show up at the top of every search engine.
Honestly, that's what I'm thinking, right? Because if it's not true, right? Why are they only attacking flat Earth, right? If flat Earth wasn't true, why are they only attacking us, right? And flat Earthers are probably like one of the most hated people on the Earth, right?
Yeah, people get so hurt by the fact that Earth is not a ball, right? And when you say that to them, then it's all you're crazy. You're a cook, crazy man, crazy man. Yeah, we so there's this Dutch blogger, and he's famous from television, and he got kicked off of television because he was going against the stream. So he has his own podcast now, and he is pretty famous for his he's going against the current narrative, right, with the Mexican beer thing. And in his latest it was the one before, he said, is the earth actually round, right? He just asked a question during his podcast, not going into it, but and then his next podcast he was like, so in my previous podcast I asked just this simple question, is the earth actually round? And the amount of hate mails I got, and people were telling me that, oh, you're now on a slope you can't get off, and I was almost wanted to buy a t-shirt from you, and now I won't because you you think the earth is flat. And so he's like, no, I just asked the question, is the earth actually round? Right? I didn't say it was a flat earth. I just asked the question because when I look at it, right, when they show me these pictures, I get a perfect ball. But then they tell me it is not a perfect ball. Right? So people just flip out when you mention flat earth, right? They just go crazy because they need their fantasies. It's so much time invested in Star Wars and Star Trek and building Apollo mock-ups, right? they want it to be real.
Roger, I like to say this to people,
Mhm.
is that I think the reason why they get so triggered is because when they realize the Earth is flat, then they have to abandon their fantasy of sleeping with a hot alien chick from Uranus.
Oh, yeah.
I love
Yeah.
saying that because you know it's true.
Nasty, man. Yeah, people have some weird fetishes. I mean, couldn't imagine having a hot alien chick with tentacles and ugh. Nasty stuff.
Hey, they just got to stick with flat Earth for a little while, and they'll see that extraterrestrials aren't off the menu, boys. There could be other life forms from across the way. I don't know. It's possible. It seems weird, but I have no clue. We're all born into so much complexity itself. Who knows what's been going on forever, before we joined the club or whatever.
Well, I think, and this is the when people realize that the Earth is a flat, non-rotating Earth, then they have to think about creation, right? Because now in their paradigm, in their mind, it's a ball. So, right, it could come from a singularity. We evolved from monkeys, so there is no God. But the moment they realize, oh shit, it's actually flat, right? Then they need to think about creation, and that is what is so scary for them, because they can be accounted for their actions, right?
Yeah, here I like the way Pillbox says it. Pillbox, he says he says like this, right? They don't want to believe in a God because they want to keep justifying their internet history. I'm sure you guys heard Pillbox say that a few times, and that's hilarious and true.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
I personally have come to a point to where I find Mark Sargent really cheesy. I won't even speak much more upon that, other than to say that the what he detailed in those clues that he made or whatever, and the general message that he was getting across is that is kind of what you were getting into, is that that there could be a rally going on, or at least a way that is a lot different from a random combining of chemicals, which that story falls apart in the details once you really look at it anyways. But the one thing that Mark did within that was, I think, at least that's the way it hit my mind, was to tell people, hey, wait a second, you sure that you're doing everything and thinking the things that you want to be doing in a situation to where this is a much more private scenario than maybe your science teacher told you or something like that. That wasn't the most eloquent way to get it across, but for me, those sorts of realizations about what this place is has changed the way that even my internal monologue goes, and the way that certainly that I act towards other people as well. There it is.
Well, and then we have the so-called elites, right? They all believe in a higher power. They all adhere to this fact that we have been created, right? So why would they do such a thing, right? Why would the powers that be believe in a higher power and the peasants don't, right? Because the peasants got the Big Bang Theory, where we've all came from an explosion, and their leaders, they believe in a god, right? The Freemasons believe in a god. Are they all dumb and crazy then?
That's a requisite for being a part of the club, man.
Yeah, so being in that high place, you have to believe then. You know what I'm saying? They truly believe in a higher power. They're just faking it. So all of those high-placed priests are wrong.
This is the brainwashing.
Yeah, the biggest trick the devil ever did was making the people believe he didn't exist, right?
That's right. I'm sure you've seen this little documentary on Taboo Conspiracy's channel, Roger.
Which one?
I'll post it in stream.
Oh, is that the 5-hour one from a few months back?
Yeah,
No, that's E1. Yeah, I'm only like in 2.5 hours now, so.
Atlee and Charles, yeah. Really
He's
interesting.
referencing the Australian man.
Yeah, correct.
So the history of flat Earth, right?
No, this one's different. This one is a man who won like the American Idol or some sort of music X Factor. Okay, yeah, one of those like contests like that. He's got I've never heard him sing, but I guess he must have musical talent or whatnot. But a good chunk of the video is slides of imagery of Jay-Z and all these multitudes of individuals who are in the celebrity thing or whatever, the industry, I'll call it. But the other portion of it, the greater portion, is him describing it to you in his thing. Now, I've wanted to get back and like hear what this guy is doing. Does anybody have any updates on this guy, by the way, before I forget?
He's been answering emails from certain people. I know I was following another channel that was basically releasing some of the email exchanges they've had. I'll have to look for it though, and I'll share it with you. Hang on, let me add you as a friend. Yeah, I'll do that. But he's basically on the same path. He's trying to just get the word out, I guess. But it's hard to ask him to do much more when he's done such a comprehensive documentary like this or explanation, I would say.
Yeah, I've seen the whole. You guys know Russian vids?
Yeah, I just found his channel recently.
Okay, yeah, yes, he's got a shitload of stuff about Freemasons and predictive programming. It's very interesting. He even
He
had. Yeah,
sorry,
go
go
ahead.
on.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
No, I was going to say the only reason I found him recently again is because he got kicked off and I couldn't find his channel for ages.
Yeah, he gets kicked off like 3-4 times a year. It's funny, but he also had Bart Sabrel on an interview, which I found very interesting.
Was that the guy that used to run a radio station?
Bart Sabrel is the guy that made A Funny Thing Happened to the on the Way to the
Way
Moon.
to the Moon.
Gotcha. Now I know. Yeah.
And Bart Sabrel was the guy that conveniently got sent a reel of video with Buzz and Neil Armstrong supposedly being in low Earth orbit, doing something with the window, right? They had something with the window that would fake the picture, right? So
yeah,
which is very odd, right? He is the guy that was trying to debunk the moon landings, and then he gets a reel of video from NASA showing them quote unquote faking the pictures they took from the module on the way to Earth, to the moon. So that's very suspicious. And then you got the fact that he got almost all Apollo astronauts on film, asking them to swear on the Bible that they went to the moon, right? Which I agree with Russian Vid is very suspicious, because how how can such a thing happen if you go to one guy and you punk him, right? You punked him, and then you go to one guy and ask him, why wouldn't he call all his mates, call NASA, call the FBI, NSA, I don't know, call them and tell them that there was this whack job asking me if I wanted to swear on the Bible if I went to the moon, right? Which they, apart from one, they didn't, right? There was one guy that did it, but apart from all, they didn't. Buzz even smacked him in his face. That was fun. But it's just a weird, quote unquote, coincidence that he gets all the Apollo astronauts on film. How? So, yeah, to follow up on that interview, Russian Vids was asking these questions, right? How is it possible that you get all these astronauts on film, and how is it possible you get the reel, right, with the video? And then he went on to the interview with Russian Vids, and he kind of brushed it away, a little bit of obfuscation, and trying to move the conversation into religion, because they are both mans of God. So he just, yeah, no, I'm not, he's not touching flat earth. So he blatantly says, yeah, no, we both have our differences about the shape of the earth, but we're both men of God, and let's talk about God and this and that. So he wasn't very forthcoming with the information, which makes it sus again, right? Which makes it very, yeah. Bart Bro is just a gatekeeper. He also got the level documentary from.
That's right what I just typed, Roger. Yeah.
Yeah, it was 7 seconds of the funny way. Something funny happened to the on the way to the moon. Was 7 seconds in the level documentary from Eric Dubay, and he copyright striked it, so it had to be taken down, and Dubay had to take out that 7 seconds of his video. which, if you ask me, is just how you call this in U.S. law, fair use. Like 7 seconds. Come on, it would be definitely fair use. But yeah, if you want to battle that, then you're probably like in time, like months. So
Yeah, my assessment of this is that, I'm not trying to fart on Bart here. I do have some issues with the man and his refusal to acknowledge measurable and observable evidence. However, what he got there, like you were just detailing, who knows how he got this? It arrived to him. He has minorly mentioned how, but not very comprehensively, and it seems a little aloof to me. But anyhow, he uses it as evidence that they couldn't go to the moon, and he'll bring in the Van Allen radiation belts, right? Now, for me, it just shows that, yes, I do agree, like, that they can't go, but it's not necessarily due to that, even though we can incorporate the Van Allen radiation belt information into kind of sort of what we're talking about, at least for me, as a person who says that nobody, man or machine, is getting out of here. So anyways, so that's the conflict that I have with him. But for me, it's more evident that nobody can get anywhere, as opposed to like nobody or anything can get anywhere. But he's just trying to say that they did it because they would have got fried by radiation or whatever. I think it's much more indicative of simply that there's an upper limit.
yeah, it's just a magic trick, right? So they let Bart make this, so when or if it all comes out, then they can say, yeah, well, we had to, right? Because the Russians and yeah, they went to low Earth orbit, and yeah, we faked it, but all the other stuff is real. So it's just a magic trick again, casting spells, trying to divide and conquer again. So you have two sides. Even Gerald White. Gerald White is astrophysicist, if I'm not mistaken. He now
I found
yeah.
him years and years ago. Sure, yeah.
Yeah, and he's not. If I'm not mistaken, don't pin me on this, but he has a high place in some Australian position, some astrophysicist position. I don't know, but he also denies the moon landing, right? And he made a few good papers on it, and it's all fine, but it's just again casting spells because they want you to believe, well, okay, then they didn't go to the moon. That's of course because they couldn't do this in 10 years, and we had to beat the Russians because of the war and yada yada yada. And but of course there are people in space, man. We have a tin can flying around, so yeah, who cares that they faked it 70 years ago? It's just casting spells again.
It's so discontiguous, right? It doesn't make sense in that mentality of accepting like certain fakery. I don't get how people don't call out the whole shaboom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then we have the brightest mind of them all, Don Pettit. Then you have a leak. I would go to the moon in a nanosecond. But we destroyed the technology. And it is a painful process.
Chugga, cup of coffee.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a gross one. The chugga chugga. Go take a crap and then have a cup of coffee.
I mean, the brightest, most best people go up to Narnia, right? And then they pick Don Pettit. I mean, they're just laughing in your face. It's just
How you call that one belt? One
what
belt.
bell?
That one belt. How you call that?
Van Allen belt.
Radiation belts.
Yeah, but this was interesting for me because I found out for that, I don't know, in 2000 maybe 15 about that.
one I don't know how to pronounce it. That doesn't matter. And about that belt, that means it was like some kind of thing that we cannot pass, like because it's too much radiation, blah blah blah. But it was interesting for me, 2018, 19, to realize that we need to container to have the gas pressure, and then I realized that we have two things that we cannot pass. One is container, and another one is, is belt. And
Yeah, man.
somehow in my mind was like, okay, that mean that all the time was the container, but only they call that Van Bell or what the fuck it is the name.
Yeah.
They could call them Einstein, belt.
The Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, it could be right that they say this belt, that the firmament or whatever is containing us is the Van Allen radiation belt, so that they can have some. Is that correct if I'm saying plausible deniability? That they say, well, yeah, we've measured something and we thought it was the Van Allen radiation belt, but actually it was the dome that's covering us all. Right.
But if you cannot pass that radiation, that means that you don't know what is behind that radiation and how gases react when they come to the, how to say it, when gases come to that radiation, what is going on then?
Yeah, it's all bullshit, man.
Yeah.
It's all bullshit.
But that was the good thing to have that radiation, because you cannot go, anywhere. Not because of container, because of radiation.
Yeah. Well, Globers will tell that. Yeah, after 7 times, right? We've been to the moon, and then it wasn't the costs were too high, and yeah, what would we do there after 7 times? And
Yeah,
of
the
course they didn't
public
go
got
back.
bored.
But
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Roger, but moon, it moved to our atmosphere
Yeah.
recent time. That means that we don't need anymore to pass that radiation, because moon is in our, how to say, atmosphere.
Yeah.
Is that I want to understand, because I think that they are saying that moon is not in the space.
Yeah, that's a thing that came out from various theoretical astrophysicists. These people embedded within NASA and other space agencies. They said that the moon is within the Earth's atmosphere because they extended the atmosphere. It's kind of like how they're playing around with all numbers. How just a few hundred years ago the sun dipped from the sun used to be 123 million miles away or whatever, and then it was less, and these are all they kind of play with the ratio. But anyways, this atmosphere thing is a very little ninny poop is what I call it. If you look into the detail, it's hardly worth me explaining. I can share with you the article. I was bored by it like halfway through when I looked at this a couple years ago when they released this. I thought it sounded just like a stupid thing, and it really doesn't answer any questions of critique. So it seemed bizarre to me, but
But they're putting news.
I'll see if I can find the highlights of the key point, because I'm kind of forgetting it. But yes, they did say that it's within the atmosphere because they extended the definition of such, which to me still sounds fake and gay in the first place. Sorry for being blunt,
No,
but
it is
that's how
not.
I think about it all.
No, that's killing that one belt. That means that they didn't need to go through that radiation. It means that they was on the moon. That's the point. If you don't have radiation, that means that they was on the moon. If moon is in air, in Earth atmosphere, that means it's not in the space there. That means between them is not that radiation. That means they was on the moon.
Yeah, Globus will tell that they went to the thinnest part, right? And then they went so fast. They went so fast through the belt that, yeah, that wouldn't leave a mark, man. Come on, man. Why would you think that astronauts would die through radiation. What's that?
How large is that radiation? Is that 1 mile? 5 miles?
It's a big belt, yeah. Yeah, but they throw a few numbers at you, right? They say, well, we know that the spaceship went this fast, and we know that it went this trajectory, so it went to the thinnest, as if that it's just
How
mumbo
fast
jumbo.
is it? Was
Yeah,
faster than in these days? It was faster than in these days. I don't know.
I don't know the numbers at the top of my head, but that is the globe response that we flat earthers make such a big deal about the Van Allen radiation belt and that they would have died, right? But they throw a few numbers at you and they say, no, well, look, they just went through it this fast and this long, so they would have had this amount of radiation. So no, you're wrong, right?
But maybe that because of Black Swan, because it's that time bigger. Someone said it's bigger. Then it's realistic to come to moon very easy.
But you are going into the weeds and begging the question that the Earth is a ball with the moon orbiting around it, right? They want you to go into this argument and then hustle around in Narnia. It's just not necessary. Just cut it off at the knees and ask for curvature, rotation, or gas pressure without containment, because this whole radiation belt is just
For me, it's even worse. It's orbital. How to say? Orbital speed and orbital moving of the Earth. That's the problem. How you can move that in that space? Where is that radiation when is Earth moving through the space? 66,000 miles per hour. Do you understand? Is that the radiation also constant around the Earth?
Yes, that's what they say, because it's all relative. It's all relative.
That's also it's going like linear orbital speed like Earth 66.
Right. Yeah.
Also, that radiation is moving together with the Earth.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh my God! Yeah.
It's all relative, bro. And when we see, so fun stuff, right? When we see, when we just touched about how the atmosphere is now, that the moon is in Earth's atmosphere, right? So you get this like oval around Earth and the moon. But when we get pictures, animations, and cartoons of the radiation belt, it looks like a toroid, right? Where's this oval, or so it's just always the same quote unquote shape whilst Earth is shooting through the galaxy, right? How does that work?
It doesn't.
Right. It doesn't.
Shooting through something what is so low pressure and so big that Earth is, you cannot even say that it's dot. It's you cannot compare one dot with I don't know what.
Right.
And that is like going with an incredible speed with the gases through that nothing and no inertia. Nothing's happening, you know.
Yeah, go ahead, Craig. What do you
I'll say, yeah, heliocentric is in the bin. It never should have launched from the beginning. You know, they said right from the very start, no hypothesis, just a bunch of ad hoc assumptions and, you know, observations that don't match. You know, like it was basically a meth field symposium from the Catholic Church to give some sort of big, grandiose story. They tried to level up, you know, their rhetoric. So now you got geocentric, and now you got to argue about the surface. So show me curvature, right? Well, where's all this curve that they say they got? See, they run from that too. You know, they got to go to, you know, to heliocentric to show you photos from space, and you're like, well, how did you know that, right? How did you get to space? With an R value. Well, how did you use this R value?
You know, one of the ways that we've been calling it heliocentric, I call it hypothetical heliocentric because it's whatever. But one of the things, isn't it acentric anyways though, because the sun is shooting off in those velocities, supposedly, allegedly orbiting around a galactic center, and all the galaxies are. I don't even know what the hypothesis for that one is. But is heliocentric a misnomer? Should we start saying acentric?
Yeah, that's what the interesting. If they try to expand the rules out, right? That they say, hey, Copernicus and Kepler, and this is the way physics and the universe work. Once they get far enough away, it doesn't work anymore. Which is why 96% of the known, 96% of the visible universe is now invisible, dark matter, dark energy. They just call them dark bodies. Like it's just everything's dark now.
That the ultimate fix, right? Like a fix a flat for your tire, but dark fix. That's what Michio Kuku or whatever his name is says. It's off by 10 to the whatever, so many whatever number, basically way off, and that wouldn't be acceptable in any sort of way of working. That's why it's all theoretical, hypothetical. And science guys globe people often get on me and they'll say, a theory is something that's been shown to be absolutely very close to being true, even though they have theoretical astrophysicists who've never even come any iota close to any of this stuff. They're totally just spaghettiing it, but even worse than that, they're not even doing the spaghetti test. They're just making stuff up without even a wall for it to stick to.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to do. Oh, go ahead.
I watched the American guy with similar like Michio Kaku. I forget the name, something Chagall. I will pronounce, but it's also astrophysics. He said like this quote. He has some presentation. I watched him. He said like this: "The evolution is fact, and nobody can go into that anymore." Like this, starting presentation like this. And what you want to say on that?
I think you're talking about Cross, Lawrence Cross, this little bald glasses guy.
Yeah, that's what he's talking about, Lawrence Krauss.
So evolution is fact, but science doesn't prove things, right?
No,
doesn't prove
evolution.
anything.
George, he's quoting like evolution is fact, and nobody. It's like something like I don't know. The orange. The orange is it's orange. Something like that. It's enough to say, and that's it. Like we know that it's a fact.
Yeah.
You don't need to prove it.
Such a haughty and just absolutely snotty, beyond exponentially snobbish notion to just say it's fact, we know it. Anybody who disagrees with me is wrong. I mean, come on, that's not at all what humanity is. We're trying to figure out what's true here, and to speak upon things that happened theoretically or hypothetically billions of years ago as if it's actual is just the highest degree of total nonsense to me. So I have no respect for that individual. I have an anti-respect, or whatever that means. So I had a bunch of memes about this. I guess I'll call him a motherfucker, pardon my French, but yeah, Lawrence Cross really pisses me off. He's kind of on the sideline when it comes to Neil deGrasse and Bill Nye and even Brian Cox. He kind of falls a little in the wayside there, but he's a real son of a bitch is basically what I'll call him. Sorry, that's the end of my ramble about that guy. I think I should make some new memes.
He got his comeuppance because a bunch of women came forward that he touched them inappropriately and sexually harassed them. So he got unceremoniously just drummed out of the scientific community. He didn't get deported or didn't get arrested, but he basically lives like upstate Massachusetts now or something like that. Where, last time I looked it up anyway.
Yeah, for these guys,
that would explain that.
Well, yeah, but for these guys, it's an easy out, right? So they purport their nonsense for decades, and then suddenly they get accused for touching women, and then they're out, and then nobody talks about them again. So they're out, right? They left the stage. The world's a stage, and everybody's has their role to play, and this guy just left the stage.
Yeah, so I'm looking at in 2012. He went down hard. His wife divorced him. He lost his job. It's the last time he published a book or anything.
And if you look history, we have maybe only 5 intelligent people in all human history. All others was
Okay, here I got it. So yeah, in 2018, he was put on sabbatical, and then for like another 6 years, he just got to flounder. And then in 2018, they found all the allegations against him founded, and he was able to retire. And now he does some sort of podcast about the origins of life or something like that.
Yeah, he's the guy. Yeah, I saw the picture.
Yeah, it's just so we're all stardust, right? All stardust and created from stars. Maybe he wanted to come out, and they had all this dirt on him, right?
Oh yeah, like he finally cracked the a lot of people older, like when they're later on in life, they start to see patterns and understand God, and he wasn't going to be this sort of atheist firebrand. And they said, well, here's your choices: either go down for assaulting young girls or or retire. He's like, yeah, that's not, that's a pretty easy choice. Because they got
Is
him
that
like
the only way to get into being like a science communicator? To get on the stage, you have to have like some blackmail-ish ability. There has to be a string that can be pulled on you in order to get there. Like, geez, man, yeah.
yeah,
I think
really.
so. Yeah.
As soon because to make sure you never go off script, and if you do, they got you.
Yeah. And I'm happier being just like a normal human being, like to where I can just be myself without all that blue, man. That sounds like a lot of noise I don't need.
Yeah, you should talk to Drace. He had somebody that was they wanted to. I'm paraphrasing, so they wanted to take him into the cabal, not Drace, but family member, and then for that ritual, he needed to do something weird with kids, right? So that's an example.
So this guy should be deported in the large way because Kraus, like, he's got this activism part. He says he describes himself as an anti-theist. Okay, sure, you have rights here. You got free speech, and God gave you these rights, and government's supposed to protect them. But then to run around and try to it's almost like he's like an agent, like a disinformation agent, trying to undermine America inside America, like the Alien Sedition Acts, right? I mean, if he's not American, how can he just run around and assaulting our women? Like given these weird anti-theist sort of talkings with Richard Dawkins, who I don't think Richard Dawkins can re-enter America either. I think he's like, if he enters America, he could be under arrest.
Richard Dawkins promotes cannibalism.
Yeah, and like with mild pedophilia or something like that. Like the last I heard is like that he's got some investigations going on here. That if he comes back, he's got some questions to ask. And this is just like radical right wing news sources.
I had a period of time, probably in about 2012 or something, to where I listened to Richard Dawkins' Evolution book, and it was an audio book, and I was driving from Texas to Indiana, and I needed something to listen to while my wife and children were sleeping and everything. And I was like kind of on board with it. I thought, oh, this kind of makes sense. Man, was I a fool. He was only describing little portions of it, but trying to ascribe it to a much higher macro evolutionary thing of all this. And boy, was I dumb then. And this guy's turned out to be a real asshole.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with atheism. I mean, there's a huge part of society that benefited from skepticism. A lot of skepticism. The 1960s second wave atheists were all about calling Nixon out, the war on drugs. You'll prove it, constantly telling the government to prove it. First wave atheism is how we got America. Voltaire. Saying if God doesn't exist, I'd invent them just to make sure government can't get to your human rights. And this third wave atheism was like a hard right face. It was like completely different from the first two waves of atheism. They got this sort of activism atheists where they want to start changing society and undermining, the 2,000 years of societal evolution just to try to go back to caveman times and say you have no rights. It's just government granted privileges, and they'll decide who gets to speak, who doesn't, who gets to do what It's good that all of them went down. All these third wave atheists, one way or another, were discredited or Me Too or had some sort of nervous breakdown. I mean, really, that kind of the only one left is like I supposedly Bill Maher, right? I mean, who can think of another?
Mr. Red Shoe. Maybe that's too conspiratorial for some. He wears the red shoes. That's kind of more of a notion. I don't know if they actually do that, but anyways. Yeah. Bill Maher, in most of my hearings of that man, has been like a real nauseating individual. I do not agree with him on a great deal of things.
Yeah, it's like you got I'm not that I disagree with not Alec, the guy who played Batman. Trying to blank on his name right now.
Bale, Christian Bale.
No, the newest one. Something with an A. Oh, Affleck, Ben Affleck. Like,
oh, yeah, that dude. Okay.
Yeah, I don't agree with Ben Affleck's politics virtually on anything, but to see him go after Bill Maher, because Bill Maher, like the third wave atheists, they love warfare. I mean, they actually think like science proves which societies should live and die. Like this idea of social Darwinism. If one culture has more bombs, well, that culture gets to bomb the other guy until it's submission. So Bill or Alec, guy just said his name and lost it again. Ben Affleck, yeah. So Ben Affleck basically said, what do you think you're gonna do here by bombing people? There's not gonna be blowback. People aren't gonna want to fight you. And Bill Maher's like, not my problem. Because what they're trying to do is separate the Abrahamic religions and make it seem like they're not connected through the book of Genesis. Because if they can take down Genesis, the atheists, they think they can completely destroy Christianity. Yeah, he's still the Bill Maher still doing videos and stuff. He was posting like pretty much every week. So he's really the last one, the last man standing of third wave atheism.
I personally never comprehended atheism. In my early 20s, I kind of got into the idea of like at that time there were the Four Horsemen, or maybe that was like later in my 20s. But I finally had some free time in my life, and I got into listening to people like Dawkins and Chris Hitchens and a few of these guys, and for a time it was like, all right, because I went to Catholic school, I never got along with any of that, but I've come back to something much different than the rejection of atheism or any which kind of combines with nihilism basically for me, and nihilism ain't for me. I'll tell you what, me and my maker, there's some lofty plans for me. I don't know what they are. I'm just kind of doing the best that I can with it. That's my personal view. I know it won't work for everybody, but that's the nature of our society, though. If we're Americans, most of us are here. I know some aren't, but their constitution is basically saying that there is a creator. They've given us inalienable rights, and this is this, and this is this. And so when you go against the grain so hard like that, you're obviously going to get great deal of us who are going to be silent a lot of times and let you, jabber on with your irreverent tomfoolery. But it ain't going to be how it is ultimately for the minds of the people when you're saying, hey, let's go ahead and eat people, and mild pedophilia is okay, and moral relativity, I guess, is the stake that I'm trying to get at. They say that, oh, it really doesn't matter because nothing matters anyways. Well, that ain't for me, and I'll end it like that before I go on for like 3 more years.
Yeah, so the Four Horsemen, that was Richard Dawkins, Sam Harris, Christopher Hitchens, Daniel Bennett. Yeah, I know Hitchens died. Dawkins is basically contained within England now, like he can't leave. Sam Harris had some sort of nervous breakdown, and I'm not sure what happened to Daniel Bennett.
Me either. Yeah. Glad you recognize this. Yeah.
Look like he's still alive. He just retired or something. Yeah, he's out there kicking and screaming, just isn't really doing much with it. Maybe he saw like his other Four Horsemen, defeated, and then decided that he didn't want to go down the same path. Yeah, they actually wrote a book. They straight up wrote a book about how they're going to destroy society. They call it like, new atheism, third wave atheism, the Four Horsemen of atheism. They had a plan. The problem is they thought they won already, so they tipped their hand to kind of pat themselves on the back, and they didn't realize that no one was paying attention to them to begin with. They were just a bunch of internet, quasi, celebrities because of their curious positions that they had. They go, how could you be educated and say these things? People are like, that's very interesting, Like you'll sit there and be like, you're a cognitive scientist, who studied philosophy, the mind, biology, and then come out and say there's no God. Like, can't you just look around the world and see that virtually all societies but North Korea have a creator? So how does that square with your scientific research?
Right, man. Hey, for some reason on my Chromebook, people's names don't light up anymore when they're talking. Is that you, Crit, who's been talking, or who? Oh, okay. Okay, good. That's kind of who I thought it was. I'm on a newish account from what I was from like years ago. I think I've talked to most people in here like on and off over the years, but okay, man. Yeah, I'll send you a message because you know what's up with all this. I'm glad that you recognize that, because a lot of people that I've talked to didn't have the same experience with these Four Horsemen guys, because I was kind of into their methodology. I'd just gotten like through a divorce, and I was living alone in this like alien city in Houston. I didn't know anybody, and like atheism was like this thing that I had for a little while, but it didn't really ever gel. It was just it was an intellectual or like a persuasion or just event or something.
Yeah, I kind of had a similar
years
experience.
later, things have changed.
Yeah, I had a little bit of a similar experience. I kind of dipped my toe in atheism, and that was enough for me. All through the Iraq War and everything, I lost a little faith. Faith of crisis. Like you heard people onward Christian soldiers, and all this drum to warfare. I started looking at police accountability, and I really got this idea that it can't be real, right? There's no way like Southern Baptists would be a thing. They're too much. They're too much of an asshole for it to be real. Because these people are just nasty, toxic. They're rude. They're destructive. They hate other people. They hate liberals. They hate progressives. I go, it wasn't workable in my mind. So I started playing, talking to atheists, and I went to a few kind of, like here in Minnesota, there's a Minnesota Atheist Foundation, especially up here in the north, where they go bowling, they pick up trash on the side of the road and stuff. I'm like, let me check it out. And then I realized that these people are even bigger assholes. The difference is, at least a Southern Baptist tries to do good once a week. Like every Sunday, they try to do better. The atheist isn't even trying; they're just happy. Like they're like the bigger asshole they can be. Like they see that as practicing their quote unquote religion. So then I virtually saw that I was judging other people too harshly, and I probably should. I did a lot of self reflection on that, and it brought me right back to God. So I kind of feel like it was like a test, that I had to walk through to really see what was going on here. But I also learned a lot about atheism because it's not all of them. It's like the like they said in the 1980s, the silent majority. When you see these atheists shooting their mouth off, saying really stupid shit, that's like the loud minority. The minority of atheists just go about their daily lives with their own sort of subjective morality that's pretty much in line with the rest of society. It's just like these few nutcases who seem to get all the attention.
Squeaky wheel syndrome, maybe.
Yeah, or just because they're curious displays of sort of anti-intellectualism, sort of like batshittery, trying to one up each other with even more bizarre and weird claims and laughs.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt. I've seen that, especially in our current social media climate. It sounds so weird for me to even say that, but there are people who will like make themselves even bigger, seeming Satanists by making themselves look demon and put on mock abortions in the street just to, get to the man or whatever, something. Yeah.
This is all because of heliocentric.
Sorry.
I mean, I can't see a reason. I mean, I don't know what creator deniers were doing when the earth was flat. But at least for right now, the only reason that I made a connection between the sky and the Bible is because of zeitgeist. And what I mean by connection is I had never thought about what I was taught in school about the sky and how it relates to the story in the Bible. So it sounded completely ridiculous to me. I'm like, yo, look what they saying in Genesis. This doesn't make any sense. But now I realize the only reason I ever questioned that there was a God was only because I thought that this place was shaped by chance. And I believed everything that my teachers told me. So it's the system.
Yeah, there wasn't any reason to question it until there was. I'm looking at this web page right now. Most influential atheists of all time. They moved that Richard Branson up to like third now.
Branson is an atheist? I've never really listened to much of that guy talk, because it always seems very just non-engaging at all, anything that's ever uttered from his like pearly whites or whatever. That sounded kind of crappy, but for me, I've never comprehended atheism at all. I get agnosticism of the thought of not knowing, but atheism, am I correct in saying it means that there is no higher anything?
No.
There is no creator? This is all just a thing that means nothing? And does it just jump in the hula hoops with nihilism? It's just meaningless nothingness. Hooray! It all is nothing. Is that what it is?
Yeah, they have. They. It's hard for them to really define what it means. It kind of like atheism has its own meaning to the person who self-identifies. So it's almost like you have to ask the person straight up, "What do you mean when you say the word atheist?"
Okay. Yeah.
Some of them would be like, "Oh, I just don't believe in Christianity," but the other religions are possible. Or some would say, "Oh, I haven't seen enough proof. I'm just looking for proof." Someone will make a positive claim. I mean, really, the real definition is like, yes, it's like, so when someone says atheist, they're saying straight up, there is no creator. There's no supernatural. It's all random chance, and just enjoy life while you're here for whatever reason. And they don't really give anything more than that. So it's Side Traveler put a question here. It looks like he must be listening to YouTube. So yeah, the globe religion. So yeah, if you follow, this is one thing that's interesting too. A lot of these atheists are anti-flat earthers. So Side Traveler said the globe religion has been telling about God. You think the flat earth says they're hiding, and they tags crit. So yeah, my understanding is a lot of these anti-flat earthers are also anti-theists or atheists or third wave atheists for the most part. And which is interesting because the whole heliocentric model, every bit of it, 100% of the heliocentric model goes back to the Catholic Church, like from 300 or 400 years ago. So this is right from the very beginning. It's a theological claim. It's a creation myth. So then it's like, how can atheism? I'm not to flip your question back to you, but how do you take a Catholic creation myth, flip it around, and then say they were actually talking about atheism? So yeah, there's religious people on every side of this aisle. There's religious flat earthers. There's atheist flat earthers. There's religious globalists, and there's atheist globalists. But the difference is, at least the atheist sort of flat earther has an argument. The atheist globalist doesn't. They basically are using a religious doctrine to advance their agenda.
The whole thing is, I mean, they say they're atheists, but are they? Because they're putting their faith into a whole nother system of belief that isn't scientific anyway, right? So they're just replacing one belief system with another and saying it's a magical Big Bang instead of a God. And then they say, you don't have to believe in a God because you have my magical Big Bang, so you're better than the rest. So it elevates them into this position of I'm better than the rest, and that's how they get away with it.
Yeah, that's it right there. They're just swapping out belief systems without really explaining it. Like why did you switch these belief systems? And a lot of them have a very low understanding of science, which is why Louis Pasteur,
how the trick works.
Yeah, Louis Pasteur, the guy who didn't invent, but the author of germ theory, just straight up said that if you take a first drink of science, just a sip, it might make you question the creator. But when you get to the bottom of the glass, you're closer to the creator. So these guys, they only learn just a very small bit of science, like really vague definitions. They never did science really. You know, like Drace's song, right? They took a science class in high school and got a C, and
Abington
now they're an
Square.
expert.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Okay.
Thank you.
And all
My bad,
these.
I'm hot mic'd.
So okay, and all these big guys in the history believed in God, right? Newton and Pasteur and what was the other guy? Lemaitre, right?
Oh yeah, George Lemaitre.
Lemaitre, right?
Yeah, Copernicus just straight up said
Copernicus.
this
Yeah,
only
Copernicus.
works. Oh no, I'm sorry. Newton. Newton said it only works if God created it. It's too big. It's too powerful. It's so amazing that you cannot, if you see all the stuff in the sky and it is what he thinks it is, the only possible conclusion is it was made by a superpowered supernatural being.
Yeah, but the Globers and the trench level grunts, they eat their own, so they throw them under the bus and tell them, well, yeah, but they didn't have the technology now. So of course they believed in God. And how could you believe in God now when we have all these technology, right?
Yeah, a lot of these like globe Earth, flat Earth arguments could just be could be solved if you can just have the atheists follow their own logic and just be like, why do you believe these photos from space? Why do you believe government?
Well, it's not like I don't know. Like I don't, because I mean we all fall victim of the same thing. Like, how could you be a so-called atheist, but then never have your own kind of calendar or research or history as to what time you think it really is? Why do you think it's 2021 after the death of Jesus Christ?
Yeah, it's kind of flipping the argument.
It doesn't sound like a huge deal, but like you're an atheist who's never questioned that it's the year 2021 after Christ.
Well, I guess they would just say that it's just sort of patterns out of the chaos, maybe. Which doesn't make sense to me at all. I'm just trying to play the other side.
Oh, you wait. I forgot. So not only do they not question that it's 2021, but they also think that the Earth has been here for billions of years. all of that in one thought and one mind, and it's like, yep, I never thought anything was wrong with it. Well, that's because I wasn't sure that the Earth was here for a billion years. I mean, that one I didn't know.
Often, Elijah, when I question people about this, about the scientific, what I call beliefs, I don't have flat Earth beliefs. I have opinions and observations and measurements. Anyways, when I question though people about the 3.4 billion year old Earth and the 14 whatever universe, I often don't get any answers towards those. They say, well, science is an ongoing process, and so we're getting closer towards getting to the truth. Well, okay, how did you even get to that? You're just piggybacking, standing on the shoulders of assumptions upon assumptions to get to this. To me, it makes no sense.
Flying at the seat of your pants. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
They come right out and tell them it's not. They come right out and tell them it's not science, and they don't care.
You know, and often put in a position to where when I'm challenging people who are standing up for the globe or Darwinian macro evolution and everything, to where I'm often in the potty seat to where I get all the stones thrown at me. So, I'm trying to deflect some of it, but oftentimes it's just on the internet. So how many, we can deal with that, right? If it's on a message board. People will attack you in real life for that, though. That's really messed up. That's a whole aside, a tangent I'll get to later at some point, maybe down the road. But when I am fighting with people, though, it's really weird that if you don't accept a situation in which people are talking about billions of years, now most of us live to what, 70, 60, 80, something like that. The billion situation is, and many of these geological things that we see here on Earth, there are alternatives that could have happened a lot quicker, that maybe people within our short lifespans just haven't conceived, and they're living with the information that was given to them too, and thinking it's true. Many of the people that I think that I fight with all the time, I don't think they're actually lying. I think that they have a different view, but it's a more rigid one than I, because I'm able to adapt, and they're set in it. It's like Earth is 3.4 billion years old or whatever it is. I can't remember. Cause is there a difference between 3.4 and 4.3 to a human? I mean, we throw these numbers around all the time, but do we know what those mean? Anyways, that was the end of my ramble. Before I go on forever, I see Dawkins here, and we had Cross earlier. These guys really get my goose, man.
Hi.
They have you from the second you pop out of your mother, because everything around you is lying to you. You can't base any form of structure on top of a faulty foundation, and everything you're told is a lie from the start, on purpose, so that you fumble your way through, so that they can reach their hand out and say, "We'll show you the way. It's easy. Science. Follow us."
Here's an example of how they have this cog diss, right? Where they just tell you some buzzwords. So I was talking to this dude, and he basically said, the Earth is not flat, right? I'm like, okay, what is it then? He said it's curved. I'm like, okay, well, what if it's not curved? What is it? And he wouldn't say the word flat. So I'm like, so in your axiom, right, your understanding of the world, not flat equals curved, but not curved doesn't equal flat. And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, okay, well then, how do you know the Earth is curved? He said ships going over the horizon.
Everybody gets caught up on curve. You got to remind them, no, it's not a curve. It turns into a ball. It's not just that it has a little bit of a curve. You have to find a ball eventually. So for every mile there is no curve, there is 2 miles with curve to make up the regular curve and the curve you just lost on that flat spot. It has to end up curving eventually, because
that's what I'm getting there.
So where's the extra curve? We have all these flat spots. Where is that super curvy spot that we're looking for then?
Yeah, that's what I was getting to with my little story here. So he tells me that ships go over the horizon. And I'm like, okay, so what is that about? Is that about the horizon, or is that about the ship? He said it's about the horizon. And then he interrupted me and said, and now I know you're going to bring up Black Swan. I'm like, well, I wasn't going to. I was going to bring up, periscopes and bridges and lighthouses, but sure, I can talk about Black Swan. Then he said, look at the oil rigs. And I said to him, okay, how about this, right? If ships going over the horizon is about the horizon, how is Black Swan about the oil rigs? He just says, because it's distorted. I go, so now you have a distorted ship going over the horizon. What's the argument about? The horizon or the oil rig or the ship? And he said the horizon. See, both cases he has this cog dissonance towards flat Earth.
Yeah.
He won't even admit that Black Swan is about the horizon. So I just said, hey, there's an object on the horizon showing the distance to the horizon. How can I use that as an argument about the horizon? And then he's like, no, and it goes into some sort of anti-QE rant. And I'm like, dude, how is it possible to talk to you? Like, you won't even follow your own logic. you'll run away from it as soon as you think it's going towards flat Earth.
They don't have logic to begin with. That's why. It's not that they're using their own logic. They just are able. They've been taught to turn it off. Everybody's got logic, right? You see things, you know. If you're not insane, you have logic. So you have to be able to turn it off somehow.
Thing
That's what
is,
they teach you. Is to be
am I
able to turn
coming through?
Yep, gotcha, Roger.
Yep.
Yeah. So the funny thing is they say distorted. So when it's distorted, you can look. View of reality is distorted. I'm now a superhuman, right? I don't have any psychological issues. So distorted means better in this case.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's a good. The more distortion, the better in their view.
Why would you expect to see things the way they really are? That's ludicrous.
But why is
That'll be the
everything
argument.
ass backwards? Well, let's look up the definition for distortion real quick, just to see how backwards they are. So distortion. Wow, the action of distorting or the state of being distorted. Whoa, that's not a definition at all.
It's not how definitions work. You can't use the same word in it as you're defining.
Yeah, twice. Use the same word twice. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, like happy. The state of being having happiness, or happy.
Yeah. And when you add in the lies to the stress that they artificially create for us to deal with every day, and that's how the deception prevails past you showing them evidence. They just shake their head, shake it off, put that cog disc back on, and off they go.
It's like I'm gonna get up and go to the gym, but I'm literally pinned down by a dog. It's like, come on, dude, get up so I can get ready.
You want to read the dumbest statement you'll ever read in your life? Crit? Or whoever?
Yeah, sorry, I lagged out there for a second.
Yeah.
Can you say it again?
Do you want to read the dumbest thing you've ever heard in your life?
Yeah, let me get it.
Read it out loud for everybody.
Yeah.
So I was trying to tell this guy that well, I tried to in a nice way tell him that he didn't know what a hypothesis is by asking him to produce a definition, which he never did, never would. But
Okay.
before all of that, this is what he told me a hypothesis was when I said that there was no viable hypothesis in astrophysics or astronomy.
Yeah, so here's his hypothesis. The universe occupied a single point. And then he goes on to give his evidence. Okay, so its evidence is universe expands uniformly over time. Then his prediction: as matter expands, it cools. Recombination era. I've never heard that word before.
Let's just slow down right there.
Okay.
So he said his hypothesis is the Big Bang, basically.
Yeah, universe occupied a single point. So his cause would be the universe. The effect is single points. So you'd have universes everywhere.
Well, here's the thing. I asked for a valid hypothesis, and there is no observation for the Big Bang. So there's no observed phenomena. So right there, it's dead there. But then he goes to say, "This is my hypothesis, and this is the prediction." Well, you're dead there too, because a hypothesis is a prediction, and
Yeah,
it
he
gets worse.
changed his. He did a word switch on you. At first, he says the universe occupies a single point. Then his it was a second hypothesis is matter cools as it expands.
Keep reading.
So then, yeah, I think I left off the prediction. So experiment measuring heat signatures or signature of observable universe. So now his experiment will be a measurement, and he's gonna validate this through CMBR.
Cosmic microwave
Oh, okay.
background radiation.
It's just
Yeah. So then he says perfectly scientific, and none of it explains the cause of the expansion or the origin of space-time and matter. Merely validates a hypothesis of space-time in matter occupying the same point, Big Bang. Here is a link which explains the WMAP, which is yeah, another acronym. He doesn't show, huh? Something from NASA.gov.
Right.
Oh, it's a satellite. Okay, it's a satellite that measures the cosmic background radiation. Okay, then the scientific process for
yeah,
providing the evidence
you're
for Big Bang
fighting.
cosmos. Oh, go ahead.
So he said, before you go, the final nail in the coffin is he's not concerned, or they weren't concerned with the cause. So you don't have a phenomenon, and you're not concerned with the cause, but a hypothesis is a prediction as to what is causing an observed phenomenon. This is how backwards everything I just said. He has the opposite of. What the fuck?
Yeah, and the only thing I would say that
And
that's
then as
safe,
long as they have somebody to look around to and high five and say, "Right, buddy? Yeah, haha," then it will always be true to them. They'll never have
yeah,
to
I would
think
say the
about
only
it.
thing that saves this guy is that he realizes he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's just kind of speaking from like his knowledge because he gives you a bunch of links at the end. It says here, "I hope I can. These sites can do a better job at explaining what he's." He's like, "Yeah, clearly I'm going to fail here because I don't, he's not some sort of expert, but this is what my takeaway was
You
by
can't
reading these
explain what you don't
websites."
understand.
Oh, go ahead. Was it I Am a Globe?
No, I was just saying that he can't. You can't expect somebody to explain something that they don't understand themselves. So I think at some point he realized I'm not explaining this because I don't understand it, and he sent you to somebody who told that he believes understands it, so that they can deal with you. It's all just they'll never take responsibility for themselves to have to explain it or make it make sense in their own brain because it's a big groupthink. They don't have to.
Yeah, like smoke and mirrors. Kind of when the doctor sees you've got big insurance and you've already paid your deductible for the year, start sending you around from, expert to specialist to this to that.
So look at what Roger posted, right? For the definition of distorted. So it said altered from a true, natural, or normal state, shape, or condition. Well, the horizon is supposed to be a segment of the shape of the earth. So if there's distortion, then the shape of that segment would be distorted, but it's still just a horizon. No distortion. At least as far as this definition goes, there's what distortion?
Yeah, they claim distortion. Where's the proof of distortion?
Yeah, that's like a right and proper welcome to flat Earth at that point. Oh, so your horizon is distorted and it's no longer the shape you think it is.
What's the evidence for that? I mean, you can't you admitted you don't go down there to measure it anyway. It's all just head fluff. You have to start grounding your argument in reality instead of presupposition.
I mean, there's a reason why they always take you to the stars and the sky instead of the actual Earth.
Elijah, that guy, he said that every point in the universe, the hypothesis was that it all existed at once. That's and then went on to continue to argue from that insane concept with never stopping to examine it himself. Right? So he was just spouting a regurgitation of somebody else's idea that he had no intention of ever explaining anyway, right?
How can hypothesis be universe occupy single point that happening every time when we observe? When is that happening?
Right.
Exactly. There is no observation.
No observation, right?
How that can be hypothesis of what?
So the observation then becomes the cosmic microwave background radiation. But you're not trying to determine the cause of it. You're
Right.
just
You just
presupposing it, which is different from a supposition.
Right.
Because a presupposition
Right,
already assumes your outcome.
And within that statement, that the message you posted, that's a person looking at it from their time and waylaying a whole lot of things that that they can supposedly detect back to like milliseconds before the Big Bang. I mean, that one never registered for me. You're seeing something, but does it mean those conclusions? Not at all, in my view. And the vision of those things is also in question because obviously this person has said that this is how it is, but how many of you have looked into what it is that theoretical astrophysicists and people who teach at universities like this are saying that they're viewing when they look at this? There's obviously qualms within them. We see the geocentric guy, the Santis or whatever his name is. Anyways, there isn't like a solid view on any of these views at all either. Be my take on that.
That was the first. The second one is evidence. Universe expands uniformly over time.
Can I
We have proved that is not happening.
Can I add something here with the Big Bang, guys? So like, the Big Bang there's a big problem with that, right? It's really funny because it's a violation of the first law of thermodynamics. You know that energy can't be created or destroyed. So like, the idea that everything came out of nothing is just a big violation of natural law in the first place. That's really funny.
I like to beg the question of like the entire system with the spheres or the balls inside it. So once you beg the question of a sphere, it's like, well, how did it get like that? If everything was expanding, how did you have the opposite of that. Again, here we go with the opposite thing. So it's like, where'd the energy come from for these things that were moving, expanding, with apparently nowhere to lose this energy? So they're happy just expanding further apart, but somehow these things clump together eventually.
My stupid, isn't the Big Bang like let's say big, how we say that, entropy?
Yeah, Globus would say that that singularity isn't breaking the first law, right? Because it was already there.
They started out breaking the first law. They're going to break them all. It doesn't matter. So on its face, it's just ludicrous. Right off the bat, we're going to create something that doesn't exist. No, we're just going to create something that doesn't exist. Well, let me stop you right there. That's, you know.
But that explosion must be intelligent. Cannot be chaos. If that explosion happened,
Not only must it be intelligent, it must exist outside the laws of our universe, though.
Yeah.
That's the hard part. It can't exist outside the laws and be within it at the same time.
But afterward, it must be intelligent to shape all the system, all the universe. Air.
Well, yeah, it would have to be
solar system.
Yeah.
All speeds, all functions, all. It cannot happen like from. It cannot happen chaotically to get that how to perfection.
I think the problem is that we gave them permission to keep using magic as soon as you allowed them to create everything out of nothing magically. So now it's well, if you're going to let me use magic, then I'm going to use some magic over here.
You know, for me personally, I've never doubted that maker of all things could create anything, explosionary or otherwise. It's the details and sometimes attitude, I guess, that or the facts claimed by those of deniers of intelligent design. There's a real like faction of absolutely adamant fanatical, I dare say, people of that. I think I brought up one of them earlier with Cross, right?
Yeah, with Lawrence Krauss.
Yeah. I didn't know Lawrence had gotten into any sort of female sexual business. I think that's what we had talked about earlier. Neil deGrasse Tyson had some claims of that, but somehow he escaped. I'm not sure, but I guess Cosby's out of jail now, so anything's possible, right?
I mean, was Cosby ever in jail in the first place?
Yeah, Cosby was in jail for a couple of years, I think. Cosby got convicted, and then his thing got overturned like a couple months ago, or less than that. I remember seeing it one times I turned on my TV, and all of a sudden Bill Cosby was there on Court TV. That's the only channel I ever watch when I do turn on the thing a couple times a year, and there it was. Yeah, people were raging about that hard. Bill Cosby getting out of his conviction a month or two ago.
In a world where we could get away with the
California,
crime.
you're hot micing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep.
I'm not. I can't touch my phone right now. Can you mute me, please?
Yeah.
I'm
yeah.
working right now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bill Cosmos.
It's weird, ain't it? Yeah. Cosby and Neil deGrasse, they have such parallels. I made a bunch of memes about them kind of being the same. I put the Bill Cosby sweater on Pear Guy.
Pear Guy.
Yeah, Pear Guy. Microphone drop.
What's going on, Crit? I haven't seen you for a while.
Yeah, hey. Kind of busy with stuff. End of summer, trying to enjoy it.
Good for you.
Been hopping on a couple other servers here and there too, so it's like, before, like during winter, it's easy to just have Discord on in the background.
Yeah. Are these like debate servers or?
Yeah, some of them. Other ones are just kind of conversation type stuff.
Any specific topics?
Yeah, well, one of them actually is called Random Topics. So you just join it. Yeah.
Unspecifically.
Yeah, you just join just people, mostly like kind of who work from home and or had, during all the lockdowns and stuff. Just wanted to have people to talk to.
Did you invite them over?
Oh no, I would just go there and talk about random stuff, not try to go into like flat Earth. One time, this dude Ed Freeze found me on that server somehow, and he joined the channel, started shit talking. Crit's a known troll, and he's an asshole. And everyone's like, dude, I don't know who the fuck you are, right? But we've been talking to Crit for like 8 months. Okay, you can fuck off. It was pretty cool. I sent him a message afterwards. I'm like, see, dude, you can be anybody you want on the internet, but you just couldn't help yourself but be an idiot.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if they're saying that about you, it's a bit of an odd reflection on them.
Yeah, it's like you're gonna just join.
Can someone mute? There we go. Cheers.
Oh, California.
Sorry. Yeah. California.
Outside party.
Yeah, we was on a really good topic earlier, and then I had 2 hours worth of meetings. Not ideal.
Are you Australian?
Australian, me? No, English.
Oh, sorry. I often have a hard time figuring that out all the way. My bad.
No worries, man. I get it.
Some people sound more so. I know there's often dialects depending, how many miles you are from this place. It's the same everywhere on Earth. But yeah, sometimes my ear gets all mixed up with it. Okay, I just wondered. There's this guy named Mitchell from Australia. He was talking about the lockdowns there, and so never mind.
Yeah. Well,
how are things going there though for you though? I know the UK is a bit more lockish than certain parts of America.
I mean, for me specifically, I think it's a bit of a different story because I kind of stay locally anyways, but I've not listened to any of the like the regulations and stuff, and I've just said I'm exempt everywhere I go and no one bothers me. So if you know what you're doing, then, well, if you even mediocrely know what you're doing, then you get away with everything, I think. But if you're scared and you go into everything, assuming they're going to stop you, assuming this is going to happen, then you're going to be a slave.
Said.
Hey, Crit.
Yep.
Do you still hang out in Gamma Panda server?
No. Yeah, I got sick of it, dude. They just keep kicking
really?
me. They kept kicking me, and I'm like, it'd be like you get some asshole who starts like a flame war, or some sort of spam war with you, and if you do respond, you're a problem, and if you don't respond, you're a problem. So it's like they want you to respond only a little bit, and then at some arbitrary point, just let the globalists win the spam war. And I'm like, dude, I can't. It's like you've got these, I don't know. That place is so weird. It's like people who have, it's like all the globalists who've just been destroyed everywhere on the internet. They all kind of coalesced into one spot where they think they can kind of win because they got a mute button at the end of the day. They can kick you. And then you have to. Then they think that if you come back, it's like consenting to that or something like that.
How sad is it though that they just have to live in that area where none of them can mention, the word R or anything like that? It's an echo chamber full of lies.
Yeah, they've got, and if there's no flat earther there, it's just complete silence. It's like no one says anything.
They're all on call.
One of my friends out here, he used to go into Gem Pandas and talk with them all the time. He'd often be just the lone dog, right? And the reason that he did it was for all the other people listening, not for the people he was necessarily conversating with or debating with, if you will, that whole thing. And so that's how he did it for a while, but it became too much for him as well. Even before, I never heard any flame war situation of all that. Scenario.
Yeah, the text chat, because I probably enjoy doing text a little bit more than voice. And there's a lot of text skanks over there too, which they're sock accounts. You just don't know whose sock account it is. it generally what will happen is, say you're talking with someone, they'll have like say me and you are sitting here talking, and in the text chat, I would have a sock account, maybe sometimes 6 or 7. Just constantly posting shit to you to try to get you distracted or off topic or something like that. It's like some sort of thing they do. It's like part of their atheism in a large way. I mean, there's a few moments, what kind of kept me on the server was there was moments, few in between where there was just a little bit of connection with somebody. I mean, just enough to maybe to have them think that flat earthers are human. This idea of this dehumanization. That's my goal when I went over there. Is to if I can get one globalist to at least admit flat earthers are human, I would have done something positive for humanity. But those people aren't really about anything positive. It's about this sort of negativity. They that's where they live and breathe.
I think I get a bunch of Simon Dan, parishioners or whatever on Reddit all the time because they really do hit me hard. They say the most foul things. It's really ugly. I don't know why you would really say that about somebody who has a different opinion of what's going on. Like I didn't do anything to them. Just saying what I think's going on.
It's just Pavlovian.
Yeah, Professor, quote unquote, Professor Phil Bell. I mean, it's still in the arena text. You can go read it. He just straight up said flat earthers are flurmen. They're vermin that need to be eradicated. And I'm like, and you're an educator.
Oh, is this
That's your
satellite Phil?
stance.
Are you talking
go
about
ahead.
Professor Phil?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, is that guy.
Okay.
Yeah, Phil sucks. I see him on the Level Earth Observer YouTube channel. He often comments in there, or he used to. I haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah, he's been over at Brandon's lately, just doing tech stuff. They feel like they got some sort of weird win from QE. They're gonna take down or take a piss on QE's videos, but didn't even send QE an invite or try to talk to QE at all.
They're afraid of QE, dude.
Has QE been over to these places?
No, there's no point. I mean, these guys are just, they basically had a panel of people just laughing as they were watching QE's videos, and they thought that was a debunking.
Are you serious? That's it?
Yeah, they premiered it like I don't know, like I basically got through like the first 10 minutes, and I was like, yeah, I can't even watch. This is like complete stupid stuff. I fast forward. I tried to find a few spots, but it virtually went on like that for like 2.5 hours of them just giggling, having their mic open, and just laughing. And I'm like, how is you laughing a debunk of anything?
Can I have a link to that video? I want to see it.
Yeah, I'll see if I can get it.
Thank you. Because
Not all that long ago, I had a person who relayed to me that they thought that this entire flat Earth versus globe, if you want to put it that way, was a measure of our debating skills. And all that flat Earth is a huge psyop, and all it is for us to hone our debating with one another, our philosophical standpoints, and hone our skills in debating. Now, I figure I've won at that point because often the couple of times that I have received such a reply, one time was more hefty than the other, it's been when presented with measurable and observable evidence that there is no curvature. And so then they go on to a philosophical thing or to try to get into your psychology. I had a guy on Karen's server a year ago or more. For 45 minutes, he would push aside all points that I made and would just say, oh, well, all flat earthers must have a conundrum of psychology or something that he put it, to where you're looking at the world this way, but without addressing the evidence. So I consider that a victory. Cha-ching. You have to deviate so far from what's actually being discussed to get into, mentality of a person, which is obviously a factor in some point, but not to the evidence of what we can see here on the Earth.
Yeah, I sent it to you, California. It basically shills Professor Phil versus Quantum Eraser, and Quantum Eraser wasn't even there, and they still lose.
Did you send it into my DMs?
Yeah, I DM'd you.
Okay, thank you. I'll check it out later when I have time.
Oh yeah, for real. It's like 2.5 hours long. So I mean, like, get some coffee, bro.
Oh, I definitely will, man.
It's basically a 2-hour long numpty clip. If my take on it.
Oh my gosh, I could just imagine that already. 2-hour long numpty clip. Now I definitely have to watch that.
This week's Blue Marble Earth one was a goodie.
Could you repeat that?
Quantum Eraser's most recent numpty thing was an extended one that was like maybe 35 or 40 minutes or something.
Okay, I'll have to look at it then. I haven't checked it out.
Oh, for Blue
Okay,
Marble Science?
Yeah, Blue Marble Science. There you go. Thank you.
Is it the video where he tried proving gas pressure without a container with 2 containers?
There you go.
Because that was pretty funny when he did that. I'm not sure you guys remember.
Yeah, showed up to show you gas pressure without a container, with 2 containers. I know. I hear QE talk about that all the time. It's like it's so hilarious. He's got another numpty clip too, where he's talking about the way plants breathe.
Yeah, I remember watching that one. It's on his channel somewhere. It's the one with the photosynthetic guy, right?
Yeah, the photosynthetic retard. That's the same dude, right?
Is it?
Oh, maybe not. Yeah.
Those numpty clips, dude, they must be embarrassing for those people.
Yeah, because a lot of the times they like to pretend they didn't say the stuff they said. And now here's a record. You did say that. Here's the date. Here's the recording. Here's your own voice.
Yeah, that happens a lot, especially like on the Nathan Elfie show. I don't know if you've seen this new clip on his channel, but it's called Globlier, I think. It's a good clip. You guys should check that out.
Okay.
But it's a demonstration of what you're talking about, Crit.
I had somebody respond to me the other day and say, well, if it was flat, all of you flat people would just go ahead and get a rocket and go to space. I formulated a beginning of a response, but I was like, man, should I really do this right now? I wasn't really in the right mood for it or temperament or whatever, so I kind of just put it on the back burner. I might respond, though. It wasn't all that long ago.
What's funny is that he's already presupposing outer space, and that rockets actually go there. He always begins with presuppositions, fallacies.
It's always kind of weird when so many random people talk to me on the internet because I'm not sure their validity, if I should really give, maybe always, anytime I give an effort, it'll always, maybe I should have that formula, like foundation. It's always just going to be for my own good, and who knows who'll get it. But sometimes I just don't know if it's even worth it because they might just say, whatever, fuck you. If I type up, some like 3, page long thing about the rationale for why I, think this and why people who question the globe aren't, batty or whatnot. It's hard to say. You don't know who you're talking to out here sometimes. It's often a little bit better when I can hear your guys' voice, the inflection that demonstrates some humanity behind it, right? And the quality of words that you use, that obviously means a lot to me. But when you're typing things on, various internet platforms, you never know. Because it could be like a 10-year-old kid, You know, I really don't know. People talking weird jive on the internet with this, you know, a lot of shorthand and everything. I'm getting too old for this crap. I really do try to be a ambassador of at least a questioning position, globe skepticism. How about that? That's where I've been at when it comes to, you know, all the, you know, thousands of people you could communicate with on any given day or whatever, just by typing a thing into a forum. Do encourage people to come on here, but like I said previously a couple hours ago, a lot of people will outright deny it and say, "Oh, I don't want to get ganged up on the real adversarial types," and the people say, "Yeah, I'll check it out," and I don't know if they ever end up in here or not. Maybe they do.
I mean, how I like to confirm things is that I like to send people an invite to the server, right? And then I just give them my my Discord account, right? My app and number, so they can find me on the Discord, and then they can ping me and probably have me VC verify them. But that's what I like to do.
Mm.
I think a lot of you guys should also do that too. So we actually know that the people we're inviting here are actually coming here, you know, instead of wasting our time.
I personally have a position to where I'm acknowledging that this is hard to say. I'm not sure the correct words. Maybe not every, maybe it's not a mass momentum situation. Could go into various forms of Christianity here. There are certain people in Christianity who think that not everybody's going to make it. There's only like a certain percentage. I don't know what that means. I'm only saying that as like a parallel or a comparison to my view of what it is that humanity is. Maybe not everybody's for me personally, I don't try to wake up people in my physical life. I thought I could do the sneaky do by telling them about flat Earth about 5-6 years ago, when they hadn't already known about the Trilateral Commission and the many other foundations of the finance system. That didn't really work out. Maybe it was just my presentation. I don't know. I'm not all that great of an orator or you know, whatever. But anyways, for me, I just put out information and I try to conversate with people who want to have something that I find compelling. If they want to disagree with me, that's cool. Let's go ahead and let's talk about it. If you want to agree, let's, you know, talk about all that even the more. It's really weird when people start telling me that I'm vermin or the other things that were discussed a little bit ago about you know, and they were speaking of the Gem Panda server situation or whatever. That's bizarre to me. I can't imagine being like, if somebody that, I mean, the most absurd thing to me would be a total nihilist and atheist, right? But I still wouldn't subject that person to being like outside the general zone of just being a human being you can relate with and just, you know, share all the normal things you do. Everybody should stay alive and all that stuff, and like ask them about their opinion and why it is. And I don't know.
Yeah, they will tell you
That's really weird that a flat earther would be so evil when like a nihilist or a absolute atheist who, you know, wants destruction or like cares not for anything and only their personal gain or something. Maybe that's a misnomer, but yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. They have this idea that you can believe or not believe something, and that makes it true. A justified belief. So if I say, well, or in not believe it, right? So I tell you, I do not believe in the heliocentric model or the globe, and somehow that's not. No, you have to. You have to believe. And I'm like, well, what about?
Do they mean that you must accept it as being true? Is that equal to
Yeah.
believe? Is that
Yeah,
okay?
like,
Okay.
It's either you believe it or you don't. And then they'll tell you too that I said, well, just consider me, just a couple steps behind you. I'm like 300 years behind you, and they won't accept that either, because they'll tell you that it's always been a globe. People just had it wrong. I go, is it okay to be wrong? And in their mind, no, you can't even be wrong. If you're wrong, that's like their version of evil. And I'm like, well, how can you justify saying that the majority of humanity is wrong about the creator and only the atheist is right? Because it's a cult. That's why. The first thing the cult does is they tell you everyone else is lying. Only the cult has the truth. And that's kind of what they do at Gen Panda, is a recruitment for a cult. It's brainwashing. It's people who really lack an education. They can't debate or argue. They get owned, and they're like, "Hey, I got a place for you to hang out, and you can play video games and pretend you're a scientist. Listen to some people that that they said are scientists, but they're not. They said they got papers, but they never show them. I mean, if you had a dude over there in Gen Pen that says, "I've written 20-something papers," I go, and you don't want to say what your name is, and I mean, you'd be a celebrity in that community. You got one paper, you'd be a celebrity, let alone 20.
That's pretty disconcerting. I don't know anything about the server, so I won't talk anything. But if you're gonna go ahead and rep yourself as like, yeah, I got 20 papers, but you can't know who I am, hush hush. That's pretty shitty.
Yeah, that's that dude that the guy he self-identifies as a straight up rocket scientist. Like he's worked. Yeah, I'm like, and at one point I got screenshots of it too, because I was talking on Livestream about how NASA is government and why not just separate NASA from government. And he just straight up says, like, NASA isn't government. It has nothing to do with government. It's a civilian agency. And I'm like, dude,
that's a lie.
you're a rocket scientist, right? You
Right.
should know something. You should be able to pass a bar trivia question about NASA. Like a bar trivia question, which branch of the government does NASA belong to? And you don't even know that NASA's government? And it took me about 15 links for this guy to finally say, okay, I was wrong. NASA is government. Like even the first link, I was just nasa.gov. That was not enough. And I'm like, and you are a rocket scientist with 20 papers to your name. And nasa.gov doesn't clear up that NASA is part of the government. And I'm like, see, they're like they live in a fantasy world that they've completely constructed. That somehow they're bold explorers just waiting for their turn to go to space.
It's kind of funny that I knew who you were talking about before you mentioned his name.
Oh yeah, it's like that dude is like classic. He's one of those dudes too. Like he probably tried to debate someplace, got just rickrolled, just destroyed, and then to save his ego, now he does this TMZ BuzzFeed style top 10 flat earthers. Number one will surprise you on this cult server, Jim Panda. That's all they do too. It's like,
that sounds horrible.
yeah, it's like TMZ for flat Earth over there. All they do is talk about flat earthers.
Man, I might have to really like Slick Willie it in there one of these days, just off, but I'll probably end up getting probably a rude situation, right? Maybe that's not what my soul needs right now.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little. I mean, I had fun over there for a little while, and they do really weird stuff to make it seem like they're winning the debate. Like one thing they'll do is like there's a bot that tells you the last time you posted something, and they'll do that like this Slack scene thing. Then if you do it back, they just remove your ability to post on the bot. But the funny part was it backfired on them because if they remove your ability to post on the bot stops tracking the last time you posted. So they're doing Slack scene, and it would say like 3 days ago as I'm typing time now. And it'd be like, so you got to turn that into a joke. I just defeated your bot. I'm invisible to your bot. You guys are so bad, you can't even use a bot. You know, like, and it's like this, it just turns into this constant sort of flame war that if you partake in, you're the problem. And if you don't partake in, you're also the problem. So they've set it up where if you play their game, you lose. And they lose too, because they're still just as dumb as they were before you even joined. But they rejoice in their ignorance.
I mean, of course, they just like to play video games and just talk about drugs all day. From what I've heard on their server.
If you just sit there quietly, that's all they'll do. They'll talk about video games and do drugs and just stay blitzed out of their mind.
Yeah, it's kind of funny what you said earlier, how they just play video games and pretend to be scientists. That's exactly what they do.
This is one of the things they were doing a couple months ago. I'm not sure if they're still doing it. But they're designing a rocket in Kerbal Space Program that supposedly will work in real life. Because it's a physics engine. I'm like, dude, it's a fucking video game, dude. You're playing a video game with little green men.
Yeah, but according to them, you know, like, I guess video games are reality now.
Since we were speaking of it earlier, a couple hours ago, I guess, have you ever brought up the Bart Sabrell video footage thing of the, of Buzz and Neil and them faking the being so far away from the Earth with that round window insert? Have you ever brought that particular piece of evidence up within the venue that we're speaking of?
Oh yeah, that's a thing too. I bring up where they try to say flat earthers deny the Apollo program. No, really, it's is much larger than just flat earthers who say Apollo, Nixon were full of shit. That goes deep. That cuts deep.
That's what I don't get is if people know that the moon landing isn't real and they know that the government and NASA are lying, like they know these things, but they're telling the truth about this.
Yeah, that one thing. I know it's like diet woke, as like Miggy used to say. They'll have it all figured out. The government is never above board. They're always doing something shady, and even when they're caught, they don't tell the truth. They only give you about 20 or 30% of it. But yet, the Apollo program, Nixon in the 1960s, was all above board. None of it was shady. It was all perfect. It just happened to be the real story the first time, and no one ever questioned it. And then going forward, it just seems how they'll understand everything the government does, especially the executive branch, is complete shit. But NASA, okay, the biggest ticket item inside the executive branch, that is not the rest of the government, and somehow it's separate, and it's okay. It really is a great thing that government's doing there. This advancement of humanity.
Oh, I'm sure they consider it a separate entity, kind of like the Federal Reserve, right? I'm just teasing. It's just like, geez, man.
All right, so we got this Snakes and Foxes guy. I did open up the video, and it's titled "Dirty Shill David Weiss." So what's this guy's point? Is this somebody you guys know? What is this?
Yeah, I heard that this is David Weiss guy, but I haven't paid too much attention to him. He's like a kind of an
Oh,
anti-flat
this is
earther.
an Awake Souls video. Okay, never mind. I've spoken with this Awake Souls character before in years past. If he's listening, or whoever the Snakes and Foxes guy is, I don't think they're in here, are they?
You get a bunch of DMs right now.
No, it's just right in the voice chat. They left a YouTube link that didn't pop up because they don't have permissions or whatever, I guess, for it to show up with a thumbnail. But it's a video that's I don't know. It's something from Awake Souls. Now, Awake Souls and this other guy a couple years ago, they had the whole thing where I don't know what the sun is, but these guys had this whole situation of their basis, at least in my view. Maybe they can correct the record if they're on here, but where the sun was in front of the clouds. Now, from all observations that I've been able to have a hardiness within thinking that it's actual towards, every time you rise up, once you get above the most highest cloud layer of Earth, the sun is way up there still. Now, there are a couple of videos where people will show that it looks like the sun is below the clouds, but I don't know the time that these videos are taken. They will often link a couple of really crappy potato quality ones, at least in the terms of 2021 quality. I'm not sure what that's all about. Does anyone have opinions on that? Is the sun
Well, it's hard to know what to
sometimes in
think
front
about
of the
that.
clouds?
It's hard to know what to think about that because the sun can wash out what's in front of and or behind it and appear to be in front of it. It's like having a really bright light source in front of or behind, what you're seeing. Sometimes it will wash out what is in its way, and it will appear to be, right there in front of, something else when really it's behind it. And the glare is just so huge and big, it just washes out what's in front of it. So it's kind of hard to know what to declare with that. The only time that I would be able to say that we're at the same height as the sun is if we see it disappear down to a pinprick. At that point, we'd probably be at the same elevation as the sun. Otherwise, the sun tends to merge with the surface due to the diffraction limit, as far as I can tell. But I don't know.
That's been my position as well. Thank you for saying so. Nice to hear your voice again. It's been a while. Now, the videos that have been provided, the only contrary to what you just said and that I agree with, has been that pilot one to where it looks like there's a cloud layer and then there's this deep red glow from below it. I'll find it. I'll have to dig through Reddit a little bit to where somebody sent it to me, and I'd like to hear you guys' opinion on this. So let me dig it up, and I should be able to find it in less than a minute or two.
Well, it really just depends on which theory of light you go with. I go with another theory of light from Johann von Goethe, which says that light is everywhere, and basically we're awash in light and darkness, and the colors come with the union of light and darkness. It's not these rays that travel in straight line streamers from the sun, telling you what is above and below. It's just, the sun lights up a huge area. It gets far away and the area will turn red and redshift if the sun is far away. Perhaps that's what happened with the underside of the clouds. Maybe it just redshifted because of a different theory of light, that the light got tired, lost energy, and shifted toward the red side of the spectrum without streamers having to go directly from the sun up and down. It's kind of hard to tell because, light goes out in a V. it spreads, it diffracts. And so it's hard to tell what's above or below whatever you're talking about for purposes of where the sun is above or below. It's kind of a pickle. But I think it just turned red because of red shifting, not necessarily because it's above or below anything.
Okay, I just found it actually rather easily. I'll provide two videos. They're both rather short, and I don't know how to explain them, but they've been passed around over the internet, like, but for like the last 6 or 5 years or something. So I'll post them now.
Well, Johann von Goethe talked about different colors coming from the union of light and darkness. So you don't even need streamers of light to go out from the light source. You know, the sun could be far away, making the sky look a little lighter and blue up top, a little red shifted at the bottom, simply because of, you know, a combination of things, darkness, the angle, diffraction. You know, it's not necessarily above or below anything necessarily. It could just be red shifted light.
Thank you. Some people were saying in one of the videos of the top one, I think it got double posted because my computer's freezing here, but somebody found it. But somebody was saying that they're flying upside down, and I'm not sure that's what's happening, but
it's a possibility. The only sure way to know it with our
the only reason I challenge it, yeah.
That would tend to give us the most accurate beat on its position. Now, if we could do this over by wherever the sun is at noon at the tropics, now that would be saying something.
Hello, is anybody there?
Good morning.
Hey, who's lagging? The robot, dude. Oh, hello? Testing, 1, 2, 3.
All right, I'll turn on the Wi-Fi. Turn off my headset. You can hear me now.
Yes, hello,
Tank.
Top of the morning to you.
Oh, shit. Yep.
So I just cooked a brisket. I just finished it. You guys want to see it?
Sure.
But are you going to post brisket pics? Is that what I just heard? We heard I think we had a blind guy on the voice chat here a couple hours ago. The guy said that he could smell colors.
What?
Yeah, that's called synesthesia. It's when you have your mind.
That's when I busted out. Yeah. I've had that a few times during various psychedelic experiences, but it's not persistent.
I have synesthesia when I'm asleep or when I'm going to sleep, and I'm at the precipice of unconsciousness, but I just got there, like right there. And something scares me awake. When that happens, I see a bright flash of light, as if someone took an old-fashioned picture of me with a 1980s like Polaroid camera. It's like that kind of light, you know, like with a capacitor, like a really bright flash. And several times I woke up and gone, "What was that? Did you take a picture of me?" Talking to my wife, and she'd be like, "No, I didn't take a picture of you. What are you talking about?" And I'm like, "What was that noise?" And she would be like, "Oh, the cat knocked over a picture off the shelf." So whenever I get scared awake, I'm a synesthete, I guess.
What do colors even smell like?
I don't know. I don't smell colors. But sometimes I can see sound.
What does sound look like?
A bright flash of light, like I got my picture taken while I was asleep.
So sound looks like light then? Huh.
To some people, yeah.
Okay. I think that guy who
Lucid dream once, and I imagined what I would want the perfect painting to be, and this noise happened in my ears simultaneously while I was lucid, and this projected itself. I can never describe the noise. It wasn't like a normal noise. There's no way. Synesthesia is the only way you can try to describe this, because it transcribes all normality. But an image appeared that was the noise, that was what I saw. It was all mixed up, man. Yeah. If I were blind or deaf or whatever, if I had that going on even more full, like whatever that guy who was in here, maybe he's still listening. It was hard to kind of comprehend exactly what he's talking about, but I think he was talking about flat Earth. He was talking about trying to observe it or whatever. But the mixing of the senses is one heck of a thing. That's amazing that you get a. Like, what the fuck you talking about, dude?
I hope that guy is still in here, but one question I really want answered is if colors smell good. Like, I'm really curious if they smell good or not.
I mean, purple must smell all right. I think I have a thing for blue, but, you know.
I wonder what black must smell like.
Licorice. I don't know, though.
Licorice? Though, to be honest, I don't
really repulsed by black licorice. I happen to like it, but some people absolutely detest it.
I'm one of those people. I can't eat licorice. It's just nasty.
Try black licorice dipped in queso sauce.
Gave me the ability to like all things, and there's very few flavors that I don't like. It's all good. It's all fine for me, but some people just will puke if they eat a pickle or whatever. So I don't get that.
That's me and mayonnaise, bro. Oh.
I used to like mayonnaise as a child, but now I can't. I can barely stand it. Shit's nasty to me now.
Yeah, I like mustard way better.
I don't like mustard either. But I really like cheese. That shit's bomb. Is that guy Snakes and Foxes still in here? Hello?
Yeah, that's seen it.
Okay then.
All right, can you guys hear me?
I was wondering because I'm wondering if he's a Glober now. Like, we should have some Globers in this chat right now.
What's his name?
Someone said his name was. Someone
Yeah.
said his name was Sir Snakes and Foxes, I think.
Anybody like that?
Yeah, he was.
And that,
I think he was DMing people. He wasn't actually in. He was on the server, but wasn't. It was listening YouTube.
Oh,
What up, Crit?
Yeah,
Crit, hey,
snakes
I
and
just want to know, Crit.
foxes. That's the
This dude Crit, I gotta sing his praises just for a minute if you allow me. Crit is a no limit soldier. He is always in the trenches, bro, taking grenades. Not really, because they don't really got anything. But this dude, I always say that QE must be running through their mind like 24/7 because his name is always on their lips. From what I could tell, Crit is number 2 on the list of taking up the Glover's mental real estate. Because Crit is like taking up so much mental real estate in their minds. They're always talking about Crit. It's always something about QE or Crit. So hats off to you, Crit. I know you're out there putting in work, bro.
Yeah, thanks. I come back here.
Talk,
It's kind
bro.
of like my landing script. You know, they try to psych you out. They try to gaslight you and make you doubt yourself. And I just come right back here, and I know I got peeps, and they got my back.
right? But for some reason, Crit, they have some weird homoerotic obsession with you. That's what
Yeah,
I
I
felt
know. It's like all they need is a hug. I think I could solve it. Like if I met them in real life and just gave them a hug, they'd be like, it would fix it. You know.
It's not even that they're mad at you or they're obsessed with you. It's the argument that they don't want to deal with that you're placing, so they want to attack you instead of deal with the argument. So you become the obsession.
Yeah, like going back to that BuzzFeed TMZ style. They just want to talk about flat earthers instead of actually talking about
They don't want
the science.
the arguments, right? They don't want to. They don't want to break it down. It should be simple to cause all these flat earthers to go back to being globe earthers if you could just explain it to them. So go ahead and sit down and explain it to them. But nobody wants to make an argument. They just want to stamp their fists in their feet, claim victory from their position of authority, and go about their day. So they'll never address the argument. They'll attack the person making the argument, but that's what their focus is going to be on.
See, sometimes that can be good too, because if they get mad and they get upset, they're going to realize that I don't care about their feelings, right? The facts don't care about their feelings.
Right.
So then they'll have to let the feeling go and start thinking, or just freak the fuck out, and allow them choose to freak out, and that's on them. It's not on me. Okay.
It looks like some of them are freaking out. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not. If they're going to freak out, I can't stop them from freaking out, and I can't make them freak out. That's something they're going to do on their own.
Yeah, they're doing it on their own, right?
Yeah, I don't have any control over what they do, right? So they're looking for an excuse. They want to freak out, and they want to find a reason to do it. And if they want to blame me, I mean, all they're doing is they're basically admitting that they got nothing. You know, they just want to like they want to have a good cry, and that's why I was thinking a hug. Just a hug would probably fix a lot of it. They'd be like, "Come here, guy. You know, come over here. You know."
How long would you embrace Gem Panda if you had the chance? You know,
Yeah, I think
10
Gem.
seconds, 33 seconds. What would it be?
Yeah, like if you gave him a hug, I think it would be like a real strong one. You'd really hold him tight until you felt that he was giving it back. You know, because sometimes people just do like a really superficial hug, like where you like your aunt you haven't seen for like 9 years, and you just kind of like do this weird little
Yeah.
lean in kind of thing. No, it would be a bear
You
hug.
can
It
tell
would
they
be like
can't wait to get out of the hug.
yeah, it would be like say like you had you're on the front lines or you're deployed and a friend of yours went on a special mission and they came back and man you were worried about them, right? And you were praying that night to make sure everything went fine and he comes off that helicopter and the first thing you do is just boom, just a hug,
Feels pretty good to me. I'm kidding.
Yeah, it's
You're a
like
better
no
man
homo.
than me. I'm not sure I would trust a hug from like such adversaries, dude. You
No, I
you've got
totally
it
get
going on.
where
You've got
it's
that
coming
love in your
from.
heart, man.
Yeah, that's what
Totally
I'm
get
saying.
where he's coming from.
I know that they got a lot of they throw a lot of hate my way, and it doesn't affect me because I love them because they are our brothers and sisters. They just need to return them back to humanity, and returning hate with hate is just going to bring more hate.
You're
I had typed
absolutely
that
right,
moment
bro.
earlier. I told Lawrence Cross that he just needs to come back to the measurable and observable Earth, but I left out a lot of other things that were the reason we were talking about Lawrence Cross. But I'm with you in spirit, totally. In practice, I hope I can be. I don't know how to be. I'm more of a hermit when it comes to a lot of these things. Will we ever hug Gem Panda anyways, or any of these people? That's kind of a one that's out there, but maybe.
Yeah, the Lawrence Krauss, I think he'll
Maybe.
get his comeuppance because some boyfriend or some husband is going to come and get. I mean, if after you've assaulted enough women and got away with it, one of them is going to be like is going to have some hangups, about stuff, and they're gonna he's gonna get his comeuppance. Maybe we'll never know about it because it might just be like a backhand slap at some bar or something like that, or some place he gets caught. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not for us to judge. There is a divine justice in the world, and people get what they deserve. You might not be a parent; it might not be always in your face, but it's there.
You gotta be careful hugging Jim Panda. You might straighten him out.
Oh yeah, that would be you have to be fragile. So it would be like a hug, but you have to make sure it wouldn't be like a hug where it would cause injury. I mean, even they reject it. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that the fact that you're recognizing that they're not here because they're evil, they're not really the enemy, and injecting positivity and like I know you're not going to reach out and hug all these people, but allowing them to understand that you're not here to fight with them, you're here to help them, and if they need anything, that kind of takes the edge off of the the paranoia of it's us versus them when they come in for the conversation, because that's the way it feels, super A versus B, instead of we're all in this together trying to figure it out every time. But it doesn't help that. I'll stop there.
Yeah, I get what you're saying because it's about the conference. If you can diffuse it and just make it about a conversation, because they're already here, right? They supposedly have sat down at the table. Now, if you could just get them talking, and that would be a start, because they really just want to say "nah" to everything you say.
Yeah, you got a whole group of people who have come into the conversation who, because of serious curiosity, they have a whole another group of people who are here because it's a meme and they got nothing better to do and they think it's funny. And well, you know, there's other motivations, but you can't handle the two, you know, groups the same. The memers are not gonna. They're not. It doesn't matter. They're not even listening. They're just here for the reaction. So you can tell them fact after fact after fact, or you know, try to get them to use their brain. It's not even that the power switch is off. It's that the fucking thing isn't plugged in, and there's no way to to break through that on that type of a person who's only here because it's hilarious. And the other half suffer because the whole, you know, the hilarious memesters are taking up of everybody's time when they're trying to actually figure something out. Makes it tough.
Yeah, some of those they're contrarians, and they don't. It's not just flat Earth they do this to. They run all over the internet, finding people to disagree with. You know, like pacifists or vegans or alternative medicine. You know, other conspiracy theories. It's like they are. It doesn't matter. They'll find some group of people and just jump in there and take the contrarian position. They do it to themselves. Funny enough, they'll actually make fake flat earthers just to shit on each other for a little while.
Very meta.
Yeah, it's like they got this attention. That's why I mean, like, not to harp on it, but a hug, right? Their parents never gave them a lot of attention growing up, so now they just need a hug.
Don't forget too that yeah, well, that makes sense because if you're not given any positive reinforcement through affection and human interaction and touch, then you become a different kind of person. You know, they do this whole study where they had, you know, babies being, you know, taken from their mothers at the womb and then put in a, you know, a very sterile environment where they're not handled by people. You know, they're given bottle, you know, everything's done by machine as much as possible. They're never talked to, they're never coddled. And first of all, the fact that that experiment was allowed to go on tells you how evil the world is. That actual living babies were neglected in that way in the name of science. That blew my fucking mind.
Those babies
Sorry?
died, but those babies.
Yeah, most of them died. Yeah, most of them perished like in a slow and agonizing way. Yeah, but that's the world we live in. It's I can't even believe.
As soon as the first baby perished, that should have been over. It should have been like, okay, who's getting charged with murder here?
That's why when the baby's born, the first thing they do is lay it right in the mother's chest.
Well, there's several things that goes on with birth. So, yeah, they cut the cord too soon.
Yep.
It's like, it's like cattle, right? You're like, hurry up and get it over with, right?
It'll fall off on its own when it's ready.
The whole jab in the foot. Let's just say someone I know had hepatitis, right? But he lived like a long life of like heavy drug use and multiple sex partners, right? It's like, what does this kid need a jab for? I know we're not supposed to talk about that other word, so don't. But it's like,
do you remember which letter of the alphabet it was?
Hepatitis B.
B, yeah, that's not typically deadly, right? Is it? C was the one that was really making people sick.
Stay on Earth, Here's your immune system isn't even like developed yet, but we're going to manipulate your undeveloped immune system. So we don't even know if this is like scientifically accurate, but here you go. And they don't do it no more, as far as I know. But the fact that they used to, and the Tuskegee experiments, I don't know if you guys know about that.
Yeah, the syphilis.
Yeah, where they gave it to the black
Didn't
man.
know about that.
Yeah, the Tuskegee experiment, they willingly gave them syphilis, didn't tell them what it was, and when they started like dying off from syphilis, which is a
What? Oh my God! Sorry.
yeah, extremely painful death, by the way. You know, they just let them suffer, even though they knew the cure was penicillin, right? They just let them suffer just to see what would happen.
Yeah, if the
right?
government is offering you health care, run away. Nothing's for free, okay?
Yeah, but you're an experiment as well. They use people as guinea pigs for these new medications that they create.
Yep. The military, when I was just prior to 9/11 era, they were testing anthrax. It's almost like they knew they were going out to the desert beforehand. But the the military was the testing grounds for that experimental anthrax vaccine. And I watched dudes' arms swell up to 3 times their size. Guys get sick with like cold sweats that lasted for a week straight. I mean, there was crazy symptoms going on. And unfortunately, you have no say. That's the part where that's how they got their free medical experimentation, was when you signed up to perhaps die for your country, even though you didn't think it was as a test subject for some bullshit. That's what you signed up for.
Right, because you belong to them, right? They can do whatever they want with you.
Yeah, you might as well. Yeah, you might as well. You're supposed to have
Just
some
saying.
protections, but whatever. You're at the will of the machine as soon as you raise your hand. That's it.
Yeah, I had that the anthrax vaccine, and yeah, people, man, they got huge amounts of
Come
they
on,
could not.
Chris.
You could
You're not
basically
supposed
could
to
not
use.
trust a fart.
You're not supposed to talk about that stuff here, Chris.
Oh shit, that's right.
Talk,
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't talk about vaccines, so you're gonna change the subject now.
Yeah.
Sorry, bro.
No, you're right. Yeah. I just was. Yeah. Okay. Next topic.
Yeah, so the sun, isn't it amazing?
It is. And it's close
I
and
stepped
local.
outside this morning and got a little sun kiss. It was nice.
But you guys were talking about earlier about somebody was talking about like the clouds and the sun, and the clouds being like below the sun. And I was thinking, those clouds, first of all, are below the sun. Second, the sun is far away for you to even tell that the sun is above the clouds. Those clouds are closer to you than the sun itself. You know what I mean? So as that sun's even gonna be passing by, like there's no way those clouds are even close. Like,
yeah,
it's not behind the sun. The
it's not
clouds can't.
two-dimensional. There's this big depth behind everything that sun has to reach forward and through, and it just those types of cloud effects just don't make sense if the thing is sending uniform light rays from that distance.
And clouds can be like delusional though, right? They can fool you, bro.
No, yeah, a lot of what you see is probably a lot of just like the light washing through cloud layers that are washed out, and it looks like the things are in front of it or behind it that aren't. But there are a lot of examples where that's the ones where the picture is taken above the cloud line is the one where I have a real problem. If the photo is taken from altitude above the line of the clouds, how is the sun below the clouds at that point? If you're not looking through that tiny little bit of atmosphere at the edge of the so-called sphere, if you're just looking out into space, supposedly at this sun, how could its light be emanating from underneath you, where the ground is? And the hot spot. I have yet to see an explanation for that pinpoint of light on the surface of our planet from that source 93 million miles away. It should all be a uniform wash, right? It should be a uniform wash right over the surface of the Earth.
I'm gonna go out for a smoke. I'll be right back, guys.
Damn, that steak. Oh. Hank Hill, what are you doing with those steaks, bro? Oh my God.
It's a southern thing, family tradition. It's called smoked brisket.
Oh my God. Oh, that's the shit. When I was stationed in Texas, there was like a little roadside stand and they just served sliced brisket on white bread, and it was the most fucking delicious thing I've ever eaten in my life.
Well, let me quote an old country song from the 90s. I've been sent to spread the message. God bless Texas.
God bless Texas. And who's the demon that put this dude eating fucking mayonnaise? Oh my God. Why?
I know, that's like, that reminds me of that thing where you got to drink like half a gallon of milk in one sitting, and then they just start projectile vomiting after they get like halfway through it.
Yeah.
It's like they're good until like the last sip or something like that. It is just too much.
Yeah, I can take dairy in small amounts, and I prefer the
Mayonnaise
cultures
is
of dairy than
almost
straight up milk.
almost all oil. There's very little. There's like a little bit of egg in there, but mayonnaise is pretty much just all like vegetable oil, I think.
Oil. Yeah. It's pretty nasty. Whipped oil and egg, yeah. It's basically what it is.
Hey, how about the Earl? Has the Duke of Earl been around lately? Not sure if I.
Yeah, I seen Earl a little less than a month ago.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have just
He hasn't been frequenting as often.
There's always a thing from these guys who write these myriad of pieces, whatever their opinion is, whatever they snip upon their thing, where they always say, look, I just want to make it clear to everybody that I've never been a subscriber or a believer in the flat earth theory. It's like they got to get that out of the way. What the hell is in the mentality of human beings to where they have to go ahead and delineate this to us? Like,
and tell you what they're
maybe
not.
I'm just like, boy, yeah. Go ahead and give us your information, bro. I don't care what you are a subscriber to. We didn't even ask. You know, just go ahead and tell us the information. Ego is my answer to that. I hate to answer my own question, but I guess that it brewed up within me to where it came out. I had to say it.
Yeah, another
I was
funny
gonna
one
answer,
too.
but you beat me to it.
Another funny one too is like when they have to tell you they used to be a flat earther.
Thought once you went flat, you never went
That's a
back,
lie.
bro. You tell me.
Nobody who
Is
ever
it?
honestly,
Okay.
intellectually comes to the conclusion that it's flat goes back. That's impossible. If you really looked at it and accepted logic and you're in the world you live in around you, then you don't ever go back unless you can turn the switch back off. I don't know how that's possible. I don't know.
Well, this guy just wrote several paragraphs about it to how he
Well, I
is
take it
saying
back.
refraction is the reason.
No, right.
Well, yeah,
Well, that's the
he
reason
never
he's going to give
subscribed.
you.
Actually,
The real
so,
reason
yeah.
is he could. Yeah. Absolutely, you're right. I could see somebody seeing the truth, going around, starting to tell everybody, and then being ridiculed, and then just because of their ego and the survival, they just cognitively dissonance and just start, oh my God, everybody, I was so wrong. Please take me back into the fold. I need you all. Please, please. That can happen.
For when the consideration happened in my life, I had plenty of other people around me. I talked about it with several of my physical friends who I'd been friends with for 15, 20 years or whatever, and really had no questions about it. I told them that, hey, just don't go over the curb. You can zoom in, you can see him again. They're like, oh, really? Okay. And then they went on talking about whatever inane thing. So, we grow in life. People that you were close with, you just aren't close with anymore. So that's how it goes. That's at least how my life has gone. Your mileage may vary. I don't see how a human being could not be completely, at least intrigued. They don't have to dedicate a huge chunk of their time to it by any means, but how could you not at least be intrigued by the possibility that the Earth has been either misdescribed intentionally or misintentionally? I think it's a mix of both, personally, through many garners, but I don't know how anybody would be like, well, what does it matter, dude? I got to go back to my job tomorrow, and I'm gonna probably cook a brisket. Hank Hill cooks a brisket, and then he's still engaged. So you can do both.
Yeah. I think for a lot of people, though, it's social pressure, right? I mean, if you have kids and you need to provide for those kids, you need a job. And if your job relies on the fact that your boss can't think you're crazy, and if you start talking about this, he will think you're crazy, that chain of events leads to you shutting your mouth so your kids can eat. There's lots of reasons but they're always due to external pressure, I think. External pressure from others that want you to believe what they believe. And that's the problem. We're more worried about, instead of worrying about the truth, we're worried about getting along, making friends. Social clout and your status on Facebook is more important than anything right now to people. It's fucking insane.
I had a Facebook thing back in 2015 or something like that. I haven't had a mobile phone in like 4 or 5 years. I think it's rather freeing. If I know many people kind of need one. If you do need one, just try to get like an old Razor or like a flip phone, dude. Cut that shit out of your life. I haven't had it in my life for a long time,
Amen.
and I'm happier, man. I see people all around me. I'm kind of a hermit in this island of population, and I don't know. People are always looking down at that damn thing, and I just kind of sit around and I'm looking at the sky and looking at them like, what are you guys doing, man?
Yeah, I didn't even
Now,
activate the voicemail on my flip phone, so people can't leave me messages. They have to. If I want to talk to them, I'll pick up the phone. I'm the decider, not you. You don't get to decide when you enter my fucking free time.
Yeah, here I got some really good memes for that about like people like neck injuries and stuff like that. I'm trying to think of where I saved them. It shows like the position of someone's head when looking down at the phone. Yeah, the idea of the cell phone, right? Just the
Well, it keeps you looking straight down at your hand or your feet, and instead of up at the sky. Coincidentally, the last 20 years, that sky has been getting artificial clouds thrown in it for some reason, so you can't see what's going on. It does seem like they don't want us looking up for some reason or seeing what's going on in the sky. That's what it feels like.
Similar standpoint. I mean, I don't mean to seem high and mighty by that because I spend a good chunk of my life looking at a screen as well. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm looking at this Discord screen, sitting here in the room. However, there is a difference in human behavior when it comes to having mobile devices. That's a different thing when it comes to how society or how just the way that we operated amongst ourselves not all that far ago. People will sometimes throw out the image of like people on the train looking at the newspapers, but that's different. There's a shift that's occurred. It's pretty obvious to me.
Yeah, and it's also too if you're here by your computer, you're kind of like in the right frame of mind, where if you walk about with a phone and connect to Discord everywhere, then you might get like the wrong time at the wrong place.
Yeah, I'm not trying to crap on any of that either, though, because Discord is pretty cool. Because I talk to a lot of dudes who are some of the people that I've met out here over the last several years who are more my personal close friends, to where we talk on in times past on a daily basis, and people would have their headphones in and be able to just hear the kind of a private Discord chat between a few of us while they're at work or whatever, and it's a better way for them to spend their time shooting the shit with us instead of listening to the radio or whatever, some commercial radio station. And so that's cool. So I don't distraught upon technology towards any. It's more so just the way that I don't know. I feel like mobile technology has infiltrated all familial structure. It seems very wicked to me. Maybe I'm being too fundamentalist or something, but that's weird for me to even say because I'm like even just like barely a Christian, so I don't even know where I'm going with that one. I'm just trying to say that there's something different about it in a way to where I don't feel like people are paying attention to one another. So there it is. I know you guys know what I'm talking about. This is obvious for anybody who's out here.
Yeah, I totally get it. Yeah.
Totally understand.
It's pretty
bro.
exciting though, having these technologies. Oh, sorry, cut you off.
Oh no, I was just agreeing with you, bro. Like you're right.
I'm just gonna say I see my little daughter with like these things in her hand. I see my son at the table of dinner, and like it's like I don't know. And I'm sitting there, and my family situation is odd, so I probably won't get into that. But the whole like, why should you have a thing? The dynamic has altered very drastically.
Well, personally, I don't. You're talking about like mobile phones and devices, right?
Yeah.
But like, I don't let my children have those at the table. Like, it's because like they end up getting upset about it and just wanting to do the phone or whatever. And there's way more interaction when you sit down as a family and actually look at each other.
Yeah, no. When I have kids, their cell phones are gonna be put up away. The only time they're gonna have it is when they're gonna be going out to school or to the mall, you know, for emergencies. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm so glad I don't have
Start
kids,
that
so I don't have to worry
policy
about this
straight.
shit.
Yeah. Do it right
I
away.
still
What you just said. Yeah. Do it right away. Start a policy of that being the expectation of your parental situation with your children. I think that's a good plan.
Oh yeah, for sure, bro. And then like if their friend's gonna talk to them, like they could talk to them like there's a time limit, bro. You know what I mean? If it's already after dark, nah. My kids need to get ready for bed and they need to go to sleep.
I still stand by that you were talking about like technology in general. I feel like technology as a whole is really exciting and there are lots of new advances. And in some ways it's helped, but really technology as a whole, in my opinion, is a crutch to humanity. It has made things faster, I guess, but at the same time it seems like it's caused a whole lot of problems.
Yeah,
But
I think the problem
I'm
is
no expert.
when we hear things are more convenient or faster, that we assume that means better. I don't think it does.
Yes, those words have been associated with being better most of the time, like increase it being better mostly, like the increase of whatever the subject. And
Yeah.
that's not always true.
All right, it's not
More
necessarily a
balance
good
is
thing.
right. It's that balance you need.
Who's happier right now? A single mom living with all the modern comforts at her disposal, running around in her 5 part-time jobs trying to feed her kids, or an Amish family? Who is living the better life? Technology.
Here we go. I finally
Like
found it.
I was gonna say I see habits in myself about like with a cell phone, just get having it like all the time. And I'm taking I think it was Crypto he said he turns his cell phone off every night, and I'm trying that for a week or something because normally I just always have it on like right there, and we'll see what happens.
Do you stress when you don't see what's going on for a few hours? Like,
I don't get on social media stuff. Mostly everything I do online is educational. Like even when I come in here, I end up listening a lot, unless there's like few people in here, but otherwise I listen and I learn and I love that. I love this place.
I mean, I'm a straight up info addict, but it's been mainly on like a laptop or Chromebook or whatever. I haven't, like I said previously, I haven't had a mobile phone in probably like 4 years now, and I just go about my thing. I don't have a life situation to where I need a phone. I guess some people, if I needed it, I would just get a flip phone if I can even still do that old school. Oh man, how old am I wanting that?
you
But
can
that's
find
all
them.
that I would
I
want.
got one.
Nah, I'm right there with you on it. I've looked into getting them and they end up being pretty expensive actually because they don't want people to have flip phones. And then
Yeah.
like
Dude,
it's
I pay
not horrible though.
$11 a month for my phone service.
not married anymore, so I would pay $11 just to not have to respond to text immediately to my wife if I didn't. That's a whole different notion of that thing. I don't like that part of relationships either. Obviously, none of our fathers had to deal with any of this. Or maybe some of them did, I guess, depending on how old you are. I'm getting close to 40 here. Some of you guys are probably 20 or whatever. But anyways, that whole constant communication thing was not, and it doesn't mean that means you're getting away with sneaky stuff. For me, I'm a faithful person. I only believe in monotony or monogamy. There you go. I've never been one to have casual sex.
Same
That's not my
thing.
deal. So it's not even appealing to me. It doesn't even make sense. I get the persuasion, yeah, boing boing or whatever, but it's sick. It's not a thing for me. And so like I don't know. So when text messaging came around and I was married 10 years ago, she would want me to respond to her all the time, and I don't know. I'm at work. Leave me alone. I'll talk to you when I get home, And I guess she had a problem with that, and she would later air her dirty laundry on Facebook that I never read. So there you go. That's how life in the digital world works out.
30 years ago, you did not see people airing their dirty laundry in public, especially on a forum that anybody could go and see that is permanent. That is insane, and yet it's common practice.
I never read it, but I guess my friends did, but they never told me what it was about. So, oh boy, yeah.
Yeah, I choose not to engage in all that nonsense. I don't want to play stupid fuck games with it's hilarious to watch people get little defensive clicks that are pretending to all be friends, and then behind each other's backs talking shit, and then somebody will catch it and point it out, and then everybody's shit talking gets brought out. Then they all go back to starting over as friends again and like expect things to change.
Yeah, that
everybody's aware of everybody's bullshit.
Yeah, I know that. Like, it turns into this weird sort of like, not like dudes jab. You know how locker room talk? It's more toxic than that. It's like,
yeah.
And then the next thing you know, it's like they're all back to being friends again, and I'm like,
right, like you're a horrible mother. You neglect your kids, that kind of shit, and then they're friends again. Like if you ever tried to tell the whole world that I was neglectful to my kids and then make up stories about it, we're done. I'll never speak to you again. That's insane.
Right. If somebody does something messed up, it's like, why do you think I would ever want to be around you? Like, you get like one, maybe two chances if you're lucky.
I can gladly say that the only Facebook rants I've ever done were when I was pissed drunk and I just posted like CCR songs, and that's about it. So, it missed me with all that. But yeah, it is weird that you can put something out there that everybody will see. But for me, I guess I'm more of a hermit quality kind of person, to where I've just not really cared much about that, and nobody ever says it to my face. So it's really a non-issue. It just kind of exists out there in this like
people
fuzzy ether, not the real ether.
People aren't allowed to have their own personal time anymore. I can't just sit in my house for a few hours and think about things I want to think about or do the things I want to do without somebody from the outside, hey, what are you up to? Or I need this from you. Or, it's constantly intruding on your own personal time. Privacy used to be a thing, and people don't even equate the word to what it used to mean anymore. Privacy is necessary. People need to have their own private time. And it doesn't mean that you're up to no good. It means I want to be fucking left alone. I don't understand how like people can't understand that if I don't answer your text message, don't send me 15 more within an hour expecting that that's going to make me respond. What?
Absolutely. Now that depends on the standpoint that you and your partner are with. You know, you need to communicate about these things, and I never did with her. Like all of a sudden we got cell phones in the early 2000s, and then she was on it all the time, and I don't know, I don't know, she never really got on my ass about that too much. It was just for me, I was just too private of a person. Maybe the marriage went away for good reason. Sometimes things work like that, you know. We're all human beings doing things, and it'll flesh out. If the communication part of it is obviously key, but here's the deal. Even back 200 years ago, there's a guy named Henry David Thoreau, and he wrote a book called Walden. And he was walking into the forest to go all about his business, and people were coming at him, trying to get him to recognize the authority of their state house and everything. So no matter, this has been a long going thing for humanity. However, now it's way more instant than it used to be able to be. But this isn't exactly new, I guess, is the kind of quality gloss I'd like to put over that kind of situation that we're talking about. People have always been in each other's business, man. We do have a choice, though. I guess that's the one thing that I'll say. I'm saying it aloud just for my own help and hopefully anybody else. You have your own choice. You can set up a situation with those that you communicate with and say, this is how I like to be. If you don't like to do that, then, you know, you'll have to change your modus operandi, because I cannot do that. This is how I am. This is my right as a human being. And, you know, that's how we all have to go.
Yeah, like healthy boundaries, like letting someone know that this is my limit or what, you know, what I want or expect in this relationship.
I kind of miss having like the house phone. For me, I'm coming up on 40, so when I was in I grew up in the 90s, so there was like one house phone, right? And then AOL came on, and so we had to fight over the phone line. But it was kind of fun when there was one phone, and then like it rang, and you had to yell to the person like, "Hey, it's for you," or whatever. For me, that was kind of fun. Looking back, it was kind of annoying at the time, fighting with my sister about it, and I knew it probably was a hassle for many people. But like the phone being a thing that was communicating with the household as opposed to everybody having all communication all the time. You know, I don't know where we're headed with all this, but that's just my observations on it.
Hello? Can anybody hear me?
Yep.
All right, cool. So, I want to ask a question. What are considered unhealthy boundaries? Just from your conversation from earlier, I'm curious.
I'll answer briefly. I know I've been talking a whole lot. I don't mean to blame you guys. I'll say an unhealthy boundary is when somebody demands that you answer their text message like within a certain amount of time or whatever. For me, that was unhealthy, but that depends on the personal relationship. That's my answer to that.
Okay. That's a good answer.
Also, what's unhealthy is coming home every single day, having to hear your partner constantly tell you, "Are you cheating on me? Are you cheating on me? Are you cheating on me? Who are you cheating on me with? Who are you sleeping with? Who did you sleep with? Who did you sleep with?" Every single day when you haven't
Oh
done
shit,
anything.
dude! I never had that. Oh, that sounds hellacious.
Dude, I've had that. Oh man, I was dating my boyfriend since 2004. I ended it at 2009, and yeah. The mental abuse from what he done led me into cheating on him, and I ended up leaving him after.
Sounds unhealthy.
What the hell did I
Indeed.
just walk into?
You walked into the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, sir. Enjoy your stay.
You know, for me, I guess the text really didn't bother me because most of the time Heidi was sending me stuff saying like, "How you doing?" But there were often like questions, and I guess for me, I'm more of a private person, so I just don't. I guess I wanted an older life to where I went to work, I worked my 10-hour shift, I came home, and then we could talk. You know, I don't need to have constant communication with her all day. You know.
Yeah, you can leave it there.
Well, a lot of this comes from insecurities that have been learned and bred into people. So they don't know this. They don't know how to be alone and be self-sufficient, and you know.
I didn't have any friends. All my friends were his friends.
Hello? Did anybody cut out?
No, I got you.
Alright, I thought this guy cut out for a bit. Hey, Master Chief, aren't you Enoch?
Yes, sir. That is
Alright,
me.
there. Alright, hello, bro. I knew I recognized your voice.
What's up, bro?
Nothing much, G. Working my ass off right now.
Yeah, I can hear your background and everything. What? I mean, I can hear you struggling. The breathing.
I know it wasn't a woodpecker, but it still sounded like a woodpecker in the background.
What? Someone was talking, but I couldn't understand them.
That was Cuddles.
Yeah, it sounds like there's a woodpecker in the background.
Oh. Is this the sound you're talking about?
Nah, I
No,
just
there
heard.
was like. Oh, go.
I was like, dang.
I wish it was.
Oh, I already know the sound of heavy machinery.
Yep. That's what I'm working with right now.
The smell of 50 weight oil and diesel in the morning is beautiful.
What happened to you? I couldn't understand what you said there. Can you repeat that?
The smell of 50 weight oil and diesel in the morning is beautiful.
Oh, I know it is. Here we go.
So we had a conversation the other day about the temperatures, and everyone's talking about it's getting warmer. And it's kind of interesting because generally with what goes on the news and put out as propaganda, it's the opposite is generally true. So they've been talking about these carbon emissions and all this CO2 that is so bad, but CO2 would double plant growth. If we had as much CO2 as they said we did, the trees and the fields and the yards would be growing faster.
But you gotta understand, dude. Like a lot of people don't understand that process of how plants grow. Remember,
But
a lot
we're
of people.
having global warming. Is that what's going on?
Well, that's the thing, though. They tell you the warming is because there's too much CO2, but what if things do warm up because of the lack of CO2?
Hey, that could be possible. Like,
I mean, what is dry ice made of?
Could you repeat that?
So it wouldn't be called global warming. It would be flat Earth warming. Or containment warming. I don't know.
It's kind of like you can't measure the CO2 in the atmosphere in reality because there's too much water vapor. Like the amount of CO2 that humans produce is so minute that it's like that's what makes global warming or whatever so retarded.
Well, that's what they say, but
Well, we can't say globe. We might as well just say Earth.
So whatever they say, just reverse it, and that would be the correct ish thing if something were happening.
So you think we're going into a cooling period, if anything?
Well, no. They say, okay, everything's getting hot because there's so much CO2. Okay. Well, we had a record summer the last couple of years here in Texas. The hottest summer, longest high temperatures. We even broke the temperature record in like 50 years. It was the last time it was this warm. We also had the longest winter this past year that we'd ever had, and we got the most snow that we'd ever seen here in Texas. In like 70 years. I mean, I see how things work. And they can kind of explain to me how something works. But like if it gets super hot, when it cools, it can get super cold. Because all that hot air wanting to rush up is going to draw cold air in. I mean, if we had so much CO2, what the heck are we doing with industrial CO2 generators on farms?
Hey, is this Cuddle speaking? What? Did you say something?
Yes.
Okay, well, Cuddles, I like to tell those people, right? I like to tell them if they were a farmer and if they had a greenhouse, I like to say, what would happen if you put CO2 into your greenhouse, right? And usually, since a lot of these people don't know what science is or know how plants work, they'll just say, they don't know, right? But then when you try to explain the whole process to them, right? They'll just deny what you say. Like they actually will. I don't know if you had that conversation with people, but I have, and they deny like how plants work. If you talk about how the more CO2 you have, the better the plants will grow, right? Yeah, like not a lot of people know how not a lot of people know that CO2 is actually good for the environment because of all the brainwashing. Is there any Globers in the chat? All right.
Yeah, a lot of it's all weird. But that's why I don't have rabbit ears. I don't have cable. I don't have any of that. I've got internet and that's about it. And that's really all I need to keep up with whatever's going on.
I went through a period of time this last winter, shortly after the new year. We had a freak lightning storm here in Indiana, which is atypical for a January situation. And the power went out. It was one of the snow lightning situations. And so anyways, I was left without any sort of internet for because my laptop that I'd had since 2009 go ahead and it went and quit. So anyways, I was in this quandary to where I was watching television, but I would often just turn that off, and I would just I had a collection of books, thank good lordy. But anyways, I didn't know much what was going on, and I was fine for it. I had already kind of had a good situation of what was going on. However, I did miss knowing what was actual. I think I'm an addict of information, of current information, just as much as anybody else. As much as I bash people who have cell phones in their hands or these mobile computers or whatnot, whatever we're calling them, I talk crap about them, but I'm just as addicted to knowing what's currently going on with humanity myself. So I can't really, be parlay from any of that. However, it was a nice respite.
Yeah. I only keep up with certain things. Most of the junk I don't even care about.
So, like, if Taylor Swift came out and said the Earth is concave, you wouldn't give no flips to the wind, right?
I wouldn't even know that she was on TV, bro.
I was being ridiculous on purpose, obviously, yeah. Me either. I see things pop up all the time. I'm an addict of information. This existed before mobile phones, too. In the early 70s, people were talking about being addicted to information. So we're just dealing with it in a new way. I'm glad that you've found goodness for however you're dealing with your life, though. I think that's what we all got to choose.
Okay, here we go. So far?
Happy day. I'm headed to Tyler. Whoop whoop.
When you put it far, but when the small, it doesn't like medium size. You put it about an inch.
Going into the
This
big
dude
town.
banging metal and stuff.
You got the big one flying.
Who's this dude banging metal on the table and stuff here? What's going on with this guy?
Nightmares hot mic in.
Ah, okay.
Gas pressure.
Here's my dilemma with all that. And yes, I am from the Mandela universe where dilemma was with an N in it. But anyways, if I don't hear the things that are going on, am I really being respondent towards my position? Or am I, if I don't respond, or if I don't even pay attention, am I too set in sort of a way that isn't being challenged? And then am I a zealot myself? That's kind of the things that I think about.
Yeah, that's off the reservation for me.
You sound pretty chill. I was just bringing it up because your position just kind of harkened that within me. But yeah, I respect that.
Well, like certain things, I will glean information, and then I will move on. Like the whole Mandela thing, I gleaned whatever information I could, applied it, saw where anything might fit, and then I don't really even talk about it. This is the first time in almost a year that I've even said anything about it.
Fair play. I have no hardly any thoughts about it anyways. The phenomena is just simply people remembering a certain thing. Many of them I find goofy as hell. Some are a little bit more compelling than others, and that's all. I provide no explanation.
Oh no, my mic's
But
been
when
on
you
this whole
have a
time. I apologize.
really intelligent person, you know, I have a very intelligent person like Ace McCloud comes at me and he tells me that his seatbelt changed and a light switch in his house changed. I think about that and I'm like, well, I've never experienced that, but somebody else who did, or they're saying they did, so, you know, there it is. Any of you guys have flat earth dreams?
I had a dream where I was trying to convince people that the Earth's flat, and everybody kept telling me, "Yeah, we know," and I was like, "Oh my god, it finally got out! I'm not crazy, it's great." And then I woke up. I was so pissed.
The first flat earth reference dream that I had, it was an adventure dream. I was not lucid. All of a sudden I was in this pool and all these women and men were around. Everyone was just like kind of having like a mild party. It was like a party atmosphere. And all of a sudden I was looking at the surface of the water and a sloth, like your stereotypical brown sloth of medium size, rose out of the water. Its head rose up, and the way that sloths are, they have that smile on their face all the time. That character looked at me right in the eye, and with this high-pitched voice, it said, "Flat Earth," and then its head dipped right down, very smoothly, right down under the surface of the water. That was about 4 years ago. I've had many other lucid dreams where I've tried to convince my dream characters that the Earth is flat. I've given them, I say, well, we've made observations from, from the eastern shore of Lake Michigan and seen the Chicago skyline that should be far obscured. It's not a mirage. The dream characters are often either blank or belligerent, and they change the subject. It's really funny. I'm not sure if any of you guys know this. I went to high school with that guy. Many of you flat earthers, or I say flat earthers, but I guess I would call them globe skeptics. I don't know what we call ourselves. I'm flatty, so there it is. But anyways, whatever. Tom Coombs, the guy that says, what you're seeing here is a mirage. I went to high school with that guy, and funny enough, I did the weather and Tom did the sports for most of that time. But anyways, he's a complete system cuck. Tom Coombs can get wrecked, to put it in that terms. I'd be cordial if I saw him on the street. I know where he lives. But anyways, the whole point is that he went ahead and said that because he had to say it. I don't know what Tom believes or even thinks, but what Tom was doing there was saying, what you're seeing here is a mirage. We should not be able to see this. And then he went on in the secondary part where they talked about lensing of the atmosphere. That was a bit more of the truth. But I'll tell you what, that guy right there, he's an agent of the system. He's a human being who got totally into it because he did it as a career move. And the truth does not matter. It's do what is going on with the news system, or you'll be replaced. So that's what Tom Coombs is. So anytime you watch a Jaren's video and it says, what you're seeing here is a mirage, and that's Tom Coombs, and he sold his humanity to be a positioner to spout that information. And that information is incorrect. So do your own diligence on this one. But he's a man who has gone ahead and said, I'll take money and I'll go ahead and I'll do that over what is actual in this earth. So, maybe me and him will cross paths again in realms unknown to me right now. But that's all I have to say about that.
So, do you think this guy is consciously a sellout, or does he just understand that his job depends on doing what he's told, so he's not going to bother wasting energy? Or does he an actual deceiver that knows it's not a mirage,
Hard for me to say. Personally, I do think that he's presenting falsehoods. Because how could you look at this situation and think otherwise? But within me saying that, I don't want to label him a liar, because I don't want to bear false witness or call anyone a liar undeservedly, because that's a sin for me. So, but I can't comprehend how he could be presenting his information with it being truthful. So it's a conundrum for me.
Well, I mean, as far as most of us know, some guy's getting paid 170 grand a year to read a teleprompter every day for like an hour.
Right. Yeah, yeah. But there's this idea that if you're a globe believer's idea of a flat earther is that we believe that they're all aware and that everybody's consciously fucking deceiving everybody, and they're giggling about it to each other in the background. It's not like that. It's just that people follow the leader, questioning nothing. That's how it happens.
General mentality and psychology plays into many of the attacks that I think that I get, of the cliche crap that I get. Oh, a flat earther out in the wild, when I make a statement on some internet forum or whatever. And then what do they call that? The rotunda, the cards where you get where people play out the same like 8 jokes. Oh, the Earth can't be flat because cats would have knocked it all off by now. The same weak ass memes of this kind of thing present themselves, and it's not that I think that people are totally liars. I just think that they're wrong, and they come at me like I'm lying to them when I'm just presenting them what I think is actual. So we're at like crossroads of where I'm unloading my gun, throwing the bullets on the ground, throwing my hands up, saying, "Hey, let's not kill each other here. Let's just have a conversation." Yeah.
All right, you take responsibility for what you think about, though. They don't. You take it seriously, so you are, you're intellectually, honest with yourself to the point where you are not allowing yourself to just disconnect cognitively if something doesn't fit with your worldview. You're like, nope, something doesn't fit. We're going to either adjust worldview or figure out why this doesn't fit, one or the other, right? These people refuse to even play the game because if you alter their worldview, all their comforts go away. It's a big game of imagination. And as long as everybody keeps playing along and there's somebody willing to fund it, it's fine. And that's what's the problem is. We got this external money flying in here and it's propagating what should have torn itself apart. All this type of thinking should have torn our society apart by now. This don't check anything with evidence, just accept what you're told, bah, bah, bah. We should be in a worse position, but somebody's holding it up for it to allow it to continue the way it is. It should have started to show its cracks by now, but it's still going strong, and everybody who's pointing out that the system is flawed is now being turned on so it can continue to be flawed.
Well, yeah, there's flawed people out there that need that system to manufacture things for them so that they can be happy in their ignorance.
Yeah, somebody said that doesn't everybody deserve to be happy? Who the fuck put this thought into people's minds?
Fascists? Final answer. At least the way you're saying it, I'd say fascists.
Well, my mind reels when I think about the entirety of humanity and all the lives of individuals and those of many different discretions and everything. So I can't really say, like, maybe that was a different kind of tone of question than my broadness got it, but I can't say. I wouldn't have said fascist, but we it's always interesting to hear the different viewpoints.
It's kind of funny when people say that because they're also implying that pedophiles and rapists should be happy too. Don't you guys agree?
Well, I don't comprehend what you're saying. Were you saying that somebody said everybody should be happy, or was that a question, or?
No, I was just commenting off of the comment somebody said earlier that people believe that everybody should be happy, but like that's kind of illogical because you're also because the people that say that are also implying that rapists and pedophiles should be happy too with what they're doing, Like it doesn't make sense to me when people say that, personally.
When people say what doesn't make sense?
You can use the machine now. So, like I said earlier, when people say that everybody should be happy, they're also implying that rapists and pedophiles should be happy.
Right. Yeah. And even the ones that aren't making that argument consciously are doing it unconsciously. But some people, that's the whole point of the argument, is to make sure that we get to that point where pedophiles, rapists, Satanists, child murderers, they got to be happy too. I mean, come on.
Yeah, exactly, right? I think people say that without thinking, without thinking it through,
Right, that plays directly back into our conversation a couple hours ago about relativism, moral relativism, of equality of this large of a scale. For me, I think not.
Right. Since like relativism, right? The more relative morals that's pushed by like atheism, right?
You know,
Since
Satanism.
Yeah.
It's all Satanism, but like to be happy who you are, that's Satanist shit. You're a mass murderer. Be happy in your own skin. That's that Satanist shit. I'm happy pretty much no matter where I am, but that's because I have to look at the better side of things. Because if I'm unhappy, time's gonna drag on. Everything's gonna drag on. It's gonna suck.
Right, exactly. It's a do what thou wilt mentality that's being instilled into the minds of the masses.
Right, but it's without any moral fortitude, moral anything.
Yeah, pretty much.
Just do whatever you want. Nothing matters. You can be a criminal and it's all great.
Can I tell it to the cops next time they come through?
That would be a different thing. I didn't know I couldn't do that. What do you mean you didn't know you could do that? Well, whatever you're about to say, I didn't know I couldn't do it. Because apparently, you know, I mean, I'd stop right there. Because if you go, well, you know, if you're going to say I couldn't do it and I just did it, like, that's a hell of an oxymoron. I did something I'm not physically able to do. Go figure. Where's my gold medal?
Yep. But officer, nothing matters. You're just a tiny speck of dust.
Well,
so I can do what I want.
How things are and what's really going on is what I'm trying to push people into. I've had a change of mind about a lot of things. And I'm not gonna be the squeaky wheel. I'm gonna grease myself and see how it goes.
Yeah, I'm the opposite. I'm ready to rust right off of the whole cart and go off on my own.
Right, well, dude, I was the guy that would sit there and argue. And you damn right I could argue because I studied law, so I know what the hell they're doing. Oh, this is Title 18, 241, 242, using code of law to deprive me of my rights. Oh, boy. And they don't like that shit, but I've changed how I deal with people, certain people. Besides, if somebody tells you you can't do something, you end up doing it, are they right or are you right?
Well, the problem is that people think they can dictate what you are capable of doing when they say you can't do that. In their mind, somebody else's arbitrary rule is going to physically prevent you because they said so. You can't.
No.
You can't.
But what's the most peaceful answer to that? I didn't know I couldn't do that. Because if you try and argue any other way, you're going to end up in a world of pain.
Isn't the more succinct argument I just did? Now what?
Right, now you're looking for a challenge. Now you want blood. What comes next is caused by your own mouth.
I don't want blood. I don't want blood. I don't want to concede to somebody else's point of view, right? But I get it's confrontational, 100%. I'm not disagreeing with that. It is confrontational.
Maybe. All right. Okay.
I don't know. I like that. I didn't know I couldn't do that. I didn't know I couldn't do that. Because obviously I did it. That's how I didn't know. Well, you're not
Yeah,
allowed to
that's a
do
kinder
this.
way
Oh,
of
I
margin.
don't
You're right.
know. I don't know that. I didn't know. Well, now you do. Oh, because you're telling me I know now. Because you're so freaking amazing. I am still not gonna know. I don't care. I could get pulled over for speeding in 10 minutes after I leave you. I'm still not gonna know I couldn't do that.
I might be wrong, but aren't you the guy who said that you'll never register another vehicle in your life or get a license plate? Was that you?
Right? That's me.
Yeah. I like your style, man. I'm just gonna tell you.
Yeah, I like that style too. I know a dude in Kansas who does that, and he's successfully navigated most of the United States without any sort of law intermingling. Yeah.
The simplest thing is the most peaceful. What turns away wrath? Well, I knew I couldn't do this, and I knew I couldn't do that, but I did it anyway. Oh, this he's gonna want to beat you to the ground. I mean, soft answer turns away wrath. You know the guy's carrying wrath with him. What's the softest answer?
Eventually, you are going to run up to somebody that, no matter how kind you are, they are going to drive that knife into your back and take what you got, regardless, because they don't give a shit about you.
Right. So you might as well be prepared.
But you're right. Why go looking for trouble unless it's absolutely necessary? Makes sense.
I mean, the thing is if they're turning on their lights and they're stalking you, they're looking for trouble because they've committed 2 felonies. Of course, they're looking for trouble. They just got done committing 2 felonies. Falsifying an emergency falsifying an emergency, then shit, what's that other one? Where you give the public false information to induce panic. So there's 3 felonies right there. Of course he's looking for blood. The dude's committing felonies left and right, and he doesn't give a shit, and he knows what he's doing is a felony. Just a little Parmesan perspective for you.
Yeah, but I got this badge, and this badge means whatever I do is fine.
Well, that's wonderful. He can believe whatever he wants. But dude, he just committed 3 felonies. Do you think he won't commit another against your head?
Right. Why is he going to stop?
You gotta call it. You gotta call it and point it. You gotta call it and point it out.
Go ahead.
You have to call this and point it out, so it's not in the shadows. You gotta bring it to the light. Hey, he's committing these felonies. You gotta point it out or put it on paper or something.
By the time he comes to your window, he has committed 5 felonies.
All right, dude, hold up. You went from 2 and then you jumped to 3 without any description, and now you're at 5. Come on, man.
Emergency.
Look up. I'm not a cop worshiper or anything.
You're gonna step on my nuts. I'm gonna tell you. All right, you want an answer? Be quiet and let me answer. Falsifying an emergency in public. 1, he turned on the lights. There's no emergency. That's 1 felony. Two, he's given public notice to the public that emergency's going on, so he is scaring them. It's shit, I forget what it's called, but it's the same thing when the news does
What
it.
is your definition of a felony? What is a felony in your description?
Well, this is according to their own code. This is all federal
It's
code.
insane
State code,
something,
federal
I'm pretty
code, take your
sure.
pick.
That doesn't answer the question, but all right.
It's in the federal code. I know what law is. I've already given you the definition. I did that last week. I know I did because I was there.
All right.
If you go and look, all of these things are felonies in their code. I might lose signal. Shit.
And you're correct. I know what you're saying, but when on their side, like the judge and all these people, the prosecutor, when you point it out, hey, this guy committed 3 felonies or 5 felonies, and you point them out, you describe them, you put it on paper, do they actually have to abide by that?
Well, they're probably going to investigate themselves and find themselves innocent like usual, but there's a record and there's a higher power than that. The courts doesn't stop at whoever gave you the ticket, right? The point is to keep bringing it higher and higher and higher and higher, right? And not concede the point, which is what they want you to do, is just concede that you are their property and need to do what they say.
Yes, yeah.
I mean, there was a whole nother group made for anybody who wants to talk about stuff like this in depth. I could show you.
Is there anybody in here with a law degree that actually is going against what they were taught?
No, I don't think any educated people would be in here.
Are you educated?
No, I'm still educated.
You're what?
Sorry, I did that. I don't even know why that guy's on this server again. But you don't you don't get to make those kinds of statements and keep on talking, Dom.
Yeah.
Well, look, man. I'm open to the in between the lines of the law and everything. But he was saying that turning on the lights is a felony, and to me that makes no sense whatsoever.
Go look up the federal code. Emergency vehicles. It's under emergency vehicles. It's plain as day.
Well, then
what
if
emergency is defined. If it falls outside of the scope of the definition of emergency there in the subchapter, guess what? It's not an emergency, which is falsifying an emergency. Deductive reasoning, dude.
That's true. I worked during the hurricane relief, and the same thing. You can't be running around with your emergency lights on unless you're actually on your way or you're trying to stop traffic. You have to be in route or in process of doing something that's
which is subjective.
Yeah, you'd have to actually prove. I mean, you can't just say, "Oh, well, I'm in route," or "I'm here to stop traffic to let my workers out to protect them," But if you're just running around, which there was cases of people running around tree services to people fixing fences to whatever hurricane, Cat 5 work, people were running around with their lights flashing, going around people, which all they were doing was trying to get to their job site and then just most of the time just stand around and collect a paycheck, and that's not an emergency, but people do take advantage of a real emergency emergency, whatever you want to call it, technology. Are y'all talking about YouTube video? I'm kind of late here.
I've watched the Popo use their lights to just get through red lights so that they could move on with their day. Called in on them and, oh, well, maybe he's going to emergency. No, he's not, dude. Because the next light's turning yellow when he's slowing down, and he waits till it turns red, and then he turns on his lights and keeps going. That's not an emergency. If his lights would have stayed on, he would have kept going no matter what.
Yeah, that's definitely out of the law. Yeah, he's working outside of the law for sure. If he's doing
Well, sure, but a felony is a definitive criminal punishment term, is the way that I perceive it, unless you're describing it differently.
If you were to do the same thing he did, you'd go straight to federal prison.
Yeah, because
so if it's a felony,
that's because I'm not an officer of the law, because I don't have an emergency vehicle.
Bro, you're where the law comes from. If you know anything about law, they don't get power from the trash can. It comes from the people.
Look, and I know the spirit of what you're talking about. I'm not trying to totally shoot you down or anything. I just thought felonious was a bit a bridge too far.
It's a felony.
Ooh, I like this definition.
It's in the federal code, bro. It really is. You just have to go and dig and look. If I wasn't eating breakfast right now, I'd probably find a citation for you.
All right.
Gas pressure, though.
Is it a felony to wear a ski mask in a bank during the summer?
Well, I mean, their code, felony, it's legal land. In law, it's either a crime or it's not a crime.
Right.
Difference between organics and code land.
Yeah, I watched a video where this officer was trying to get this guy's ID because he was walking around with a mask outside on the public sidewalk. And it was like a ski mask to keep him warm. And the officer said that he was going to arrest him for a felony for wearing a mask in the public, which he acted like it was a felony because he's trying to, not give his identity or identify who he is by covering his face as if it's some type of crime. And what was funny was about 5 minutes later, after arguing with this cop, a police officer shows up on a motorcycle wearing the same face mask. And the cop was like, look, turn around. Your officer right there is wearing the same mask. But the officer was saying that it was a felony, which I found interesting. And then the guy wrote off. The officer actually read the code or whatever it is, saying that no one is allowed to wear a mask in certain places, which it didn't say the public, but in certain places. So I figured maybe it was like a bank or something that law was written about.
They had a code. They had a code about banks, and I think they had in certain states they had a law about it. It was just because all the robberies that were going on at the time. That's where that law came from. But it doesn't apply to everyone.
Wears it. Yeah, now with COVID, you go some places and people are going in and out of banks with actual old school cowboy handkerchiefs covering their face. Yeah. Anyway.
Oh, so look, man. I can't see who's talking. My device doesn't show who's talking anymore for some reason. But anyways, what you're describing as felonies are definitively not felonies. So I'm not sure what book. Can you reference what book you're showing from that you're declaring 5 felonies? It went from 2 to 3 to 5. none of them are felonies, actually, definitively, from what Gospel Bear has put out here. I'm more than willing to say that law goes too far. And I know that there are some shady ass shit that goes on with cops, man. I know it, but what you're saying is incorrect from how I can perceive it.
Ah, right. He pulled from etymology.
It's
What
fine.
kind of word do you? What kind of words do you draw from? What do you
It's
pull
fine.
from?
He's referring to the legal code. It would just need a reference point. People, you can't just go to, your search engine and type in legal code XX, whatever the remainder of the search terms and find the answer. What would be the source? Right.
I don't see how this definition is wrong and changes what I said. I mean, you do clearly because you stated that, but I don't see it.
But where is the source?
Well, how does turning on the lights incur forfeiture of lands or goods?
Times.
Just where's the written law that is being violated? That's all that needs to be demonstrated.
Mic check.
Yeah, you can be heard. Imaglo biderp.
Have I been like dropping in and out a lot? Have you been hearing me talk? I've
Not
been
that I'm
trying.
aware of.
Yeah, my shit's all fucked
I
up.
think this is the first time I've heard you.
For real? I've been trying to join this fucking conversation for 15 minutes. That's okay though.
Just where's
At
the
least
written law that indicates that falsification of an emergency is a felony? I mean, that's all you have to demonstrate. It's not that hard if it exists. In fact, kids that prank call 911, I believe, are charged with misdemeanors. Somebody verify that, or
well, the only thing I can verify is that they have discretion to apply these things and they use it quite a bit.
you mean depending on the circumstances, they can
Right.
escalate
Yeah.
or de-escalate a charge?
Well,
Yeah.
well, okay, that's yes, but it does that kind of limits to what's really going on. The actual thing is they have, it's not really the situation of the case. They have discretion because if it were based on the situation of the case, you could factually show them that, well, that doesn't exist, and they would have to reverse their idea, but they can just hand wave dismiss anything. So ultimately, it's just their discretion, period, right?
Yes, and that's where
they
the
have
phrase
the power to, yeah.
To the maximum extent of the law. You're going to be punished to the maximum extent of the law comes from, meaning the law indicates the maximum punishment for a given crime. Therefore, where is the indication that falsifying an emergency or falsely displaying anything for a non-emergency is a maximum punishment, or at least any kind of minimum punishment or something along the lines of felony? That's all you'd have to show, and
Right.
that's what
That
I
would be
think
in the code or
Hoosier
the
is waiting
statute,
for.
right? I didn't realize somebody was waiting for actual. It wasn't hypothetical. You were actually asking for something. My bad.
Yeah, Hoosier's wanting clarification and or proof and or evidence that there is written law related to falsification and or false display of emergency symbols or something along for a non-emergency. And
That's correct.
I'm unaware of such a thing as well.
In a federal type of a situation,
Well, it was Cuddle's claim, so that I think he's the one that.
Oh, I didn't know somebody made a claim. I'll just step myself right back out of this.
Oh, that's
Yes.
fine.
Yes, I made a claim based on my research that I can cite, but I'm eating right now, and generally I'm busy when I'm talking about this.
Do you know where your research comes from?
Yeah.
What is that
Go read
source?
the UDHR, Article 20, Article 4, Article 7, Article 9. Violation of any one of those is considered by the courts a felony. Plus the code. I mean, we're all into research.
Okay, Article 4. You said 4, 7, and 9. What was the other one?
And 20.
Huh? What?
20.
And 20. 4, 7, 9, and 20. Yes. No. Maybe.
Yes.
Okay. Article 4.
I mean,
No one shall be held in slavery or servitude. Slavery and slave trade shall be prohibited in all their forms. Okay, I'm not sure how that's relevant. Article 7, all are equal before the law and are entitled without discrimination to equal protection of the law. All are entitled to equal protection against any discrimination in violation of this declaration and against any incitement to such discrimination. That may be tangentially related somehow, some way. But I don't see a direct correlation. Article 9, no one shall be subjected to arbitrary arrest, detention, or exile. Yeah, maybe, but that's not related specifically to demonstration of emergency lights. And then as for Article 20, that is everyone has the right to freedom of peaceful assembly and association. No one may be compelled to belong to an association. That being said, all of those completely unrelated to emergency stuff. The UDHR, at what point in time is the UDHR ever associated with utilization with criminal prosecution related to felonies?
Bro, Article 20 is about forced association. The cop works for the FOP, which is a private membership association, and you're not a member, which means he's outside of his jurisdiction, which kicks in Article 4 and 6 and 7 and 9. Oh, wait, hold on. I forgot. If you break Article 20, shit, you've broken all 30 of them. So there's 30 felonies with one article being violated.
Okay, again, no, Article 20 says no one may be compelled to belong to an association. Everyone has the right to freedom of peaceful assembly and association.
Okay.
Again, what
if I don't
point
have
in
a driver's
history?
license and I don't have registration and I'm not a part of their system and I'm not a U.S. citizen, and they are, and they're compelling me to say that I am or trying to force me to agree that I am, where's this disconnect?
Yeah, sure.
It's
It
like the
sounds like
4-H
they're
club showing up at your house and saying that you violated 4-H club rules and that they're here to fix that. You're not a member of the 4-H. Why the fuck should their rules apply to you?
Yeah, they would be violating Article 20. That's all fine and dandy. The fact, okay, the question remains. The question remains. At what point in the history of mankind has the UDHR ever been used for the purposes of prosecution of a felony?
That's non sequitur.
It isn't.
We're not off on to how things have been used where this is a felony or it is not.
Cuddles. If it's a non sequitur, then you invoked it by bringing up the UDHR as your justification for your claim.
No. What you're doing is a non sequitur. When has it been used? When has it been?
Okay.
It is because it doesn't have to be used in order for it to be true. That's stupid.
No, it's not stupid.
Yeah,
You're trying to provide evidence to support your claim that running your emergency lights, okay, during a non-emergency is a felony. Provide evidence. Your evidence was UDHR.
You read it, and you don't understand what it says.
No, that's not at all. Me understanding it isn't really relevant.
6, 7, and 9 sounded very clear to me, but these are things that apply in the situation. You just have to see how it applies. I mean, dude,
It's pragmatically unrelated. Prove me wrong.
I mean, you don't study law. I've been studying law for a very long time. How do I explain something so simply?
It's pragmatically unrelated. Prove me wrong.
I did. Article 20. It's forced association.
It's pragmatically unrelated to prosecution of felonies. Prove me wrong.
Pragmatically doesn't make that. Now you're getting.
If no one has ever been prosecuted with a felony,
That doesn't make it true or false. Just because it hasn't been applied doesn't make it true or false. It either
Then
is or it isn't. Mankind's application of it doesn't affect its existence.
it does in regards to a claim that you would get a felony for doing something when there's no proof that you would get a felony for doing that thing.
Well, if you would get a felony for doing it, everybody should get a felony. The law's
Has
supposed to be
anyone
applied
ever
equally.
gotten a felony for it?
I promise you, if I go to try to run emergency lights, I'll get hit with a felony. Yes.
Prove it.
There's cases,
Are
dude.
you
Go
gonna
do
pay
the
my fine?
research.
Prove it in it. Yeah, if there's cases, then there's cases, and you would be able to demonstrate proof. It's as simple as that. That's the issue.
And you would be able to do research because I would have to do the same thing that you would have to do.
Okay. It wasn't my claim, though.
Right.
Dude, I showed you. And other people on the call see from what you've read, what I've said is what it is. Other people comprehend this. I don't know where the disconnect is, but it's not on me.
Is the UDHR law?
It was signed into positive law in 1956. You know who wrote it?
Signed into law in 1956.
Positive law.
What is positive law? What is that?
It has the look, the feel, the appearance, the taste, touch, texture of law, and it agrees with previous organic laws. It is, however, not a law because it hasn't been voted on. So positive law is a term used for things that actually look like law, sound like law, smell like law, that do coincide with organic law, but they themselves were not voted on by the public.
So
Like
can it be
enforcing
used
policy or statutes?
Can the UDHR technically be used in prosecution? Is that not a yes or no question?
I'm in the car and I've got people in my ear. Plus, I'm trying to find the citation for you, since I'm a liar, according to you.
I didn't invoke that word whatsoever. I said I do not see I do not see the relevance whatsoever. That's what I've said up to this point.
Telling me something isn't true and then going on to find non sequiturs to try and make it not true is calling me a liar. I don't care how you split hairs.
Nonsense.
I didn't mention truth whatsoever. I said I do not see the relevance. That has nothing to do with truth or falsehood.
So what's your question again?
Can the UDHR be used in sake of prosecution?
Yes.
Okay, is there evidence supporting that?
Somewhere in a case file. Is it going to be easy to find? Probably not. Something like that isn't exactly allowed out, which is why most of the code that you see is revised. Things that actually do apply that are very pertinent to daily life are quite generally hidden. They're usually hidden.
Okay.
But see, somebody studying would know that. They revise something and they make things disappear.
Mm-hmm.
So you're wanting me to find a goalpost that somebody keeps picking up and moving.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you haven't ever shown the initial point of where an emergency situation of like a false emergency has been felonious.
He demonstrated it when he read you. Just because it hasn't been done doesn't mean that that structure isn't
unprecedented.
Yeah,
unprecedented
even
things.
if it has been done, they don't want you knowing about it. Like you said, they're going to hide it. It's not going to be easy to find, but the structure is. The structure's there, and it's self-evident, right? It says exactly what it says.
So are we up to 5 felonies yet, or was it 2 or 3? Can't remember. Sorry, I'm being facetious. Well, I just don't get the initial point.
Technically,
it was like all 20, wasn't it?
With the violation of Article 20, you actually have the entire UDHR. So there's 30 plus the falsifying an emergency, and him coercing you, and he's got a gun on his hip while he's coercing you, and
that's your own assortment of ideals. Okay.
You read it. If you violate one article, Article 20, you violated all 30. Now, can I cite you where that comes from? Maybe, if it's not missing or hidden by now. But forced association violates Article 4, which you read, Article 7, which you read, Article 9, which you read, obviously, because it's forced association. They're forcing you to participate in something. That's what Article 20 is about. Yes, you have the right to association, but it also talks about being forced into somebody else's association so that they can apply their crap to you when you're not even a party to their bullshit. That sword cuts both ways.
These things are here to protect us, not hurt us, but they only apply it against us. You got to remember that that's not how it works.
I can't find. I'm searching. Found lots of different articles. I can't find one citation of the UDHR ever being used as the justification directly. Usually, and even in the article that I just posted, it appears that many laws that are written are adjacent to and or related to UDHR, but not necessarily that the UDHR is in and of itself a tool or an instrument of law. But all that being said, this is all so incredibly vague in regards to defending the original claim. And challenges only make us stronger anyway.
Here's the thing. It's in the CFR, emergency vehicles. It's there. If you want to go dig it up and read it, have fun. I've already done that. I did that years ago. It's black and white what an emergency is. Someone is in danger, about to be in danger, or currently their life is being threatened in one form or fashion. If those three things don't apply to the situation, you're falsifying an emergency. Anything against that is non sequitur.
So, do you have an outright defiance towards all traffic police entirely? Like, if they were to pull somebody over for whatever they do? I mean, I have my qualms with this too, dude. But like, if they saw the license plate was out of
Somebody's
date or
life in
whatever,
danger.
if they turn on their
Somebody's
lights,
life in danger.
Still not an
is that a
emergency. Your
felony
life
if
isn't
they
in
do
danger.
that?
Yes, because they're falsifying an emergency.
They've been told to do that as a measure of their job. Like, I don't necessarily agree with all that, but I'm just saying, like, you know,
Somebody
what
tells
I
you to
mean?
break the law for your job. Does that make you immune to the consequences of breaking the law? Just because somebody
Say
told you
you're,
to?
say you're
Wait a
Pay
second.
you $1 million to go assassinate people, and every time you assassinate someone, they pay you $1 million.
Oh my God, you guys jumped the shark on me real quick on that one. Okay, all right.
Well, I mean, dude,
I know
that's
how
what
this conversation goes. All right.
just because they're trained to do something a certain way doesn't make it lawful.
You guys went from me talking about pulling somebody over for like a license plate to assassinating in like 3 seconds. That was crazy.
Because we're talking about emergency, and then you brought up pulling somebody over for a license plate. Those two things don't coexist in this.
So how would you have some like are we not to have any sort of anybody doing any officering whatsoever? I'm not saying even I support it, but what do you think? There should be no policing at all?
So you do it. You do it where you're at. I'll do it where I'm at, and everyone else can do it where they're at, and we'll all be fine.
I kind of support notions of that kind. I'm not saying that that's outrageous, but within the quality that you're speaking of, I just think it a bridge too far to declare it felonious in the textualness that you're describing it, because.
Okay, well, put red and blues on your car and go pull someone over and see if you go straight to prison. And if they see if they're going to charge you with a felony, go ahead. It's 36
Make sure the
CFR.
registration is expired, though. You'll be okay as long as the registration's expired.
I guarantee you they're going to hit you with 36 CFR. It's a private membership association. Article 20 says you have a right to a private membership association. Good for you. It also says that you cannot force someone that is not a member of your association to abide by your association rules. They, the cops, work for the FOP, a private membership association, a private company. They are forcing their policy, their FOP bullshit, on an unsuspecting public. It's an Article 20 violation, which violates all 30. Automatically. You debate it, you take 5 years and you go do the research.
You think I'm a spring chicken, man?
Well, then there isn't anything to debate then. Either I'm honest or
Your
I'm not.
opinion.
You got to make up your mind.
The thing is, I don't disagree with you, Cowboy. I'm concerned that you're attempting to say that we can apply international law and adjudicate it here in the States.
International laws where organic law here come from. International law isn't something that somebody else just.
I understand that, dude. I get it. I'm just saying that what you're getting at, this machination, there's no method, there's no practical application or adjudication mechanism here in the States to apply that international law, positive law, to somebody here personally in the States. You have to go through the U.S. code. You'd have to go through the CFR. You'd have to adjudicate it here.
You'd have to go into an Article 3 court.
Okay, yeah, sure.
You can't do it in a lower court.
That's your disconnect, dude. You're not showing how it's practically applied or how it's implemented to be
He wasn't
adjudicated
tasked
here
to,
in the
though.
States.
He wasn't tasked to.
But you may not be the same guy from last week, so I'm not looking at my phone, so I don't even know who's talking. Unless I already know you.
This is What World D. We've spoken before.
What up?
This guy appears to be up.
Cool. So, in application for remedy, Article 3 core is generally where you're supposed to go. However, that has been one of those illusory things to people because most people don't know what hell an Article 3 court is. They think the local district court or the county court or the appellate court or the JP is an Article 3 court. But if you go and read the charter for each one of those courts, you actually look up their association charter, you'll see what they are. Chain of title is very important in law. Very, very, very important.
No, the emergency stop on the side of the road thing, without probable cause of a crime being committed, is deprivation of rights under the color of law.
Right, which is also a felony.
That's 18 USC 242. There's no need to go to the UDHR. We have it on our books here in the state.
Okay, that's what you posted earlier. What world? Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Right, but they all apply. You've also got Title 18, 1983 and 1984.
If you go to, I'm just saying it's possible that if you go to court in a United States court, no matter what article it is, you start trying to cite international positive law as your precedent or your reasoning or your argument, you might lose.
Yes, you better not try.
Oh, administrative
courts.
would...
I'm not saying don't try. I'm just saying that you want to cite that international code as having weight or authority here in the States. I think you can do that same thing with the current law and precedent we have here in the States. You don't need to even go to international law.
Right, but all laws technically is international. The law of nations applies to all nations equally. It's not, oh, well, this one over here doesn't have to do this. That's what most people would consider international law. It's above what most people would understand, though.
Gas pressure.
Oh, some people like the whole law talk. Some people don't. It's weird that everything that we talk about is from a law, whether you call it natural or otherwise. Everything else is natural law too. Everything I talk about is natural law, for the most part. With in regards to when I point out code, it all comes from nature, from the creator, all of it. Just because people henpeck and cherry pick doesn't make a shit. It doesn't change reality.
I think a lot of people just assume that they don't run their own life, that there's already, an overlord in place from the moment they're born, and they don't even have the right to make decisions for themselves. And somebody else has got to make those rules for you.
You mean your mom and dad?
My mom and dad My mom and dad.
And
allow
when
us
you're
to-
born, they're the overlord that decide for you, right?
when you are a child and you are in development, yeah, you are the property of your parents, and it is up to them because they're the ones who made you, right? I believe you belong to them, and it's up to them to decide when you make your own decisions, or when you decide that you don't need them anymore, or their nurturing or their advice, and you go off on your own, and then you make your bed and you sleep in it. That's what being a man or a woman responsible for their own destiny is about. You don't just let somebody else tell you what you can and can't do. After, I get it. Oh, well, your parents' property. That's a silly argument, honestly.
Well, it kind of sounds
But
like
it's not.
you were going off into a tangent where we're all slaves.
It wasn't a tangent. It was just that I'm pointing out that the default brain is to allow somebody else to tell you what to do. That's all. I'm not going off on any tangent. I'm just saying that you should open yourself to the possibility that by default somebody doesn't have the right to tell you what to do.
Green. Do you have to have a license to drive? Yes or no?
Define license and define drive.
Right, but the difference in answer that you'll get from most of the people you'll ask will show you what's up.
From my recollection, driving is to be engaged in interstate commerce, right? And a license would be permission granted by a state or authority for permission to do that which is otherwise illegal. Is that right?
Yes, that's the code definitions. Yes. However, a driver organically has nothing to do with that. It's a whole nother ball game. It's like the separation of night and day, dude. It's crazy, but it's beautiful at the same time.
How do you license a right anyway?
What's that?
How do you license a right? If you make me license, like if I have
There's a subtle nuance difference. There's not a right to drive. There's a right to travel. There's a privilege to drive. Because the words have different meanings.
Actually,
so
Supreme Court held that.
I know that
there is a right to drive. It's already been head out in the Fed, dude, and the Supreme Court. Driving is a right of common practice, and it cannot be converted. It can't be converted into a privilege. Now, the drive that they talk about in their code in legal land is commercial, under the commercial thing as a U.S. citizen. But I'm not none of those things. So
that's a club, right? That's that club thing where they want to apply
it's
the
an
club
association.
Rules. Right.
Again,
well,
U.S.
I say
citizen.
club, but yeah, I know what you meant. Yep.
Yeah. So if I'm not a part of that association, then none of that shit applies. No matter how many times they tell me, oh yeah, well, I can have gas pressure without a container. Well, okay, prove it.
No, it's another one of those nuances. Like nobody is a U.S. citizen. Like nobody could be. How could you ever be a name, right?
Well, a U.S. citizen is a fictional thing.
The system is an ecclesiastical system. It recognizes that you're not that name, but it can't interact with a living flesh and blood man or woman. So it creates corporations in likeness and in form to interact with us real people. That's where the straw man comes from. And you don't, it's not yours, you don't own it, it's not you, but you are in possession of it. And possession is 9/10 of the law. So you might.
Well, then I can hand it right back though if it's mine, right? I don't want it.
Well, sure, you can hand it right back. You can give away your birthright. That's fine.
No. My birthrights are. He didn't give me my birthright though. How would I hand back something he didn't give me? My birthrights are my birthright.
It's like back in the day when the man fought for the king, right? All of the soldiers' payment, right? All of his armor and his payment for fighting for the king could be redeemed or gotten by, his heir if he were to die in combat or battle. When his heir would come of age, he'd go to the king and get his father's inheritance.
All right, but now you're introducing again that third party. Why is the king involved at all here?
Well, because we've made a social contract for government, and that government is a republic where the majority rules, but their first duty and obligation is to protect the rights of the minority. And a minority is not your race, color, gender, sexual orientation, or belief system. A minority is one.
I think you got to go back to how this guy got in the army, though. Was he conscripted? Did he volunteer?
Well, that's
did he even know he was in the army, or was he just told he was in the army one day?
What I'm trying to get to is that your birth certificate and your social security card, you're straw man, right? Although it looks like you, it's not you, but it's designed for you to interact with the system that your forefathers created for remedy and resolution and discharge of debt.
Correct.
That's the only way it can be done.
The how is what most of us are studying to find.
Yeah, sure. And
that's what's been hidden.
Any way you can get remedy, that's fine with me. Go and get it. I just find that it's much easier to agree with your adversary quickly while you're on your way to court with him. Lest the magistrate turn you over to the bailiff, and the bailiff casts you into jail, and you won't get out of there till you've paid your last penny. So yeah, I'm all about conditional acceptance and agreement. And
I threw up a video about acceptance in chill text about this exact thing that you're saying.
Not just an acceptance, a conditional acceptance.
Right. Well, conditional's one kind. Acceptance to be able to go beyond is another. It's explained in the video.
In everything you do, there's 4 doors of commerce. Even right now, the words coming out of my mouth, you have 4 choices, and they all mean yes. You can agree, which you don't have any valuable consideration. You can conditionally accept. I'll come back to that. Those first 2 are in honor. Then you have argument, and you have silence, and those are in dishonor. And with a conditional acceptance, you say, I'd be happy to, so long as this, that, and the other thing. And you renegotiate the offer, right? Like, I'd be happy to accept what you're saying so long as you could provide me evidence of this, that, or the other thing. Okay. But if you can argue, and that just, we can go back and forth and get nowhere. You can remain silent.
I prefer to go nowhere than to let them take me where they want me to go.
Well, that's simple. That's over my objection, under threat, duress, and coercion. I'll do what you want me to do and say what you want me to say, so long as you put your hand on me and take me to the judge.
That's not what I'm describing. You're gonna have to tell me what my option is then. What if I tell them to go fuck themselves and make them basically hold me unconscious while I'm in their captivity until they kill me? What's that called?
That's
Dishonor.
That's up to you if you want to do that.
Yeah.
That would be dishonor.
You guess I'm dishonorable then. You can label it however you want. I still don't understand why your policies apply to me.
You need a meeting of the minds, buddy. If he's blabbing and he's speaking a language you don't understand, and you tell him to piss off, maybe he needs help. Maybe he needs you to help him. Maybe he sees Jesus in you and he wants some. You don't know what he's saying, though. That's the thing. You
Right.
think
I get
you
it.
do.
But what if I don't want to? That's my point. It's like, what if I don't want to hear it? Why am I forced to hear it to begin with? I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to be a party to it. I want to be left alone. And then this guy shows up and he starts blabbing at me, and suddenly I have an obligation to him. That's what.
Well,
my
if you've
problem
done nothing, then I think you can say that, like, you don't contract, you don't wish to enter into joinder. Is that right?
I see your offer to contract you, and I thank you, but I'm not taking any contracts today. You have a wonderful day. Jesus loves you.
Well, it's unfortunate. You probably won't be able to do that on the side of the road in some or most cases. You're not going to get roadside justice like that. You're going to have to go in front of the judge. You're going to have to go in front of the bench at the bank.
You don't want to do it on the
handle
side
your
of the
business.
road. You'll get if you have long hair, for instance, you'll get grabbed by the hair and thrown around as though you're on the ground.
All right.
And then
Okay.
whatever they
We know that already. This gentleman that's saying you're gonna conditionally accept, and it is you were saying something about taking me to the judge. Can you finish your point about that? What happens when when the police takes you to the judge? What's your next step?
Well, it depends on the situation. But usually, if it's a criminal case, there would be a charging instrument. There would be and that would most likely be in the judge's file in front of you. And you would simply go there as the priority security interest holder, having an interest in the collateral, and you would appear specially, not generally, merely for the moving party, which would be the prosecution or the state or the city or the county, whatever case, to present any genuine accusatory charging instrument for your inspection. Or upon proof of claim, that denial of that charging instrument would not be a denial of equal protection and due process.
There's one thing that got missed.
That sounds good.
And the judge might say something like, "It appears you'd like to see the charging instrument." And you could say something like, "For set-off settlement and closure, Your Honor." And it could be done.
I have a question.
Wait, what does that mean? Sorry, can you just go back? What does that last sentence mean?
That discharges the obligation of the debt of the charging instrument. See, nobody in this ecclesiastical system in the United States we find ourselves, and in other countries that are using the IMF, right? Nobody can pay a debt. Debts can't be paid. There's only discharge. Like, what's the difference between a Federal Reserve note and a promissory note? Nothing.
No difference.
They're both evidence of a debt, and you can't pay a debt with a debt.
Right.
Right. Which goes back to House Joint Resolution 192 if you're in the States.
Right, which was repealed, which is now codified at Public Law 7310 and a couple other places. But the fact of the matter remains is that if there's a charge, right, the last thing you want to do is refuse the charge so it can explode again. You want to agree with your adversary quickly. You want to be in agreement. Courts only exist when there's an argument.
I got a question.
But if you're in agreement, if you're in honor, like, I'd be happy to entertain your charges against this collateral that I'm the priority security interest holder of, so long as you show me the charging instrument so I can settle and close the account or authorize you to do the accounting. That's all it is. There's not one person incarcerated today that's not there voluntarily, because every judge will ask the defendant in every case, do you know of any reason why I can't pass judgment on you today? Are you making this admission of guilt freely and soberly? And all of them say yes, with their defense attorney right there next to them to pass the charge on to them as their representation.
I got a question.
That's how. Yeah, sure.
This is basically to anyone who might know, but I was looking into all this and I stumbled upon this one thing called quantum grammar, or it's a crazy thing, but it's a specific way you go into court and you talk, and he restructures the words mathematically to be equal, and like each word, or I guess letter, no, it's not letter, but each section of a sentence has a numerical value, and some are all would be considered the plus signs and the equal signs. He goes through it, but it's called quantum grammar with David-Wynn Miller. There was some connection that like Q talked about him for a little bit, and I don't believe in Q or anything, but I don't know.
Say
I just
Wynn
wanted to bring it up. What is it?
You say Wynn Miller?
Yeah, David-Wynn Miller. And
yeah, Wynn Miller,
what's
he's
his
a
name?
hoot.
Gould.
He's up there with
Gould.
Gould. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. There's a couple of them numpties.
I wanted to know what everyone else thought. I thought it was interesting, but I didn't know what else to think about it.
I'm talking about David-Wynn Miller.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all guru stuff.
This is very similar. Yeah. I mean, it's an interesting take on well-known historical research. But yeah, I think Cowboys as guru stuff. Yeah, this is definitely guru stuff. This is brain gravy. Not to say that it's incorrect or wrong.
What Buddy here is talking about is equity. Honor, dishonor, these things are equitable matters. What I'm talking about is equity, but Gould and all of them are talking about is word magic.
That's what I was wondering. Like, what's the difference?
We're not trying to get into word magic. We're trying to get into equity. I don't want to stay in controversy. I want this shit over with. You use word magic, then they're going to use word magic. And you use a little bit more, and they're going to use a little bit more. And where have you gotten yourself? Nowhere.
Well, at some point, hopefully you've gotten yourself to remedy and forgiveness. So,
right. That's what Gould and all them talk about. But most of the people that use that or try to use it, they end up screwed.
Well, are they going in not really looking for remedy and peace, and actually looking to, argue? Kind of like when Globers come in here expecting an argument, they get an argument.
Yeah.
Actions show intent.
That's absolutely correct.
That's how I would look at it.
Can you repeat that? I think I missed it. I don't want to miss this point. It sounds important. Can
Most people go in there looking for an argument, wanting to prove themselves correct in their knowledge.
Okay.
Kind of like Globers coming in here looking for an argument and getting one.
Yeah, plus the fact that if you look at any of these court hearings where people try to use Black's Law or anything like that, you'll notice that most of the judges or anybody that's sitting up there in authority they don't want to look as though you might know something that they don't. You know what I mean? So just that fact that they're supposed to be judging over you, and here you come in speaking some type of coded language that they don't know. For one thing, you're going to embarrass them. You know what I mean? You're going to put them in a situation.
It's not that they don't know. It's that they're going to do everything they can do to test you to make sure you know what you're talking about.
Well, it's the same thing.
Like
with
you didn't
cops,
just
with some of
you
these-
didn't just you didn't just learn it from a guru. Like you know it inside and out, upside, downside, left, right, forward, and back. You know it it's part of you. You know it.
Right.
And they're going to test you on that because you have to merit your reward. Like this information
like
is
some of these, what do you call them? The guys that go around with the cameras and they film the cops all the time.
the auditors, yeah.
Yeah, some of the auditors, the good ones, know the law more than the officers.
Sure.
And you can see a lot of the times the officers are more butthurt. You know what I mean? And it just makes it worse because, here this guy's throwing out the codes. That the officers doesn't even know. And then sometimes it makes it worse because the officer just wants to beat the person down.
Right.
She said you don't want to go in there and try to win, but that's exactly what they're trying to do, is to see if you can, well, maybe not win, but match them in their knowledge of the secret magic words, or not using the magic word. I don't need to reiterate. You know exactly what I'm trying to say.
I mean, it's like purifying gold, right? You've got to go through the fire to purify gold, right?
Right. But for those
you've got to go through that process. You've got to go through that process to come out clean on the other side. You have to merit your reward. You have to know what you're doing. You have to be able to, handle your business as a man.
Have any of y'all
or a
been
woman.
to seminary?
That's. I was gonna say.
Have any of y'all ever been to seminary?
No.
Okay, well, when I went to seminary, I didn't learn anything about the Book of the Giants, Enoch, or anything having to do with, ancient mythologies. You know what I mean? So, probably back in the early, 2005 or so, I went with my wife to the president of the seminary school. We sat down at a table with his wife, and I said, I'm looking at this here, and it looks like to me that these angels came down, they had sex with the women, they were worshipped as gods, their children were demigods, and he looked at me and he goes, that's a religion. Pretty much he made fun of me, completely embarrassed me, so I shut up. And now, here it is, 2021, and I'm seeing Dr. What's the guy's name? Dr. Heiser or something like that, Michael Heiser, coming out saying that, like what you were talking about, magic, words are magic, and how if you know the words and the meaning of the ancient, like Hebrew and the Jewish text, that it'll break the spell of what I guess you would say that the lie, what the Bible is really saying, and how it lines up with a lot of these mythological things, but it's all in understanding the words and the English language. You can't break the spell with the English language. You have to go back and break, and use the actual old language to figure out what we're seeing, around the world. I don't know if any of y'all have ever traveled to different places where there's all these crazy megalithic, these giant structures and stuff. But I was called crazy back then. You know what I mean? And it's not till now that here this older fella's coming on the stage saying, Dr. Heiser saying that it's all in the language. The ancient language will wake you up and break the spell of what somebody, I'm not saying it's Satan or the Illuminati, but, throughout history it's kind of been hidden from us to know the truth, if you believe that stuff or not. I'm just saying it makes more sense to me. The Bible makes more sense when you know what the ancient other texts say.
I remember when I was first looking into all this.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, go ahead, man.
I was gonna say, I remember when I was first looking into all of the conspiracy stuff, and I would find some things, but then I'd find other things which it's almost like it lit a spark in my mind. It was like, this is the path you should follow, and it all ended up leading to flat Earth eventually. But flat Earth, some people, that's like the first thing they found. That was the last thing I found. It's like it was just the icing on the cake. It was like, oh, sure, that makes sense. Oh my gosh.
Takes all kinds, brother. I mean, yeah, if it was all laid out for you in a clear-cut Candyland kind of path, that board game, of course it would be too easy. Of course it's got to be complex like this with the, I don't know how many human beings are living across the wide expanse of the earth, but I think it's at least billions. I don't know if it's 7 or 8 billion like is claimed, but because nobody knows how many people even live in the United States, let alone India. I mean, come on, man. But there's billions in my view, at least a couple billions. And so anyways, it's gonna be a complex view. You think it'd be that easy? Come on.
Well, something interesting that Bob from Globebusters did, well, he didn't do it, but his wife, I think her name is Tammy or something, but either way,
Cammy with a C.
Cammy,
Yeah.
that's right. Cammy. But she had done this map about the magnetic poles and like how it would have looked if you could see it. And according to that, there's a whole extra landmass according to the magnetics of of earthworks. And there's at least another landmass that they aren't telling us about that isn't on our maps. And so I don't know. It's just all interesting.
Now, does her map or the way that she structures the poles, does it line up with that Ken Wheeler guy where he says it's a monopolar pattern or monopolar system like that of, I don't know, kind of like like a speaker magnet, like a flat magnet?
I don't know. It's been a while since I saw it. I just remember the subject of more Earth, more land than would be on our maps, and I thought that was pretty cool.
Well, when I watched that Ken Wheeler guy, and I listened to him, and I've heard some of y'all on here talk about like the pattern of how this, what do they call it, the toroidal field, the centripetal, whatever, all that stuff. And what it sounds like is it sounds like the basic pattern of like a speaker magnet. And it looks like to me, if you take a speaker magnet, set it on a tabletop, you take a glass, take a bunch of ants, put it on the top of it. Now take a glass bowl, put the glass bowl upside down, put the ants in there, seal it up so the ants can only roam around on the top surface, right? And the whole experience that they would be experiencing is one pole, right? So they have the center pole, and then it comes out in a, what do you call that, the golden ratio, or that certain, the field itself is laying out those, pretty much what we see in nature, you know what I mean? Like it's setting out a certain lines, the flux lines, whatever it's called, at a slight curve, which lines up exactly what we see when we do a compass, which points to the north, which means to the left of the center of the magnet. So it'll always point to the left of the center of that magnet. So as you move from the outer edge inward, you're slightly turning, you know what I mean, following anyhow, I just think it's interesting that if somebody could actually create a flat Earth, let's say if we had like a 10-foot wide speaker magnet, and it actually could line up and create a pattern on the magnet itself, and then also lay out the land structure of what some type of idea that it might be, and lay down the lines of longitude, latitude, I believe that they would probably curve, using a compass of some sort if we could do that. It'd probably have to be even, it'd be a much bigger field. Actually, I don't know how big of a magnet you need. You know what I mean? Like
That would be kind of magnet in nature that does exist. There is no example of a spinning ball magnet that has some sort of magma center that is, you know, of this heavy metal. There is no demonstrable reality of that. There are claims that other planets, even the gas giants, are said to have a metal core that is spinning from some sort of hypothetical Big Bang event that's somehow extruded itself to where we find ourselves now. But
yeah,
on
that
Earth,
spin comes from that spin, that input that we observe, that phenomena that we observe is of the heavens. It's being caused by whatever is above the firmament, above the waters above, which is a structural place. Some people call it the city of God that is above in the heavens. It's what is inputting into this system that we are in and causing that vortex.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I'd like to point out there's a few people in the live that have been VC verified. We got Oso Hum, Scuba Steve, Soviet Dom. I don't know if any of these people want to join in and ask questions or add to the conversation. I'm just pointing it out. Continue.
So I'm thinking like on this giant magnet, right? Let's say if you had a magnet 100 foot wide and you had a compass and you walk to the center, because we know a compass only points in one direction, really, right? So as you walk to the center, it'll point to the center. But then as you walk to the outer edge, it seems like the magnet would flip and point to the outer edge, to the outer, what do you call it, the toroidal field, the donut field, or whatever they want to call it, to where now it's reached too far away from the center flux, or the, what do you call that, the divergence, which would be, the centripetal divergence coming out, and it goes out like a donut, like a water fountain, right? So the field is coming out, going up, coming back down, then going under and looping back into centripetal convergence, right? Or am I got this wrong? So it seems like as you go to the outer edge, now that compass is going to recognize the outer field. It's going to flip around. You know what I mean? The closer you get to the outer field, but really you're not reaching a south pole. You're just reaching the outer edge of this toroidal field, or whatever you call it. Now the compass will flip. You know what I mean? That's what it seems like to me. Like,
yeah, it's magnetic declination.
And if we could create a design, longitude, latitude lines according to this, I don't know how you do it. I think that we would actually get kind of the flower of life set down on top of on a flat earth map kind of thing, but I don't know how you would get the actual size of the land mass correct, but anyway.
Yeah, when you look at it, it does have two sides, like you're saying. It also has like a middle point, which is, people say, the equatorial, or it's the middle of it, of some sort. But yeah, what you're saying, for my understanding, this input, it's coming from above, and we can observe it just looking up, based on the cycle.
So you're saying that God's throne would be, let's just say that there is a God, right? Let's say that whatever he is, he's up there above whatever's causing pressure, like a closed system, call it the firmament, whatever. If he's up there and all power, all life, energy, whatever comes from him to make this giant system work. Is that what you're saying? That it's actually coming from him and not the center of the earth. Is that what you're saying? Like whatever's up there is generating
It's
this.
part of the mechanism. What's down here is obviously, the earth, and it's part of the mechanism.
Mm-hmm.
But the input from above is pretty obvious.
So do you think the energy itself, it's kind of like a magnetic, electromagnetic rail? You know what I mean? The earth itself is nothing but the iron and the different metals, but the energy that makes the whole system work is coming from another dimension, like Eric Dollar talks about. What is that? Counter space or whatever. So he's up there, and he's
right.
The energy that charges.
I mean, you can say he, but what we can observe is actually like the shape of creation. It's actually like a structural thing that is above, and I mean, you could describe that as a he, but it looks like a structure.
Yeah. Well, and what I mean is,
it's part, and I'm not saying that's the complete thing that is causing every effect, but it's big part of the piece. It's big part of the the
I
concept.
mean, like if he's not made of matter, you know what I mean? Like he makes matter, but he's not made of matter. So whatever it is some type of power source. If it's a being, I mean, I believe it's a being. But
when I describe it, I call it the source.
Yeah. The source.
When I describe
right.
it, that's me. But from what my conclusions based on of the information that I've gathered from many different sources of what we can observe, and maybe make sense of how electromagnetisms, resonance, sound, and all that stuff. That input that I'm talking about that is above. It does have an effect down here, and we can observe it on what you were talking about, the toroidal field that we can observe, and also the stars that rotate around this this center point above, and it's all part of that mechanism, and there's evidence for it.
Hey, sorry to interrupt, Jimsy. They live. You said the words "the creator is in everything," and I replied the or the effect of. Maybe I should have had the word of, the effect of, right? So, but just like the other guy, Baby Black Swan said, prepositions can get you in trouble if you're not using them properly. They can,
yeah, I got you.
Okay. So, I mean, which one would you go with? Would you say the? Because some religions very much believe the. I personally would say the effect of.
I guess for sake of argument, maybe both.
Okay. Interesting.
Thank you.
Yeah, you got to stay politically correct.
It's kind of like you have a power source for a city, right? Let's just say Niagara Falls, whatever. The generators, right? So you have the source starts in those transformers or whatever Tesla design. I don't know how it works, but so the energy that runs through those lines, right, starts at that source. Could we say that energy is one energy, or is it, you know what I mean? Like, let's say, like you said, it is the effect of something. If he said that God is in everything, and
what we see when we look up and we see the luminaries and all that affect that toroidal field, when you're trying to talk about is the cause of what we observe.
Right.
Is the cause of the or a big piece of that. Because what we see is effects. We see a light show when we look up. But how it works exactly, probably nobody knows.
Yeah.
So those are effects, not the cause.
Also, I just feel like adding this to the conversation, saying that saying that the creator is in creation provides people like Lithuania, which some of you only know as Soviet Dom here, the opportunity to disbelieve. I hope that makes sense. It provides him the opportunity to disbelieve in the creator based on that being some type of declaration of reality in a literal sense. And though it may be a literal sense, it's not an apparent sense.
But we're basing our reality in reality, though.
Yep, Dom, I'm not talking to you.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
I'm referring to what you said, but it wasn't a challenge to you, Dom. I get what you're saying. I understand where you're coming from.
So what about that flat Earth?
Yeah.
What about it?
That's something you can apparently and obviously see and observe.
Indeed.
I've been listening to Chemo argue for the last 2 days about, shoot, I forgot what he's been arguing about, but I guess he's doing a pretty good job, I guess, actually. So have any of y'all got the a particular vaccine yet? And have found to be any like weird side effects or?
Ooh, I'll be getting one very soon.
How does that relate to the flat Earth?
True.
Well, there was just a moment of silence, and my girlfriend's mom just died yesterday from it, so I'm really thinking about getting one, but I just kind of want to know if anybody in here has actually had it. And
Yeah, I can tell you, my brother and my mom had it, and they only had like soreness and temperature. That's it.
Okay.
Soreness and temperature. The only side effects they had. Yes.
do you know which one they got?
I think they got Pfizer.
Okay. What's crazy is my boss's wife died from it.
This stuff,
My best
we're on
friend's
live
father.
stream. Are we supposed to be talking about the vaccine and stuff on live
Nope.
stream?
Yeah. How does this relate to
What
flat
would
Earth?
happen? What would happen?
True.
Well,
Sorry.
even if it did relate to flat Earth, it's not really relevant if it did, because the fact of the matter is it's prohibited for the owner of the live stream. So this
I mean, I hear them talking about it on other Discords. What's the deal here?
correct.
It says 24/7 flat Earth Discord.
Yes. So here's the deal. The owner, hold on, the owner of the YouTube channel that he streams this Discord server and this voice chat 24/7, give or take a few minutes here and there. Okay. Based on his request, in order to keep his channel active and not getting any strikes, there are certain requirements based on YouTube's community guidelines and so on of prohibited topics and so on that this Discord
Gotcha.
server adheres to and obliges for the sake of his work in promoting this server on YouTube.
Yeah, gotcha.
Okay.
So it's YouTube's kind of like no.
So when it comes to this topic, we're going to say cerveza bug, beer bug, Fauci ouchie.
No, I get it. I get it.
And or generally try to avoid if at all possible.
Yeah.
What was the old saying? Circle, circle, dot, dot. Now I got my cooties. We'll just call it the cooties. Nah, I got you. So what do y'all think about lensing?
What? Lindsey Graham?
Lensing.
Oh,
atmospheric lensing.
Lensing.
I just heard Chemo using that as a maybe. He said that he doesn't know because he hasn't done any testing, but a maybe of why buildings, land would be obstructed from the bottom, up due to some sort of atmospheric lensing effect. And so I was thinking of, what he didn't go any further with it. And of course, like they always do, they make fun of him and stuff. But what do y'all think about that? Like the attributes of lensing and how it could be used as a description of the atmosphere itself and how we see things, like optics. You think there's any merit to that, or?
You talking about compression?
Yeah, compression. Like you'll see Rob Skiba using the reading lens. What do you call that?
It's a Fresnel lens.
Yeah, the Fresnel. And I mean, it looks pretty. Yeah, it looks pretty. Pretty accurate with what you see, when you watch the sunset and stuff like that. But has anybody on here done any tests to see if maybe that's what's going on? Or?
I'm not.
Well, he
quite sure I
demonstrates it.
understand the question.
He demonstrates it, does he not?
Skiba?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think yeah. And what's that? The optics professor of Notre Dame, where he uses that magnifying glass. But his is kind of wonky. It seems like he did his little test backwards to show the what was that? The weather guy, trying to show him how that.
Oh, I just went off of my tirade. Tom Coombs is who you're looking for, and he did demonstrate atmospheric lensing in his second example of that whole ordeal.
Yep.
But his initial thing of what you're seeing here is a mirage is a falsehood and a lie, I will call it. I think Tom is lying. Yeah.
Well, it's funny when you look at the Notre Dame professor, how he set it up. He set it up. Glass on. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm not sure if that guy was from Notre Dame. He was from the South Bend area here. That's where I live. That's the only reason I'm chiming in. Sorry about my butting in. These guys are from right here near Lake Michigan, and that guy was a weather expert or whatever they called him or whatever. Right. Tom Coombs is a guy who learned to talk in a certain way and read the teleprompter. Meteorology is basically what you and I know about it. We can learn it just by looking at the screen. That's all he did. I swear to you. So anyways, there it is. There is a...
There's a what?
All I have to say about that in finality is that when he says what you're seeing here is a mirage, he was repeating that. And then he did the thing with the lensing. And if you look in his eyes, if you watch that again, maybe some people won't, it's a couple years back, but he was looking at it in a different way. And there have been no further things on ABC 57. There's been no like let's go ahead and put this to rest kind of things. Some of my friends, one of my good ones, has actually accosted him on Twitter and sent him memes to where we said, what you're seeing here is a portage. And he actually went and he did the making it like a PNG transparent image of a portage, which is like a kind of boat. And we sent that to Tom. And so Tom is like funny. He knows that there are flat earthers, but he will refuse to address it. He'll go upon his thing of the weatherman and just keep on keeping on because that's what gets him money. And there will be no further conversation because there is no financing in it. And so us individuals looking into it for what's actually going on will persist and will always be looked at as loonies by people who are within that machine. So that's that.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking about the actual mechanics of the way he set up the glass, and then the way he set up the little picture on the wall. Not him, not the actual meteorologist, but the professor that at the School of Aerooptics. I think it's called the Aerooptics program of Notre Dame. So that professor sets up that magnifying glass at the at the end of the table. Then he has empty space as if the city's floating. You know what I mean? And we don't see that in reality. We see a city in water, solid surface, on the that goes all the way from the observer to the city. And I don't know, it just seemed like it wasn't even set up correct, I guess you'd say. You know what I mean? Like, especially not the way like Rob Skiba sets it up to where the way the lensing effects works. You know what I mean? That whatever obstacle or land mass, water mass is between the observer and the furthest distance that you can see, somewhere between you and the object you're looking at, the city or whatever, somewhere in between, that surface will be blocking the furthest distance because it's being manipulated due to the lensing effect. But when you don't add a surface there, all you have is air, then, like what he did, just a picture on the wall, and then the camera's, 4 feet off the floor, so there's nothing there to be affected to block the city. So then he's like, oh, look, it's looming. And he said to the guy, the weatherman, he said, that this is absolutely the effect, or said, could be said, that it's doing what the atmosphere does. But I just noticed that his setup was all wacky.
Yeah, nowhere within that presentation did they prove the curvature of the Earth, nor did they prove that it was a mirage that was performing perfectly across 60 miles or so for that Nowicki footage, which Nowicki is not even a person who thinks that the Earth has been misdescribed by any measure. Yeah.
Yeah, I did my own little...
That's occurred. That's obvious.
I did my own little test. I set up one of those reading lenses on a countertop, and I made a little box. It was only an inch high, and it was probably about 2 inches high, and I made clouds up underneath the box. Just drew some clouds, pink clouds, and then I set my lens on the end of that box. So if you can imagine a shoebox laying down, on a table where you can see all the way through it. So you cut out the sides, flip it upside down, cut out the sides, and draw, put the shoebox upside down, draw clouds underneath it. And I put the lens on the end of the box and then my camera behind the lens, looking through the lens and through the box down the countertop. And then I put a light source that was like a foot to 2 feet high. And so at the end of the box, I made a fake little mountain, right? I put a little triangle piece, looks like a little mountain, on the countertop right at the other end of the shoebox. And as I pulled the light away, and the light, of course, is 2 feet tall, as I pulled the light back, all of a sudden, the light shows up in the picture. And the shoebox, or this little thing I had was only like 2 inches high. But imagine a shoebox, all of a sudden that which is, 2 feet high you see hitting the sensor, you see the image, it sets, the light source sets just like the sun, it lights up my little mountain and puts a shadow underneath, lighting up the clouds and putting a little upside down pyramid across the clouds, showing the shadow of the cloud. The shadow of the mountain. So
Yeah.
you take away the lens, there is no light in the box then. And you can't see the flashlight anymore. It's still 2 feet high and you never see the flashlight. Because my countertop's only like 6 feet long. But you put the lens there, all of a sudden the light sets to the point of, if I did it on the floor, I could actually keep pulling the light back and there will be no light. You know what I mean? There won't even be light on the sensor. It'll just be darkness, which kind of lines up with what Skiba did, which I thought was pretty interesting, that if that's true, that the atmosphere actually could be doing some sort of
Well, you also have to take into consideration the reflection of light off of the surface of Earth, because somebody did a similar demonstration where they had a little pretend cutout mountain situation in front of their car in their garage that was pitch black. But they shined the light towards the mountain, and it cast a shadow on the underside of the car that the mountain was in front of, and the position of the light was above the physical location of the mountain. However, it was casting a shadow again on the underside surface of the car. I don't know if anybody here in this VC right now has seen that video, but that sounds similar to what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
And that
I physically. Go ahead.
Sorry, the part of the reason that demonstration was brought about was because one of the photos that the Jim Panda server and other folks believe is their slant, I don't know, humdinger proof or whatever, is this picture. It shows a mountain range and it shows the clouds and it shows this like shadow of the mountain on the clouds. At least that's the way that it looks. And their claim is that the sun must be positionally or in a triangulated way vertically lower than the mountain itself in order to cast that shadow. However, that can be fully demonstrated to not be necessitated, thus falsifying the initial claim.
Yeah, I know what picture you're talking about. That's the actual picture I was trying to demonstrate that could work.
Yeah. So there's probably more than one way that it more than one explanation. However, reflection is sufficient to demonstrate. Like reflection of light off of the surface is a sufficient means to explain the phenomenon.
Yeah, gotcha.
Other factors may be at play. I don't know, but I know that reflection seems to be one of the more obvious elements of what's going on there. This is a really good good word, by the way. I just got one of those Social Security scammers. This is the federal government or the investigation department. How can I help you?
This is Agent Stephen Johnson.
Something like that.
Yeah, I've gotten those too. Good time.
I just told them about Jesus. It's the fastest way for them to hang up. Sometimes I try to do a little Hindi, but it's tough.
I did that the other day. You called me, asked me for my name, and last on my social. And I got a question for you. Do you know Jesus?
Yeah. So tum gor jute ho. Tum gor jute ho is you are a gross liar. I have that on speed dial on my Google Translate in one of my tabs. I didn't hit them with that this time, but you can also keep Gujarati up if they go, I'm sorry, what? Just go to Gujarati. It's just slightly different. Gujarati is as different to Hindi as Spanish is to English. It's really interesting. And Gujarat is just a state within the country of India. There's a lot of languages in India, though.
Language is fascinating. And this guy from, damn it,
That's a weird place to be from, but
no. I can't remember the name of it because it's two countries. One's in South America, one's in Africa. Ghana.
Okay.
Not Guyana, Ghana. He's from Ghana, and
yes,
he said that in his village they speak a language, and it is not the same as the 5 villages that surround him, which all have their own language, and there's a common trade language that they use.
Is it Pidgin?
It might be. This was many years ago. But I always thought it was crazy that it was within walking distance of a mile, these villages. So they're really on top of each other, but their languages all developed independently.
Yeah, well, it's the tribal nature of India. Sorry, Africa. They stay with their tribe. There's not a lot of mixing.
How's my mic? Can you hear me?
Hey, PMX.
Yep.
Yeah, did you hear the latest word they're trying to bar? Curry.
Yeah.
Did you see that in the news? There's an American Indian blogger, and he's now putting forward a petition to ban the word curry because it's a colonialization of the cuisine in India, because Indians use all different kinds of words for the different, and the English and the whites or whatever just using curry.
Nah, you listen. I've looked up many Indian recipes where they're speaking Hindi. I love making Indian food and other foods too, but they say curry. They say curry. They'll be speaking their Hindi and they'll throw the word curry in there. And they always say it with like it's spelled. The way they say it is like Curry. Curry. They say it very
It's
very
just the ridiculousness. If you wake up, they're trying to bar the uses of pronouns and all kinds of, and now they're trying to bar the use of the word curry.
Yeah.
It's just crazy.
Curry.
And that's news.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, they want to set the precedence that it is newsworthy to talk about words and whether they should be used or not. You know, they're making thought crime a commonplace thing to be considered.
Exactly.
You know, in speech.
Exactly. You wake up now, you have to think about what you have to say. It's it's like they're trying to make everybody free with this open language and how you must say this and you must say that about things. So much so that before you utter a sentence, you have to think about these days what you're saying. You're no longer free to say what you want to say. You have to think, am I using the right word here? Am I going to offend somebody? It's just ridiculous.
I think it's just an excuse to shut down discourse. They're looking for a trigger word so they can shut everything down. You know, instead of talking about the issue, if they hear something, it's not about the facts or the argument. It's about, oh my God, he described using a word that I find offensive. You're offensive. And then they just move the offensive line to wherever you are to make sure that you can't fucking speak up.
Yeah, they want you with masks on so nobody can see your face, and they want you walking about silent saying fuck all. You know? Sorry for my French. I might have offended somebody there.
They shouldn't be on Discord. If
Oh,
so. Yeah, I tried to learn Esperanto. That stuff is supposedly really easy. I was just like, not for me. And I've dabbled with a lot of languages, but supposedly, you know, that's the thing is self-teaching isn't. Some things I think are more helpful when you're learning in a group setting. And if I'm not mistaken, Esperanto is one of those that's really more effective to be taught in a group setting as opposed to self-learning.
I definitely find languages fascinating. I really do. I like learning little phrases from different languages. It's just, I think it's cool. And polymaths, if you see all the polymaths, they could always speak like 5 fucking languages: German, French, Spanish, English. You know,
good old polyglots.
Polyglottal, yeah. Communication is key, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
But that's like the story of Babel, right? Language is so important that as long as we can't communicate with each other, can't get as much done, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, I suppose the thing is, in modern days, most of the world understands English, sort of, kind of, but it's more about putting restrictions upon language as having to think about what you're going to say for fear of offending somebody. I don't know. It's getting weird.
I'd rather them pretend to ban words than them to systematically, subliminally or otherwise reprogram the meaning of words within people's minds. Because at least with the first option, you can still say the word and people know what it means. On the second one, you know, for instance, the word love, you know, in my own personal opinion, based upon the sources that I trust for the meaning of language and words and etymology and so on, I think it's fair to say that most people misunderstand the word love and misuse it regularly. And I think that that's one of many examples.
Misuse is kind of tough, though. I think it's just that there's a misunderstanding between everyone, right? I mean, they are misusing it, but in their mind, it means a very specific thing. It's just not what it means in your mind. So there's a disconnect.
Yeah, and that's that whole personal truth illusion. Well, that's not my truth. Well, yeah, that's not even a thing.
Well, it's hard to say because I mean I get that you want to go by what you know the word love, its etymology, its history, and that's what it means. But that's just the victors deciding, right? That word has other. I mean that state that which is being described with the word love has other names and other, you know, I don't know if I'm getting off tangent here, but
What basis of dictionary are we going off of? Because I got into this with the term violence. Somebody told me that violence is no longer just a physical thing. Violence is now if you just say words to somebody. To me, that's not violence. Now, my friend Kath told me that we can go back to an 18 something or other. I can't remember the exact year of a dictionary, but what terminology are we drawing from? Where's our line in the sand? What is it? Is this an ever-changing thing? I know there will be some modulation, but what is it? I mean, what is violence? What is love? For me, violence is a physical thing to where you must put hands upon a person or a physical object to blast their knee or hit their head or whatever, you know. But violence is now interpreted by some people as being just you saying a thing that they think is mean, and then that's violence. To me, that's fucked up. So there it is.
It's like
then how is equal? But
sorry, it's like an example. Like you know, a lot of YouTubers, and a lot of them have to cut their words because the bots pick it up. A lot of people today use social media and YouTube to communicate with each other. And if you say COVID, COVID, whatever on the YouTube or whatever, and you say certain words, the bots pick that up, and bang, your entire channel is gone. So that's there, you know, the freedom of speech thing and all that. It's becoming non-existent. Yeah. There's just certain keywords you cannot say if you want something to continue, if you want to spread a message or have a channel.
but the rewriting of definitions is definitely real, and it's definitely being used against the population. You know, like you said, violence has now been redefined, but they're not redefined. So they're not going to go back and adjust the word violence in all of our criminal code. They're going to leave that, and now it suddenly takes on a new meaning, which was never the original intent. That's the trick.
Correct.
So can we have a basis of information? Can we stand at 1828 and say this is what words mean? This is what this term is from now and as long as we speak English and forever? I mean, I'm not multilingual. I'm a little bit can habla español, you know, mino, but you know, that's it. So I don't know how to, I won't ever be there to tell anybody else how to do it anyways, but for me, where can I stand with this? Is it 1828? Or
it's not, not necessarily. You kind of always, if you get into a conversation with somebody and they're like, well, this word means this. Etymology is the authoritative method for connoting what a word its meaning and its origin of meaning, its source of meaning. Colloquialisms is the allowance for a word to be used in ways that it wasn't originally intended necessarily. Nuance of colloquialisms and so on. But the fact of the matter is, if you're going by the actual meaning of a word, for instance, if somebody invokes, well, Black's Law's dictionary states that a person is blah, blah, blah. Okay, Black's Law's dictionary is a nuance within the scope of law, but is not the authoritative meaning of a certain word. And that's where etymology seeks to explain the source and conversions and or perversions of a word over time.
Yeah.
So violence, for instance, sorry, Imaglo. If it annoys you for me to say Imaglo, I just think it's funny. I'll stop if you don't like it. I couldn't hear you.
Sorry, I missed that. Was that directed to me?
Yeah. If I call you Imaglo, is that annoying?
Maglo?
Yeah, Imaglo Badurp.
Oh, I don't know. I made that name up on the fly like 3 nights ago, rapidly,
Okay.
just so that I could get online. I don't give a shit.
Okay, good, good.
If you want to remember me, my name's Matt, but everybody calls me Derp in here so far, so you can remember me.
Okay, I got you. All right. So anyway, what Hoosier was saying about the word violence, for instance, like the etymology, Etym Online, late 13th century, so that's the 1200s. This is an old word. Most, like a
Right.
lot of the words you look up are like 16th century, 15th century, but this is 13th, late 13th. Physical force used to inflict injury or damage, right? So based on, I can keep on going, of course, but based on that alone, a word could never be physical. So the first word the first word of the explanation of the historical original meaning of the word prevents the opportunity for there to be a connection between violence and words.
Right.
Violentia, which is from Latin vehemence, impetuosity, from violentus, which means vehement or forcible. So even within the language of Latin, which we understand to be, 2,500 years,
At least, right? Yeah.
somewhere in that range. It's basic for all intents and purposes. This word has always meant inclusive of
Physical.
force, and force requires physical. Therefore, words can't be. The words are not physical. Therefore,
Cannot be violent.
Yeah.
Yeah. It would seem like that's common sense. You would think that all these people who interpret our law that have gone to school for so long should be very easily able to pick this up, and yet here we are arguing about it
Sure,
instead of
and this
having
is
it
what they
settled.
do. And this is what they do. Well, see, what you don't understand is that words invoke physical force against others, and that's why it's violent. Yes, however, I hear what you're saying, and I understand how you think you mean it. The issue is the definition and meaning of the word violence isn't about invocation or provocation. Violence is about the actual physical force, not the implied or expected use of force, but the actual physical force. And therefore, it is never by any stretch of the imagination allowed to be associated with words in a general sense. However, they're going to do it anyway because they don't care about actualities. Well, that's just not my truth. Is the response after you go through all of that. And then you're like, oh, okay. So solipsism is the new age religion. I get it. I don't like it, but I get it. It's a nice picture. Just for the hardy green leaf so close to the beach.
I recently re-listened to Jurassic Park, the audiobook, and it had a part where like these little dinosaurs bit this little girl all up by the beach like this.
Yeah.
It's actually really funny for a person like me who doesn't really accept the dino tale and the chronology of that whole thing. I don't deny that there's creatures of all kinds that I know nothing about. I'm open to a lot of things, but anyways, it's really funny. It's actually a pretty good book if anybody wants to listen to Jurassic Park again. It's a way better book than the movie. He gets into a lot of detail.
He does, and in a lot of ways, when you're done reading Jurassic Park, which I read, you'll think that chickens and dinosaurs are the same thing. Like he does that good of a job, and it's when you read a book like that and you're like, oh my gosh, it just makes so much sense. Except for I know that it doesn't make any sense at all for so many other reasons. But the fact that an author can write words in such a way, it's a sophistry, and that's it makes a lot more sense as to how folks like L. Ron Hubbard accomplished, supposedly, it was unintentionally, accomplished the foundation of a religion from a fiction group of novels. What it could have, I guess some people could argue it was intentional, but doesn't appear to be. But because of sophistry.
Wordsmiths have their ways, indeed.
He was a brilliant con artist.
Yeah.
He was just a fiction novel writer. He was just a writer.
Well, I mean, it's science fiction, right? And it's not his fault that they use it as a weapon against the people. He's making the story for entertainment purposes, you assume. He's not been sent by the government to think out the best possible story to convince people that evolution is real. He just happens to hear, oh, evolution, I'll make a movie about it, entertaining. And then they pump it out to us as if, hey, this is what you should believe.
He wasn't even a very good sci-fi writer.
Of a T-Rex.
Yeah, I never read a word of any of those books. I think I've seen the titles. I don't recall any of the titles, but I think I did look up the titles of those books at one point, and they were supposedly like super long, I think.
Battlefield Earth was one.
Gotcha.
Well, I enjoyed the novel Sphere. I read it when I was younger, and then I reread it as a young adult. And it's not the sci-fi part that I liked. If anybody knows the story or saw the movie,
I saw the movie.
It's the psychological implications of suddenly having that ability with other people and understanding, what could happen. If you could suddenly manifest reality around you, what does that mean for everybody else around you? And now you're not the only one. Everybody can manifest. What does that do? That was very interesting.
Mm-hmm. Oh, interesting you point that out. Manifesting what you believe or imagining, and the title of the book and or movie.
Oh,
Sphere?
shit. Went right over my head. You're right.
You imagine it, and therefore it's real. Ooh.
And then one of the main aspects of that object was that you could see yourself in it. Remember? It had a reflective surface because it was so perfect. You could see yourself in it. Oh my God, it is right fucking.
Oh, and guess what else? Samuel L. Jackson was in that, wasn't he? I'm pretty sure
yes, he was.
Yeah.
Roll under your butts.
Yeah. It's pretty funny.
I never thought of that. That's a good one there, Gospel.
Yeah. No charge. No charge. All for free.
You just fucking melted my brain, man. That's not fair.
It's good time. On one hand, if you're looking for
here for me, we got thunderstorms. Yeah.
Sorry. On one hand, if you're looking for it, you're probably going to find it, and sometimes inappropriately so. But sometimes you just think about it a couple of times. You try and I don't know, disprove. You try and falsify your concept there, right? Well, maybe that's not what they meant, and you can't even make it mean that. That one's pretty obvious, though.
That's one coincidence is a coincidence. That's like 5, right?
Speaking of synchronicity and coincidences, on etymonline.com, the etymology website, who brought up curry?
Somebody else did, but I was looking into violence and the meanings of words. But curry came up earlier, and that was something that would pique my mind before you guys even brought it up. That had been brewing for a while. Yeah.
Yeah. Look at this. It's the number 5 trending word on Etym Online, which makes me very happy. That means That means that people are actually doing a little bit of digging, enough people, right, to get it on the trending list, that they're going, hold on, let me call their bluff, because I bet you. And I'm looking for, so I'll post the actual definition, or not definition, the etymology of that word for y'all's viewing pleasure, just because it was a topic a minute ago and I just noticed it was on the trending words. Figured I'd share. It doesn't have very much relation to spices. How unusual.
So was it an Englishman that put that term upon the dish, or how did that flesh out?
Oh, here we go. To put in order. That does make a lot of sense, actually. To put into order is the, so that word in no way is racist or any, I mean, yes, it's related to the French language, but that doesn't make it, well, okay, so the French, but India was occupied by Britain, not France. Right, so I don't understand imperialism or colonialism or any of that, because again, this word, it's the etymology in relation to curry, the spice, is French origin from courrier, which just simply means to put into order, and that may, or to arrange, right? So that makes
Right,
perfect
to
sense.
curry favor. Right?
Well, no, that's different. That's the different meanings. You got to go to the second half of the first section. So from Old French, courrier, put it in.
What happened? Did you run out of batteries?
I think somebody cut out. Was that me or did...
There's gospel there. Something happened. Something said. Computer said no.
Obviously, the Indian intelligence agencies, they're in line with MI6 and everything.
That's true. It's possible.
They got into him. I communicate with him on back channels. I'll send you guys Morse code when it becomes obvious.
Use the Dropbox.
3.
Dead drops. I don't want them following. It is interesting, though, that they want to turn everything into a giant big deal. Like, was it an issue, the word? Were people falling out in line at restaurant because of the inherent racism of the dish they were eating? I don't understand why this is such a big deal that takes up everybody's time, other than it's purposefully there just to keep you distracted.
Well, the newest thing is that fentanyl, even if you're within like a 18-foot perimeter of it, I just made up that number, but the San Diego Police Department recently faked a fentanyl overdose or fentanyl passing out with an officer who clearly did not pass out, and he kept his neck stiff when he hit the ground so his head wouldn't bonk the pavement. And then there's been coinciding stories within California from Anaheim and other cities in that zone of the world, to where they're saying that officers are now getting fentanyl micronized particles. A micron is a millionth of an inch or whatever, if you want to put it in the more other terms. It's a really, really small thing. So these are things that they're saying that they're inhaling and getting an overdose from, which is totally berserk, and people are calling them out on the hoax. So I don't know what's going to happen with that, but there's a hoax amongst us in more ways than one. Yeah.
All of our enemies are invisible now. Like, this fentanyl thing is so tiny you'll never see it. Germs are so tiny you'll never see it. Everything is uncheckable for some reason. I wonder why that is. Terrorism is an idea in the head. You know, can't check ideas in heads. I mean, things are very convenient for some reason.
These I'm gonna make things very obtuse. It's like these reptilian bastards are like, let's make it so that they can't even see it, and they're banging on the table, laughing or whatever. You know, it's gotten so absurd to me. I know exactly what you're saying.
Not that I want to take it off on this topic, but do you mean other than human influence? I'm just curious. We're not going to go there. I was just curious if that's what you mean.
You know, I can only speculate upon that. I know that every human being has the capability to go very vastly in one direction or the other. So I have no knowledge of any living sentient being that is other than what I would call a human. I've never experienced that. So I have no clue. I suspect that there are people who have a lot of wealth. And I call them people, but I don't know what it really is. I know that there's a whole rich history to this earth. I was born in 1983, man, and I came in here and there was already a whole hell of blue works going on, dude. I can't even tell you what's, all the stuff that went on way before even all these people were born. So I don't mean to make that to where it seems like we have no power, but to me, I know that my knowledge is limited. I have a notion, I have a hunch though, and that hunch ain't worthless. So I'll say it like that.
Yeah, in '83, I was in second or third grade, and they were already space was the shit, man. Space was the shit in '83. Everything was spaced. I mean, movie after movie after movie after movie after movie, and being an astronaut replaced any other profession as far as if you're, like if you wanted to compare somebody to be smart or but it had the added annotation of being a patriot. So it wasn't just that you were smart, it was you were smart and you were basically like a national hero, it's just so hard to not be influenced by that, when you're a kid, when it's beyond your capability to analyze, because the world is just fucking, you're trying to analyze everything at once at that point. You know nothing really, right? Even at that age, you're still trying to figure shit out. And at the same time, your body is going through changes, right? You're growing, and then puberty hits, hormones change again, and you can't really focus on everything. You're focused on biology a lot of the time. Half your time already is sleeping, right? And then once you're awake, you got to spread your time between living and then trying to figure out analyzation and like contemplation. It's not easy to figure all this stuff out. So we default to being told something, and when they tell you bullshit over and over and over and over and over, it's no wonder that we're in the state that we're in right now in every aspect. We can't even agree on the goddamn on what words mean, and then whether or not words can actually hurt people. It's insanity, the world we live in, and yet we call it the modern age, and it's perfect. Done ranting.
I mean, people certainly call it the modern age, but who is it that's calling it perfect? I missed you on that.
If you try to suggest at all that technology is bad, they tell you, well, what are you going to do, caveman? Go back to your fucking cave and jerk off? It's like you can't have any kind of happy medium. You can't say that I can just not grow, but be prosperous. That's not. It's not enough for some reason.
Their savior, Elon Musk, literally tells everybody that AI should be regulated. That's a form of Ludditism.
AI should be regulated.
Yeah, over and over and over again. It's practically his slogan is that AI we're already too late, and everybody should be looking at AI and it should be regulated. My organization, OpenAI, is doing everything it can to help protect the world, because there will come a day when the knowledge of he uses the word intelligence. The intelligence of machines will exceed the quantitative intelligence of mankind, and that time is coming at an exponential rate. Blah blah blah. This is Elon Musk's thing, and that's the man that those guys worship. So for somebody to be saying what you were saying, no surprise. Hypocrites
So wait,
are everywhere.
what do you think about Mars?
What?
What do you guys think about like the Mars plan?
The Mars plan?
Yeah,
I don't
like
think about it, but
you were
have you seen the
talking about-
movie? Have you seen the movie The Island?
Nah, but I just wanted to ask about Mars because you guys were talking about
Is that the
Elon
Ewan
Musk.
McGregor one?
Yeah,
The
Ewan
Island?
McGregor.
Yeah,
That's right.
That's exactly what it's going to be.
What was that about? Gox comes in here, asks a question, dips out. That was unusual.
Yeah, what is it with people who do that? I've seen that from time to time too. Yeah.
It's like when you're walking down the street and you see how are you doing? And they keep walking and they don't turn back, and you're like, you're a horrible person. And I've probably been one too.
I think he was going to use his question as a segue into something else, and then when you mentioned the island, he realised he couldn't and just left.
Well, The Island, for anybody that hasn't seen it, is a movie with the premise that these people are in a training facility, kind of been raised up. I don't know if they are aware they've been raised there from birth, but they've been raised up one way or another. They believe that there's some type of catastrophic event that has taken place, and they're in a protected facility that they will at one point in the future be able to graduate from if they win the lottery, to go to this heavenly place known as the Island. This spoiler alert extreme here, but just in case anybody's like, oh no, I want to watch it.
Yeah, tune out now if you are going to watch it, because it's worth. If you want entertainment, it's pretty entertaining.
It is a really fair movie. Lo and behold, the island is a myth. It doesn't exist. The island is a concept, and ultimately, when people go there, they are put under, and their organs are harvested, used for their clone equivalents on the surface, because it's an underground facility in like the middle of nowhere desert somewhere, by which the main characters attempt to escape from. Blah 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 blah, and you can watch the rest. I won't ruin the whole thing for you, but the interesting thing is the perception of, oh, there's this heavenly new place we can go to that's going to solve all of our problems. Well, that's a recurring theme. The concept of utopia has been around for a long time. So, and it doesn't exist by definition of the word. Oof. How come nobody is okay? How come everybody's okay with this?
Because we live in an upside down
I
world.
think
That's
it's
right.
more
If
like,
we had order, what we see going on in society, if there was any sense of order at all, then what we see in society would have been quashed before it got anywhere near this. So that's the answer. It's by design. They want people to be fucking this up.
Hey, isn't utopia in Africa?
Utopia is a word that means no place. It's a great ironic word. Or okay, no place or nowhere. U being the not, and topos being place. Again, back to good old etymology that helps inform.
But I think that word defines itself. Utopia doesn't exist. There is no perfect place in this realm. Right?
Yeah, coined by Thomas More in 1551. No, 1516. About an imaginary island, back to the island, interesting island. Just like Mars, a island of a realm in the middle of nowhere, island surrounded by okay, whatever, maybe not, enjoying the utmost perfection in legal, social, and political systems. 1516, that guy was quite the thinker during what's known as the Dark Ages. I mean, that's a little bit before the Renaissance, right? 1516. Am I getting my dates mixed up in my head? Renaissance started in.
Approximately such.
Huh?
I just said approximately such. I think your dates are online. That's what I think.
School of Athens was 1509 to 1511. That's when that was painted. Oh, okay. So Renaissance, 15th, 16th century, I guess. Okay. So it's right in there. That makes more sense for literature. Right in smack dab in the middle of the Renaissance is when that book came about, which is fascinating in the midst of that time. Transitional society events breed a lot of telling literature.
You seem very versed in world history. What do you think about the theory that the Dark Ages never existed?
I only seem that way. I like history, but I would consider myself still probably a novice compared
Even
to
as a
some that are.
layperson, you can be well versed, right? I didn't mean to say you were an expert or imply that either way.
Okay.
I was just curious about your opinion.
Okay, so my opinion on that, and I've thought a decent amount about it, is I have a certain understanding of my personal lineage. I can trace my paternal line back to the early 1600s, about 1600 or 1620, depending on the resource or the sources that I'm looking into. And other branches of my family line, of which I cannot confirm in the slightest, because a paternal line is fairly easy to confirm with the surname and everything, and birth city, and does it make sense and that sort of thing. But once you start getting into other branches of your family line, it gets a little more blurry. But with that being said, I can trace different branches of my family line all the way back to pre-Christ, BC dates, according to the resources that I've used. Now, they could be completely fabricated, in which case someone at some point in time, you would hope and expect, should be able to falsify. If they were fabricated, I would imagine they couldn't be fabricated perfectly. There'd have to be a hole that would be exposable, in my opinion. That's just how I see it. I might be having a little bit of a flaw in my thinking there. So as I thought about a potential missing 500 or 1,000 years, I thought, well, the only way that would be possible is for many people, such as myself's family lineage, to be a work of fabrication, because otherwise it doesn't make chronological sense, generational sense. And what in our reality necessitates that, and people argue that a technological leap beyond all reason is what necessitates that narrative to have been developed in the first place, because they needed to justify a longer period of time in order to justify the leaps and bounds that were made in technology. And that's a fine justification on one hand, but again, as far as I see it, it kind of just goes back to the lineages that we have record of are either fabricated or they're not. And I would argue that it's the responsibility of somebody making the claim that 1,000 years is fabricated to prove, by way of inconsistency, which in my opinion shouldn't be that hard, because family trees are a complicated thing, and there's certain expectations when you take a sampling of different people. There's ways to kind of expose a lie pretty quick, unless it's just the most elaborately constructed lie, even more so than flat Earth or anything else ever. It would have to be, because that's an elaborate construction of exhaustive. Just the scope is tremendous. You know, it's unless there's not like 7.5 billion people, right? That aspect of our reality that is unconfirmable, because the population is not based on reality, it's based on modeling. You know, what if there's only like 1 billion people? I don't know, but even if there was only 1 billion people, I don't know. There's probably a lot of people that couldn't trace their family lineage back any more than 200 years. That probably fits for a lot of people, but there are other cultures. It's not just the English culture and European cultures that traced and kept track of their lineage. Asians very much are interested in that sort of thing, and kept extensive records for thousands of years. There's Asians that can trace their family lines very far back. So again, that would have to be, it would have to be uniformly. I know I'm just going on and on. Simple question. Sorry.
Well, my sister hit a stone wall. She tried to search ours. We're Russian, French, and Welsh, right? But she hit a stone wall to where she had to. She was trying to go through like what is the popular things? 23andMe or Ancestry.com, right? She was trying to do that, and she hit a stone wall. So, but she kept playing with it and like made up all these things. And I looked at her analysis of it, and I was like, Kimberly, what you're saying here isn't really true past a certain point. She's like, well, it's probably these people or whatever. But her and I have a very discretioning view of reality. She was all right with it, but for me, I found it to be highly assumptive of who really progenitored the people, you know, past a certain date. It really doesn't go back that far. I know that there's genetic scientists that say things, and we can get into that, but that's obviously a whole different ball of wax. Yeah, I know what you mean. At least, yeah.
I'm talking about family Bibles. I'm talking about birth records. I'm talking about family lines because of royal bloodlines, and there's documentation. So I have a lot of like Irish kings on one branch of my family history. The Seleucids, I have several like Seleucid kings that were in the family history, and they're all part of the bloodline of Joseph of Arimathea. Oddly enough, his kindred or his offspring or whatever supposedly went off to conquer the Ural Mountains, and then went back to Israel, and then they went back to the Urals, and then they migrated to Ireland, and it's fascinating when you look at some of that stuff. But I mean, maybe it's all just a story. Maybe it's all made up. I can't validate it. And so that's the other conundrum of the argument is I'm asking somebody to falsify something that hasn't been validated in the first place. So that's problematic, obviously. For now, I'm going to just say I think it makes sense that if there's and I can't remember the generation number, but if there's X number of generations between me and this Joseph Arimathea, for instance, and one of my distant relatives was related to him, then that checks out mathematically, which means there would have to be a chunk, and it does. I went through, birth, death, and the time frame makes sense. But again, a whole section of it would have to be fabricated, and it could be, hypothetically. I don't know that there's a way to know for certain. But I'm a doubter. I remain a doubter on the missing 1,000-year, or inserted 1,000, not missing, inserted 1,000-year fake history theory. I'm a doubter of that. Some people are very
I
adamant.
also am in that same position because there are books that have been just copied from the original, and so you have to accept that that's exactly what was said there. That's kind of where I'm at with it.
I'm super skeptical. I don't trust shit. So I know that books can be forged. So right there, I don't trust shit that's written down anymore. That's where I'm at. So I was just curious about how people thought about the whole the idea that they could have lied that much about making up, that much time and fabricating some kind of a story. I believe it's possible that they fake anything. So I was just curious to see how much people were willing to dive into that. But that answered my question.
Well, it's funny how everybody is to speculate, how long we've been here and what comes from where. But it's all accepted that it's the year 2021 after death.
I don't accept that, but that's just me. I'm super skeptical.
What are we going to do about it, right?
Elijah, were you here for my monologue on the subject?
Shoot, hold on. I have real chaos.
Okay, I didn't. Roger, you said that, are there new people in the? Maybe Sammy, maybe, or So Hum. I don't know how new that person is. And Noesis or Nesis.
Oh.
Or is it pronounced Gnosis?
Yeah, that's the way.
Gotcha.
I think one of the issues is only the elite and the aristocrats can trace the bloodline back that far. Like the normal common people can't. Like I'm in the UK. I don't know a single person that can trace the family history back later than 150 years. But the rich people, they can. The ones that have got these like stately homes and stuff like that, they can trace the family history back all the way to like 1066 and stuff like that.
Well, they've got libraries. Because here's the thing. Like when it comes to history, it's really just about how well the counting of events was preserved.
Yeah, but
And
also
no one really knows.
collaboration.
Oh, well, that too, yeah.
So in regards to my paternal lineage, I'm very confident because certain stories. So for instance, I'm a 13th generation. I'm sorry. I'm a 13th generation American. My my ancestor Joseph Jump, his grandfather came to America in Connecticut, and Joseph fought in the Battle of Danbury, Connecticut, in 1777, something in the 1700s. I can't remember the exact date right this second. But that story passed down through the generations, and then of course the names of people by oral history got passed down, different names and stuff, and so that's 420 years that I'm independently confident of, and my 13 generations of American, you know, that I'm a 13th generation American. Not very many people can say that, but I happen to know that to be a fact. As for all the hundreds or thousands of years before that, it becomes much less secure in knowledge.
Well, one of the problems the poor people had in the UK was either they lived and worked on a lord's land where they were given the name of that lord, so they got the surname of an aristocrat, but they weren't aristocratic themselves. So
Mhm.
like all the poor people working on the land got that name, and also a lot of the poor people, they took the name of the job they were doing.
Yeah.
So the surname would have been like Turner or Tanner or something like that, or Smith.
But you're also aware that there was a naming convention amongst not English for sure, but other cultures were doing up or off or bin or O or Mac, and it was all about the father's name that was getting transposed. The English didn't do that as much, but many other Nordic and other European cultures did do that.
Yeah, I can
Like
imagine. It
John's
just makes
daughter,
it,
for instance, or John's son.
it just makes it almost impossible to trace your history in the UK.
Yeah, well, I agree that there's certainly some walls there, but for instance, let's pretend that somebody's named Steve Johnson. Well, Steve Johnson's father has to have been named John, otherwise it's invalid within that specific language. What is the construct in how the naming convention? Or a John's daughter, for instance, Dottir, the kind of Nordic, I think Swedes and Icelandics, maybe Norwegians too, do that sort of thing. And that's how you validate it, at least superficially.
Yeah, for example, Mexico is very hard to know the origins of the persons because the pre-Hispanic culture doesn't do or didn't do that thing.
Well,
And
it's
when
sorry, go ahead.
yeah, and when Spain conquered Mexico, they came with their traditions, and it's like they give us their father's name. Like an state has um, a person in charge, and that person gives that name to others, natives. So it's very hard to.
Here's the good news. The good news is physical reality is right in front of us, and we have natural laws that we can all depend on and observe over and over and over again. Like, for instance, water seeking its level. This is a transition statement, and as a result, we can do simple observations and measurements and determine objectively, without mystery or confusion or perversion, and we can simply measure what we see and realize that, gosh, it's all flat. Somebody take the mic. Transition complete.
Everything that I've been able to observe from my standpoint, I can go to the eastern shore of Lake Michigan, and I saw Chicago skyline, even from Michigan City, which is not as far as where Joshua Nowicki did his famous photo that was zoomed in, that shows that it's not a mirage, it's flat. I mean, that's not a mirage. I can blam on that one all day long. But anyways, I saw the Chicago skyline from Michigan City, which is more of like a 45-degree angle, where Joshua was more at like a straight on. So anyways, there is no measurable curvature to the Earth. Go ahead and show me. You can rise up as far as you go, and as far far as any human being has gone, the horizon rises to your eye level. There have been people who have claimed that it dips a little bit below, but I do not accept those claims. Take a good look at those claims. There are people all around us who will try to say that you can see stars in the southern hemisphere. They'll say that this storm does that. Make sure that you always do your evidence towards actually witnessing what they're claiming, because a lot of people will tell that all the time. They'll say to me that the sun, if you put a solar filter on it, it does not change angular size, but they will not provide the link to that footage. Now, if they do, which I haven't actually even seen in the last couple of weeks, with the like 13 people have been coming at me with it. If I even did see that, well, there's other explanations towards that as well. So things aren't as cut and dry as it could be claimed. So that's been my position on this. And I don't want to just always be in defense of one thing or another. I want the truth here. And it's been amazing to me that it's been evident time and time again that there has been no definitive globe proof. That's where I'm at. If anybody wants to, send me all your globe proof you want. That's what I've been asking for, it's coming on like 7 years now, man. Why do you think I hang out with you guys? Just for, fruition or whatever? No, I want to know the truth. I would just go ahead and live my life, and I'd probably come back with some of you and say this is why I think this, but there's been nothing. All of it, even when initially convincing or like seemingly convincing, it's fallen to a point to where, that doesn't actually mean that it's a globe. That's a misnomer. So long story short, there it is.
Yeah, I'd love to see some globe proof. It'd make life so easy again.
You go back to playing video games or whatever we're doing. I kind of do that in the meantime anyway, just to keep my sanity. But yeah, I know what you mean.
Those were the good old days for real, and they don't fucking get that part. That's much easier than what we go through.
So at least 3 guys in the chat here that are new. Questions, curiosities.
Pretty new. Speaking of that Earth curvature, like the Eratosthenes test and everything that they figured out the curvature with, supposedly. Has anybody actually done the math on that to determine how far the sun would be away on a flat Earth model?
What math is the appropriate question, in my opinion?
Well, because they get the degree of the angle of the sun in the wells and the distance between the two wells, and you can actually reverse figure out a triangle, and it actually on a flat Earth model with the numbers that they give you in Eratosthenes, it would actually put the sun about 4,500 miles above the surface.
There's evidence that Eratosthenes never existed. Are you aware or familiar?
No, I understand. I'm just saying, like, how they try and prove the curvature with that setup.
They make
You're also
all sorts of
sorry,
claims.
go ahead. Yeah, they're also not measuring their. I forgot the term, but they're really estimating because that object is unknown. They've never touched it. They don't verify that it's physical. How do you know you're not reaching out and measuring something that's not there? How do you know it's where it appears to be? So you really can't use it. If you knew what it was, have gone up there and touched it, and you knew it was physical, and you knew it appeared where, it physically was where. If it's physical, does it physically occupy the space it appears to from the point you saw it at? Then yeah, it'll work.
Which is their contradictory claim, and that is that they make the claim that they determined distances and all of these things based on their apparent location, and in the same out of the same mouth claims that the things in the sky are not where they apparently appear to be. I know that was redundant when I said apparently appear. I get it. But again, they make the claim that things are not where they appear to be, while out of the same mouth claiming that the way that they got their numbers is by observing the things in the sky from their apparent position.
Precisely.
That conundrum is one of the many major slam dunks to demonstrate the lunacy of the heliocentric model. Helio, I don't feel like I
That was
mispronounced
interesting what you just said about Eratosthenes might have not existed. I haven't thought about that, but I've got a testimony to back that up. I've just sold 12 volumes of bibliographical encyclopedia from the 1760s. So they mention every single known person from the start of time up until 1760.
Yes.
And there's no mention of Eratosthenes in them.
That's not surprising.
Aristotle's in there. Everybody you could ever think of is in there.
Yep.
But Eratosthenes, no, he's not in there at all under any spelling.
He didn't come into literature until I believe the mid 1800s, earlier mid 1800s. So that if there's validity in what you're claiming, which I don't have any reason to doubt what you're saying, then the consequence is that either they were incomplete in their production of that bibliography, or he just wasn't a known figure.
He couldn't have been known, or he would have been in these books. It was 11 volumes with a bonus 12th volume, all thick books, hundreds, if not thousands, of people. Anyone who'd done anything, and there's no Eratosthenes. There's loads of Greek people as well, like loads of them.
Like what about his contemporaries? Are they? I bet you every single one of them's in there, right? Just not him.
Possibly. I can't look now because I've just sold them today. But
oh, that's all right. I mean, everybody's gonna come across information that they can't prove to people, but it just re-verifies to yourself. You know, you don't need everybody to believe you. You know that things are true or not true.
I mean, I'm not saying he didn't exist. I'm just saying he wasn't listed in these books, which is which I thought was weird.
It is weird. There's a lot of weird.
Hello. I just joined recently. I was wondering if you guys had an opinion or evidence or what have you about the black sun, or what you thought about that.
I think the subject is interesting as hell. But I don't have any proof of anything. I've seen some interesting things.
A brighter light that is imposed on top of a dimmer light will cause the dimmer light look like a completely dark, like a shadow. I don't know if you guys know that. Many people here do.
Say that one more time. Say it again.
When you zoom in on the moon at night, it makes the surrounding area go completely black. And when you zoom out,
if you impose a brighter light on behind a dimmer light, it will make the dimmer light look like a dark, completely dark. Like a
so like if you're attempting to wash out a light with a brighter light. Is that what you mean? Like from behind? And then the original light turns black instead of being washed out.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
So that's just
true.
That would explain why the moon would start to disappear as it approaches the sun, right? When you look at it. It doesn't turn black yet because it's not directly in front of it. Maybe that has a correlation. Not explained, but it might correlate. Just an observation.
Yeah. Because we don't know exactly how the mechanisms of the heaven work, but we can see this effect down here if you can duplicate something like that. So, and also I have some photographs that I took from. Let me see if I find it. I'm driving, so it might take me a minute. I took a picture of a bubble, and the sun was like, I will say like 70, 60 degrees from the above or something like that. And you could see like four different lights inside the bubble. And you can see a shadow being cast between the bubbles, between the lights inside the bubble, like at the surface of the bubble. I could show this. This is just me doing that observation while taking that picture. I wasn't planning on that, but I can observe that. And then you could replicate this effect. Could probably look in YouTube for dark shadow or something like no, dark light or black light. And there's probably a few tests that people have done imposing a brighter light in front of a dimmer light, and you can see the dimmer light turns black.
Yeah.
Hey,
yeah,
let me follow
for
up
me,
on that.
that's the best stuff that Flat Earth has. People have gone out and actually looked at the Earth. In 2015, when I first had this notion cross my mind, and I had the conclusion that there's something to this, I spoke to it with my best friend, and I told him, "Hey, look, man, even if you think I'm crazy, you and your son, you can go out to Lake Michigan. You guys can look across there and you can see something. And you can look at the boats and you can think they go over the curb or whatever. But if you zoom in, you're going to see them boats come right back. And even if you don't even think whatever, you can have whatever conclusion you want. This is a situation to where you can examine the Earth. We're actually human beings doing this instead of being, housed up in our square American houses. I know most of us are Americans, some of us here not, so I don't mean to paint everybody in the same brush, but I told him that, and he kind of got a glimmer in his eye. He's like, yeah, that's cool, because he's got like 3 sons and a daughter and everything, and he hasn't talked to me in a couple of years. I don't think I sent him a few things about how the moon landing was fake, and he tried to give me some Photoshop thing based upon Paul and the Plains assessment, how there's that square box that's like clearly photoshopped into the thing of that, and he tried to give me some spiel about it with his like class that he took on it. None of it made sense. Anyways, long story short, this is a way that we're actually examining the Earth where some people are not. They're accepting it for what they've been told. That sounds cliche because I've been so entrenched in conspiracy for a long time to where I don't want to mean like I'm better than anybody because I see it in a different way. That I guess that's the vibe I get from normie people coming at me all the time. I hate to even use that normie word, but I don't know what else to use when they come at me and they yell, "You're a conspiracy theorist because you think differently." What the fuck? I'm not even talking about a conspiracy or whatever. Like, it's so messed up how the language has gotten word. We were talking about language earlier. So to end this rant, I'll just say exploring the Earth, I think, is my favorite part of being a globe skeptic. Go ahead and take a look at what's out there. What is this? Instead of just being like, okay, everybody figured it out before. We've already explored it. That ain't my style. So there it is.
Because I was watching this video with this guy who was a former Freemason. He explained the whole black sun thing. And I thought it was really interesting, but I haven't really researched it further, and I don't know a lot about it. And it feels like it's kind of the secrets that the Masons keep. And then I also was wondering
In that
like,
video as well.
Yeah, like, is it explainable for the moon to have lighting without without a black sun illuminating it? Now, he also said that's why there's the aurora borealis as well, is because of the black sun. So I don't know, it was interesting. it really kind of posed more questions than answers, but I, I don't know. Maybe it somehow fits in with the whole.
Right. Like, there be a dark light coming from below in the, kind of template that he provided. I know what you mean.
Oh, who's your flatty? Was that you talking about your friends and the conspiracy theory? I just wanted to say, most of those
Yeah.
people that will accuse you of these things being conspiracy theorists for having taken measurements, and using math and observing the earth the way it actually is, a lot of them believe in one of the most ridiculous conspiracy theories ever presented, which is the concept that 19 Muslims with box cutters could easily take down the U.S. military. So I think they're the real conspiracy
Oh
theorists. They just turn it right back on
100%, ma'am.
them.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they say Dick Cheney gave us stand down order. And that seems really likely, doesn't it? Yeah. They didn't actually take
I
down
know.
the
Yeah,
US
we're
military,
coming
but
from
anyone who believes
disparaging
that,
points.
yes,
Don't
anyone who
believe in
believes that is a
conspiracy theories.
Oh, yeah.
No, we don't believe in
There you go,
conspiracy
Indio.
theories.
Yeah,
Believe
you're
that
right.
stuff.
Thank you for saying so. I appreciate
I
that.
believe the lone wolf theory of 9/11 was one guy on a grassy knoll.
That's more realistic, actually, than that those guys could coordinate with their box cutters. I think that's more believable.
Yeah, let's go with that. Why not? So I wanted to chime in on this distance to the sun. Weren't you asking about that? The distance to the sun on a flat
Somebody
Earth?
was asking about that. A little ways back there. Somebody was talking about that. Yeah.
They're not here. I'm not going to bother, but
Oh,
they
go
are.
ahead. I want to hear. I think they're
Oh,
here.
God.
Yeah.
Can't measure the distance to the sun.
Your thoughts, please.
Yeah, that test. Yeah, the test is just fundamentally flawed because it assumes that the sun is in a spatially common place to all the observers, right? So, but we know that they're not.
Oh.
So let's think of this, right? If sun's in the sky, I'm looking at it, you're looking at it, third person's looking at it, and we all think we're looking at the same object, that it has the same spatial relationship to all of this, but it doesn't. And you can actually demonstrate this with the globe model itself. If you pull up time and date and put it in AutoCAD, like model it in AutoCAD or Blender, the lines of sight don't intersect at one location. And the more observers you add, yeah, I know it sounds crazy, but this is the way it is.
Are you talking about like using something that's the size of a basketball? Or like,
So before
Claw, why don't you let Indio finish before you interrupt, Claw? We know you're good at interrupting. You don't have to prove that.
Oh, I
It's
see.
already been
My bad.
verified.
My
I'll
bad. I
mute you if you need
apologize.
me
I
to. I'll mute you if you need me to. But
I
just try to
apologize.
control
I
yourself.
apologize.
That'd be way easier for
I just want to
everyone.
understand. That's all.
Well, after you go, Indio, I'd like to bring up a point.
Oh, okay. So the assumption of Eratosthenes is that we're all looking like in the same direction. So think of it like this. So say I had somebody they're at solar noon, right? The sun is directly overhead. And then you have a person 300 miles away from them, 300 miles away and another person also 300 miles away from them. And all three of these people are looking at the sun. One person's looking straight up, the other people are looking at some angle. They're not all looking in the same direction at the same object or the same object in space. Like I said, you can demonstrate this with time and date or sun calc, which has the azimuths and elevation angles of the sun. And if you model this out, this is the way it is. The sun, using this method, if you use the same time and say latitude, and you do the math, it actually triangulates to a position behind you. Yeah, it's crazy. So the underlying premise of Eratosthenes is that you're like locating it in 3D space when you're not. And the further evidence of this is the heliocentric model distance to the sun. The heliocentric model distance to the sun was not derived from looking at the sun. Okay, so because there is no solar parallax, they can't triangulate the sun from looking at it. So they had to use like Venus or and assume the radius of the Earth or some other method, but you can't look at the sun and figure out how far away it is. This is true, period. Heliocentric, flat Earth, whatever. And I also want to say something about what Gemsy said, because so Gemsy was talking about, can light be dark, right? So you have a projector, like a computer projector that'll project your computer image on a screen, right? Your computer screen. You ever seen one of these? Just a regular projector.
Like a movie projector.
Yeah, but one that say hooks up to a computer or something.
Yeah, digital. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so how do they get black on the screen?
With
It projects black light?
wave of I would assume, I don't, like I said, I'm not an optic guy, but as a layperson, I would think they have to cancel out the light that is bouncing off, so they just
It just
get some
doesn't.
kind of wave.
Yeah, basically they don't project it as bright, right? They just don't. It's still illuminated, but it's not as bright as the rest of the image.
Right.
So to your eye, it appears black, but it's not really black. It's actually illuminated. That's what Gemsy was talking about. That because of the way our vision works, the contrast of one area to another, the brightness, it'll appear black to us, but it's not actually black. And my last comment is, looking at the sky can't prove the shape of the Earth.
Yeah. Well,
Yes, the appeal to the sky fallacy.
utilization of the utilization of things in the sky to determine where you are, that kind of proves a flat Earth, because you couldn't get a 90-degree angle if it wasn't straight across and then straight up, straight across from you towards the horizon to the position of the star, and then up. You wouldn't have that angle if the line between you and the star was bent.
Yeah, then we
Right,
got
the
to get into
trigonometry that only works with straight lines, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Right.
And right angles.
Like if you're gonna take the position of three right, like say you got 3 stars, so they'll use 3 stars to better triangulate your position. But all circles, right, are gonna be equal altitude. So there isn't gonna be, well, my elevation is over here in relation to the position of this star, and this is at this. No,
Right. It's like
it's
it's
all
like a
gonna be
2D.
90
They're all equidistant.
Yeah.
Yeah. So many faults in how they figure shit
I'm
out.
still
You wonder why they just take it as gospel, you know?
Yeah, I'm still looking into that and the sextant and how, how pretty much people navigate using the celestial sphere, so called. But it's crazy because they say, well, let's just assume that the earth is stationary and that the sun is circling or moving above you. This is where they then because they need to get things precisely where they are when they are. So it's not you moving, or it's where that thing is and calculating like how fast it's moving and all of this. But the point is, the assumptions there, they tell you to assume that the Earth is stationary and that the things above you are moving. And when you're actually flying above it, they tell you, well, assume that it's not moving. And I was just watching this taboo conspiracy video that clipped some of Globebuster's conversation with I think it was an F-16 pilot, and he was talking about the radar and how it like uses like a grid a grid system. It just it what was the word? It puts like these boxes. What's the word? Somebody help me out. Quadrants. It sections off parts of the sky. Okay. But the point of it is when that device is detecting something that's like 40 miles out and the altitude is the same regardless if you're reading something from 20 miles out or 10 miles out, that means that the surface isn't dropping away from your position. So all these things prove that we just, it's just obvious we don't live on a ball. And I could barely explain these things, right? I'm just reading into them, but I mean,
when you get
obvious.
sorry.
Sorry, I'm done.
I was just gonna say when you get into like radar and all these, like I was on a naval ship and everything they do, nothing takes into account any curve. Nothing. Long range shit. You know, when they're calculating artillery fire, when they're making observations on the surface of the water at distances that would blow your fucking mind with just glass, you know? It's the radar. Nothing at all assumes the autopilot on the fucking aircraft. None of it assumes any ball or any motion. But it all works. It doesn't count it. Why are we?
So that's my point. For all practical use, we're told to pretend as if it's a stationary level plane. But when it comes to the globe and not practical use, but just to envision that we're on a globe, then we make observations like supposedly Eratosthenes.
Yeah.
But if you want to utilize it for anything useful, you got to assume that it's flat. But if you want to believe in a sphere, well, then you have to assume all of these other things that have no practicality to it. Like how far the sun away is. Like all this other goofy shit that doesn't really matter.
Goofy shit. You're right. It is all goofy shit.
Anything but the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, as soon as you start veering into a subject that might require you to know absolutely for sure and be able to verify it, we get steered off into imagination land.
I feel like another reason for me why this is really important is it really makes you question anything they claim is science in general. So I don't know, that's really important, I feel like. It's like this is all made up and all supported by crap theory.
Yeah, it saves
Well,
time, doesn't it? Because instead of like assuming, oh, this is from scientists, must be true. I'll read this. You can just be like, I'll just assume that's a bunch of nonsense unless we see some verification. There's some reason for us to waste our time on this, right? It frees up a lot of time to focus on like your real life stuff right around you, the people around you, your garden, in my case, or whatever, it is that you're actually doing in life. You don't have to list all these reports, that come across your feed or whatever. Just ignore them all or look at at the headlines to see, oh, what is it they're pushing today? Isn't that interesting? Isn't that funny? People actually buy that. I mean, it just turns it all into like entertainment. You know what I mean? Like it's all entertainment, including the news, which we all know. But yeah, definitely. To me, it's like flat Earth has definitely like freed up a lot of my time. I don't have to look at like most of the stuff that comes, across my vision, unless it, like I said, has to do with the real living things around me or my real life, what I'm actually doing, not whatever they're pushing on the news. Definitely a good time saver. I totally agree. That's a definite benefit of flat Earth for all those people that say, why does it matter? It matters, believe me.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm sorry. I felt like I was listening to a commercial.
Oh, gosh, what was it a commercial for? Life?
No, I don't know. Just your voice made it feel like I was listening to a commercial.
Okay, well, here we go then. Yeah, try real life, guys, for a change. Turn off your screen, go outside, dig your hands in the dirt, and look at the sun. And, listen to the birds. There's my commercial. Did you like it?
Perfect.
I like the first one better when it, you weren't trying too hard.
Okay, I'm
Hey,
sorry. I was trying too
can
hard.
I-
Mr.
No, you're okay. You're okay.
Can I interject with something quick?
For sure.
I posted this in the live stream voice text. In 2 minutes, the FEMA will be testing the National Emergency Alert System and wireless emergency alerts at 2:20 Eastern time. So I know some people are taking their batteries out and like wrapping their
I'm
stuff.
turning mine off right now so I don't have to listen to any kind of screaming at me. Thank you
Letting
for
people
telling
know.
me.
I
I
see what
did not
mine
know
does,
that.
to be
Thank you for the
honest.
public
Yeah,
service
same.
announcement. Let me know. I'm glad I'm here. I didn't even know
I'm
this
gonna
was
actually
happening.
turn on my TV just to find out. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm glad I'm with you guys for whatever the hell this is. So thanks a lot.
Thank
I
you.
unplugged my
Continue.
TV. TV's humming.
We got wholesome commercials and public service announcements. Man, this is great.
We got a good community going on here.
Within
That's
the
just,
consideration of this being the 11th, also people are talking about how in just 48 hours from now or less is also Friday the 13th, and so there may be like a financial crash. That's been the preposterousness of conspiratorial minds across the plane. So keep that in mind too. I no stake in anything, but keep your wits about you is what I have to say.
My phone just hit 220. It didn't explode, everybody.
No kill switch yet.
Wow.
Yeah,
see-
this
what was
kind of
that movie,
testing is
Law-Abiding
done
Citizen?
every couple of years, but there it is.
So what I was talking about earlier, I'm gonna share with you guys just a couple of screenshots that I'm assuming 10th Man got it. Well, the book and who it's by, or the paper and who it's by is right here. The .com is there. Everything you need to know is pretty much right there for you to go search this up yourself. But I mean, start looking into navigation and sextants, because unlike, well, the Black Swan most definitely falsifies the claim of a radius of 3,959 miles on a sphere. That much is 1,000% correct. But then you have positive proof that, well, in order to travel these distances that these navigators travel, well, I mean, they're going off of the assumption that they're traveling across a flat plane.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the craziest thing I've ever seen. For like, imagine a world where you're not a flat earther, and then you see something like this. In my mind, I'm like, wait a minute, that's not supposed to exist in this reality. So if that exists, what is this real? Like, what do I think is reality now? I'm questioning it. Like, well, I mean, come on. They begin the whole thing with the physics of global navigation, and then the first thing they tell you to do is So
You're cutting in and out, bro.
You're cutting out, Elijah.
I'm not sure what he was getting at. Is he talking about how people, if they were viewing it from a completely
Or
independent
imagine if you're-
standpoint, they wouldn't see it as a ball, or what? What is it?
Go ahead, Elijah.
that I was in
Still
an
breaking up?
elevator. I just got out. What happened?
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there you are. You're back. Yeah.
Yeah. What's the last thing you guys heard, or what were you saying?
You might have to start over because we didn't really hear much of anything.
No,
Start over, yes, please.
the last thing you said was the first thing they do, and then we thought.
Oh, so it's called global navigation, and then the first thing they do is tell you to imagine that you're on a stationary Earth with the sun moving above. Like that like
That's in every technical aspect, though. That everything. That's what they do.
Right, they tell
say,
us to imagine. Sorry, my bad.
Now look at this right here. No, this isn't it. Hold on. Okay, here we go.
That statement
read
right
this
there.
whole section.
That statement right there, Eli. That statement you just made, it cracks me up now. It actually like tickles me. It makes me laugh.
Well,
anyway, continue.
What statement?
You said
What
the first
statement
thing
was
they
that?
do. The statement that the first thing they do is assume that they're on a flat stationary plane with the stars and the sun moving above us, which is absolutely correct.
Right? Because we're crazy for having said that. And this shit says, well, why don't you go ahead and imagine what you're looking at?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, how are they going to tell you? Imagine when it's right there happening.
Look, I just want to say something about, since you're talking about navigation, and I used to be kind of an expert at this. Not anymore, but what I do remember is we were always doing our dead reckoning, and I'm telling you, our dead reckoning was always more accurate than whenever we did a sun sighting and did a noon shot and figured it's only to show you where you would be if you were on a ball. It doesn't correlate, and I always question it. I'm like, why are we adding all this stuff in here if it's always up to like 60 to 100 miles off of our actual location that we can verify from sightings?
And on a map, to find somebody on a map, you would have to check longitude and latitude to find them, right?
Yeah, it's imagined.
Can you read the paragraph with the yellow triangle for me, Sonny? Well, both paragraphs.
I'm sorry, did I? Okay, hold on.
It's the one with the one triangle.
Okay. With not the three triangles? Hold on, where am I at?
Well, we could go to do that after.
No, I can do the first one. Do you want them in order, top to bottom?
All right, read it all. Fuck it. Yeah.
All right, I'll just start from
Top to
the top.
bottom.
So this is the one with the one yellow. I had to enlarge it and another screen. But to ensure that the object...
That's not the top, but now I'm confused. I thought you meant the top of the messages, but the top of that, yeah, that is originally what I was... Okay, yeah, do that.
Okay, to ensure that the object is at its lowest possible point, the sextant is rotated along the axis of the telescope. And the time of measurement and altitude are noted by measuring the angle. What is that? 0? It's not a 0, but omega or something. The angle of O of an unknown star from the horizon using a book containing known reference values, right? The star in question at the time of measurement, it is possible to determine the distance r along the surface of Earth to a point at which the star is exactly overhead. From this, a navigator knows he's on a specific circle along the plane of the surface of Earth. The radius r, known as the line of position LOP, he does not know his direction from this point, however. By examining a second star, the second radius can be deduced. The navigator now knows that he is at one of the points where both circular functions meet. In the case that there is only one real route, he knows his position, although This is only possible if the radii are parallel. More realistically, he can look up a third star in order to find the intersection between three circles. This will give him his location to a certain precision based on precision of his watch, altimeter, and the divisions on the reference table. There is a reasonable scope for both human error and a cumulative lack of precision. See? Yeah.
Now, when it says when it says the radii, it's talking about the multiple radiuses of the hypotenuse of each triangle for each star. They
Right. Each
all
radius.
have to be
Yeah.
parallel, equal altitude.
Parallel,
they're not equal altitude, you can't do that. So how are you going to do that for 3 different positions on the Earth if the Earth is curving?
Curved, you can't. You're absolutely right.
You'd
You're
have to
dead.
figure,
Absolutely right.
There'd be so many more things you would have to do. You'd have to figure out where you would be if there was a plane attaching. It's so impossible.
There's a lot of slam dunks with this navigation thing. You're really onto something when you start looking at this. I'm telling you.
I want to
'Cause
know
it
how people
doesn't match.
before the ball used the sextant, and then see if it still applies today and works better than adding all the gobbledygook.
They used one of those T
No,
squares.
no, they don't. They don't add the gobbledygook. That's the trick.
Yeah.
Show me where they do
They
use
don't.
the gobbledygook.
They use like an astrolabe type device. That's what they used on ships.
Want to hear the real slam dunk for navigation? I'll tell you the slam dunk. So, the Royal Meteorological Society published in 1901, there was a dust storm over the whole Atlantic, like the entire Atlantic. It was so bad that you could not see the sky or the horizon, so you couldn't see nothing. So there was a ship called the HMS Britain, and they sailed 2,000 miles by dead reckoning. Got to exactly where they wanted to go with no view of the sky and no view of the horizon.
I'm telling you.
So, listen, because, the globe is supposed to have spherical triangles. If you use right angle triangle, by the time they sailed 2,000 miles, they would have been off by 600 miles. But they weren't. Because you're not.
Yeah, I wish I had all those notebooks from when I was out at sea and we were sailing. Because, we're using our dead reckoning along the coast all the way down to Panama to the canal, right? So we just sailed from Los Angeles. We're pulling in off the coast. We're out at sea for like 5 days in a gale off the coast of Costa Rica. So up and down with like 6 to 8 foot waves, taking green water over the bow, like serious weather. So when we come in, we do a sunshot. It calms down. We get off. We're somewhere off of Panama. We can't see shore yet. So we do our sunshot for a couple days. And we ended up 60 to 70 miles too far south. We were in view of the Colombian coastline. When if we had just stuck to our dead reckoning, we would have went right to where the canal is.
So what India said, it was basically barely blind dead reckoning, and it worked for them to reach their destination because they couldn't see much.
Yeah, and according to, if you look up, so there's some books on, motorboating and this, that, and the other thing. And they say that, dead reckoning is only good for 300 miles, so you're going to be way off. So, obviously, that's not true. So I'm gonna post a link to my citation because I'm not a Glober. I give citations.
Yes, keep them coming. I'm stealing them from somewhere.
Me
you may
too.
as well be next.
Probably have to get more hard drive space to keep all the citations pretty soon here.
I'm downloading everything.
I need a secretary to help me keep it organized.
Yo, if they shut off the internet tomorrow, Oh my God, yo, everybody is gonna yo. I feel like if we went into this like apocalyptic type scenario, I could convince everybody that the Earth is flat because they can't Google some stupid debunk.
Mm-hmm.
So now
Yes.
they have to. What are you gonna say when I start drawing diagrams and shit and start bringing up geometry and shit? What are you gonna do? You gonna tell me no?
Yeah, because you can point to the horizon on the east where the sun rises. You can point to the horizon on the west, and it's all parallel. I mean, yeah, it's the same plane. That's just objectively the way it is.
They're dead ass saying that. So what does that mean for me? Not on like the coast. Is my horizon still potentially? Well, I guess it could be potentially 3 miles away. So when I'm looking at the sun, well, when I'm looking at the sun and it's on the horizon, does that mean that it's fucking 3 miles away? And then after a long day of work, when I'm looking in the other direction, like all of that was 6 miles of flatness. Like what? Maybe I'm not making any sense, but the whole shit don't make sense. So what if I don't make sense? Like
But
none of
this,
it makes
Elijah,
sense.
you're looking at the sun. You're looking at the sun on the horizon, and the horizon's let's see 3 miles away, and you're watching. You see the light from the sun reflect off the water and go right to your feet. And then someone is 10 miles to your right, and someone is 10 miles to your left, and they all see the same thing. They see the sun go right to their feet.
Yeah.
They see the sun supposedly 3 miles away. Even though they're 10 miles away from you, I don't know how it can be 3 miles away from them and 3 miles away from you at the same time. I don't know how that works.
Yeah, so celestial navigation, it can't be done unless it's a flat surface. Can't be done.
What?
So yeah, it
They
can't be
even
done. You're
it's
using
called.
you're using flat charts. Everything you do is on a flat plane in navigation over the ocean, right? So what
So
India
when
was
you
saying, wait, what India was saying, I'll finish my point and then I'll stop. So what India was saying about this problem of parallax and not being, you can't even tell what you're looking at, where it is. Just like he said, even with the reflection going to each one's feet, there's a view or the optical phenomenon of seeing lights in the sky for each individual. You can't triangulate them. That's my statement.
Yeah, the personal dome, like the personal dome theory. I mean, hypothesis, whatever you call it. I think it's something like that. I don't know if I like the name. I'm not too good on that wording. I'm not in love with it, but I think the way we see the world is it's viewer dependent.
Well, don't you think that would make simultaneous observations on either sides of the Earth even more important than ever? I mean, because I've heard about that too. I mean, I guess that what you're talking about would still apply regardless, but wouldn't a comparison be a good thing to do?
I don't know. I mean, it's something you have to. None of this stuff has been tested. You know what I mean?
Right.
When they decided 500 years ago that's a globe, and they decided, all the lights are coming to you straight, everything is in a position that's common to everybody, yada yada yada. We don't need to look anymore.
What's the authoritative website that shows where all the solar eclipses happen?
That's authoritative.
Just at weather.com would do that, or AccuWeather. You can look up that sort of stuff on like just regular calendars.
I just remember a long time ago, I thought someone had come across a site where it showed like a map even of the path of travel.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
I think NASA has a site.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try.
Well, is something that's on a loop even
That's crazy.
requiring. Hello.
It's
Yeah,
Elijah
we hear you.
roboting hard.
Oh, okay.
Oh shit! I was roboting for like 30 seconds. I'll shut up.
Go ahead, Gospel. Or not.
No, Gospel's deaf and mutant, but I think Jenny was trying to say something, and I believe she roboted away too.
Oh, so it's the okay. I think you got what I wanted, Sonny. Thanks. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, that's
So it's
NASA.
governed by the Saros cycle. That's kind of what I was kind of interested in. But I think I kind of veered it off of what India was talking about. I don't think what I'm referring to is the same as what he was talking about.
That's not the only cycle either. Sterile cycle is just one of them. There's a few others. There's a metonic cycle and a exogenous cycle and a couple other ones.
The fact that there's cycles, just that fact that there's cycles.
Yeah. Okay.
Exactly. How could there be cycles?
So what about the event? I believe it was September 23rd of 2017 when all the stars were aligned in that biblical formation. You know, the moon was in the womb of the Virgin.
That was like last year, wasn't it? Wasn't that last year?
Last year, I think.
Well,
Yeah.
I have been talking about this for a minute.
I think it was
It
last
could
year.
have been 2017. Yeah, I think it was. What about it?
Sorry, dude. I apologize. I was looking up the metonic cycle as you were speaking. That was really rude of me. I'm sorry.
Discord is ass right now for some reason.
Oh man, it's horrible for me right now. I could barely hear you guys.
Oh, it's happening. They're shutting down the internet. Now I'm about to go start talking to people about geometry. They done fucked up now.
I know.
Hey,
They
I'll
don't want
start going
that,
to the
man.
library more often. I'm good.
What's a library?
Street geometry.
Right? I love our well, it's not the best library I've ever been to, but it's nice. People are nice.
It would be nice.
Does
'cause everybody
anybody
forced to be an
recall what my?
activist if they put it out. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
we would definitely have to be. We'd have to be that way. You're right.
Wouldn't it be nice if we could go out and not believe we're on a sphere?
And like you said, they wouldn't have Google to run to at the same time. It would kind of work. Maybe they can't shut down the internet. They need it.
Yeah, they're just working on how to shut off only the flat Earth part of the internet.
Right. Exactly.
Okay,
Once
so
they figure that.
you guys. Oh, sorry. So sorry. All right. So the metonic cycle, and that has to do with the moon phases, right? Or the moon eclipses, and then the Saros cycle has to do with the sun.
No, I think they're named after the kind of cycle they are, like how they recur.
Okay.
So, it's something to do with the mathematics. Like there's
Yeah.
cycles within cycles.
Oh, geez. Okay.
And none of them can be, none of that can be predicted with the heliocentric model. So this is why Gobers, they come in here, they're like, what about eclipses? Like, eclipses aren't on your side, buddy. Like, that's like, your model can't predict the eclipses. So what are you talking about? Like, why are you bringing that up?
Because technically, it's hijacked flat Earth data is what it is. That's why it doesn't can't predict it with the heliocentric model.
Yeah, they can't explain anything. Like, where does the moon go during the new moon? Why is it not visible to anyone on Earth? Wow. How about the Selenelian eclipses? Not to mention, what about the reverse motion, the circular reverse motion of some of the wanderers?
Oh, let me ask Indio. Now, I came across the information. I mean, in this, it should have been obvious, or maybe I'm wrong. But a Selenelian, seeing as that it's a partial eclipse, the Selenelian portion of it happens during every lunar eclipse, right?
Has to happen somewhere, right?
Right, since the
Somewhere
Selenelian
the
is
eclipse is
called the
happening on the
partial one.
horizon, right? Yeah, it has to be happening on some horizon somewhere. Either rising or setting.
What about what all of us saw with the solar eclipse? There was absolutely no moon approaching the sun. People were recording it, and I mean, isn't that a true statement? I mean, shouldn't we be able to see it?
You know
I
what's
watched
crazy?
the eclipse. I did.
You know what's crazy? Oh, go ahead, brother.
I was just saying, anecdotally, she asked, we watch, and I agreed. If I'm going to be included in that, I was an observer of the eclipse. For about, I don't know, 45 minutes prior to, I went outside. I'm looking for the moon, don't see it, and then all of a sudden,
Was that you here with us that morning?
no, I just joined like the chat a few days ago. That was.
Oh, there's someone who came and went, and he had taken video or pictures of it with his new camera. But that dude
Was that
never. I don't know
Ron?
where that dude is.
Was that
Was
Ron
it?
Carlson?
N-
I can't remember
Nah,
either.
I don't think it was.
Hmm.
We're talking about today.
Hmm.
But yeah, I mean, the fact that they just bring like, oh, what about eclipses? Oh, what about boats going over that physical Earth curvature that we call a horizon? Oh, well, what? Like everything that they bring up is actually a killer for their belief system, and that's what's not funny, right? Like it's sinister that these people really think like this, that we thought like this, or maybe we didn't. Maybe we just never had a reason to connect. I feel like I never had a reason to connect the dots because the slightest push of these niggas is lying. That's all it took for me. You know what I mean? Like, it's all
Me
it
too.
took was like, no, let me look into this.
Yeah, me too, man. Yeah, I
It only
fell
took
down the rabbit hole hard.
it only took one attempt to try to prove the globe. That's all you got to do. If you honestly just were like, fuck it, I'm gonna prove it. You prove to yourself you can't. So that's it.
Well, like Nathan Oakley has been saying on his channel that these like okay, so you're a globe earther, then you're exposed to flat Earth. Now you only have two options from here. Well, now you no longer hold a belief in the globe, so you're left with your own experience, or you become an anti-flat earther. But there's no such thing as going from flat Earth back to a globe earther because unlike globe, like you'll never hear Neil deGrasse Tyson say that the upper regions of our sky is the first law of thermodynamics violation because it's actually moving with the Earth's spin. Because that's what that would be, a first law of thermodynamics violation. But he would never say that. There, all of these like heliocentric priests that we always talk about, they don't say things that contradict the model. The model has contradictions itself, but they don't veer away from what the model dictates or says to justify anything. They'll either strawman you and leave it at that, like they have done, well, yeah, that's pretty much all they'll do. But the anti-flat earther will say, "Oh no, I acknowledge your as a contradiction, but it's actually not. And here's the justification for why what you're experiencing as a contradiction in information is actually not a contradiction." That's what a anti-flat earther is.
Yeah.
He's not even a glober. He's lower. He's lower than glober. He's lower than anything because a globe. The majority of the people believe in the globe. Then there's us. Then there are people that believe in Bigfoot. Then there are even smaller numbers, that being the anti-flat earthers. That's who they are.
Yeah.
Do you
So,
want to
yeah,
add a
what do
room
you
to
guys?
talk about? Oh, sorry.
Oh no, you go ahead. It's all good.
I was about to make a joke. Never mind. It wasn't worth it. I should have kept my mouth shut.
Damn. Damn it. Okay, so what else you guys got to say about like nobody saw the moon approaching? Nobody was able to capture it on
Here's
video.
what I've Jenny. Here's what I've
Wait.
heard. Here's what I've heard,
Here,
Jenny. That every time there's an eclipse, it's a new moon. Every time.
Well,
But also possibly need to add
that
that.
right.
Elijah, you're roboting, bro.
Right.
Really bad.
bad. So what
We
the
might
hey,
can add that also the claim that it's not the moon. We got to be careful how we make the claim because we don't know what it is. But saying
Yeah.
it's not
right.
the moon because we don't see the moon, that's an
It's
equal
Jesus.
claim as saying it is the moon because we don't really know.
Yeah, we don't know. That's true.
Actually, yeah. So I was thinking, so if you can't see a new moon every month, I mean, what's going on with that actually? I mean,
I thought the moon was made out of cheese, though.
oh my God.
Because all the
Yeah.
mice say
Who
so.
who remembers that? Who remembers the moon being made out of cheese?
I
Sure.
remember that being said.
To my point, when a glober comes and say it is the moon that is causing the eclipse, we can't just say no, it's not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get you.
Hey Jenny,
You're right.
when you look at an analog clock at noon or midnight,
Yeah.
notice anything special about the hands?
They're right on top of
They're
each other.
crossing each other.
Yeah,
they're
I mean, I don't know if that's a fair analogy to what happens, but it's
Possibly.
it's interesting to think about. The main thing is people. I don't know. Everybody wants to know why and how, but
Right.
we can clearly demonstrate and determine the what, and that's really important and helpful for our lives. The what being it's a clock. What is it?
Right.
It's a clock. The how and the why and all of that. I mean, that's for philosophers.
Right. That's irrelevant according to science.
I mean, if anything, like
To your point
that
about
that kind of add up to earlier when we said a dimmer light in front of a brighter light will make the dimmer light look like dark, completely dark. So let's say the moon is the dimmer light and the sun the brighter light. That could work. And like you're saying, like a clock, the getting on top of each other, the cycles of the clock. So yeah.
So is it safe to say that God is just nothing but timing? Because everything works in consecutive timing, like precise timing. Everything is in precise timing.
Yeah, but that's
Master
a
Chief,
mechanism
because
that the creator made. That's not God.
yeah, I
I
was
don't.
about to
Well,
say same thing. How does time create? So yeah.
Well, I'm okay.
So,
I'm not talking about like. I mean, timing. Like, think about it. Your blood is circulating, and everything is working through time. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying, God works in perfect timing because with everything with that's functioning in the system, it's all about timing.
Is time the cause of the effect? Yeah,
Listen. Time. Hold on. Time is only a man-made construct. There's no such thing as time.
Not in the context he's talking
now you're talking about
Hold on,
physical time.
Enoch. Let me get your back. In the context of what he's talking about, it's like serendipity. What's up with that? Like time in that sense, where things seem to be coincidental, or like it is funny how, for me, when I feel like I'm more connected to the creator, and the thing in my mind that says, hey, don't do this, do it right now, not 2 seconds later, it seems like things fall into place, like I'm at the right place at the right time. And I rarely do it, even though I know it exists, even though I know the creator exists, even though I know that this seems to happen to me. I don't even follow it because it freaks me out, to be honest.
Elijah,
I'm sorry, God, for saying that, but
is that the effect or is it the cause? And I would argue that all of the phenomenon that you're referring to is an effect of reality, not the cause of reality.
Yeah. Hey, before we get far off the path, because